They should call a halt to the shameless deception of innocent Igbos with reports of fictitious victories on the battlefronts. They should appreciate that the so-called diplomatic recognition by dubious characters cannot, in the least, alter the course of Nigerian history. It is sheer wickedness for Ojukwu and his clique to continue to goad innocent citizens to support rebellion and lay down their lives for a cause that is not just. The rebel leaders know in their hearts of hearts that all their false propaganda about genocide and massacre derives from personal ambition and the haunting fear of their own future and safety. Consequently, they do not know when to stop. I call on those who claim to love Nigeria and the Igbos to face realities and advise the people of the East Central State to lay down their arms and return to the fold. It is not enough for organizations and individuals to ask the federal government to cease hostilities while ignoring the evil intentions of the rebels. I honestly believe it is in the true interest of the Igbos that they return to the fatherland. I am satisfied that all other Nigerians have learned the lesson of our most recent history and the current civil war.
Landing troops in the Delta Creek areas is one thing. Using them with effect is a vastly different thing. It is clear to me that what my good friend turned bandit Gawan is planning there is purely to get a group of men round the oil terminal and then to shake the managers of the oil companies by the scruff of the neck and demand money. That's all. He knows well that the troops in that area can be of no use. There is a danger to this, though, that in his lunacy, he might in fact decide to turn very nasty and destroy the terminal installation.
But we have Colonel Obasanjo, who is the commander of 3 Marine Commando, who have been able to capture a number of senior secessionist officers, and he had brought them to Lagos to see us in order to let us have their acceptance of the spirit of one Nigeria.
Formally give up secession and report for reappointment and redeployment.
Your Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
My pleasure.
How are you?
Very well indeed.
Glad to see you again. Thank you.
Patrick Amadi.
How are you?
Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Glad to see you again.
It's an experience.
Honestly. Glad to see you again.
And I would like, therefore, to take this opportunity to say that I, Major General Philip Effiong, officer administering the government of the Republic of Biafra, now wish to make the following declaration. That we affirm we are loyal Nigerian citizens and accept the authority of the Federal Military Government of Nigeria. That we accept the existing administrative and political structure of the Federation of Nigeria. That any future constitutional arrangement will be worked out by representatives of the people of Nigeria. That the Republic of Biafra hereby ceases to exist.
Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me.
Ejemini ekigbo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itun loni ọtun ẹṣe, ìfà loni kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà. Gbogbo mẹ́ta ọ̀pá wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Wọ́n bá tẹ̀ mí. Wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Oh, there it is. I was still making the necessary adjustments, but there it is. Happened upon me just all of a sudden. So, pardon me. Still making the necessary adjustments. So, still making the necessary adjustments. So now adjusted and ready to go. So, good day to you. Another weekend upon us. So, and I think this is going to be the last weekend of January, is it not? So, yes, this is the last weekend of January. So, after this now, no more Happy New Year. It's now the long slog of another year. So, or not, let's not start it out on negativity. It's now the delight of a new year. So there it is. So here we go again. Another day, another session. And here you go again. Your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man are happy to be in your company as it always is. So here we go again. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your ticket to ride. So if you want to come join, just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then like a bunny, you hop onto the studio or you hop into the studio. So do all that. Click on like, click on subscribe. So those are mandatory. You are compelled to do that by law. The law demands that you must do that. So click on like and subscribe as is compelled you by law. And then highly recommended that you click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, just so that you can come and share your thoughts with the goings on. So do all those. Let's and also is the introduction phase too long and winding? You tell me. Do you want me to shorten the intro with all of the musical mesh that we put together? So let me know that. So let's just get straight into it. No time to dilly-dally. So let's get straight into it and let's launch into it with this one. Talks in advanced stage. Sanwo-Olu reveals plan to establish Lagos Airline. So there it is. So the window of opportunity presents for the Lagos State space. If you've ever wondered about the phrase, the perfect storm, that is when everything aligns together to happen in a particular way. So everything aligns together for Lagos State now, and they must seize the moment. So they have a sharp and ready guy as their governor, Sanwo-Olu. They have somebody that has made Lagos State his lifetime project, Tinubu as the president of the nation. And so the elements are aligned now for Lagos to propel. And that propulsion, talks in advanced stage, Sanwo-Olu reveals plan to establish Lagos Airline. And of course, there's a Lagos airport as well, very much in the throes. So let's get into it. Lagos State government says it is considering establishing an airline for operations. So I'm not quite sure what it means for operations. What else does an airline does other than that? Speaking at the Lagos West Senatorial District Town Hall meeting on Thursday, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the state governor, said the plan has been in the pipeline for months and the state is finalizing the financing model. This was disclosed in a statement by Gboyega Aki-Chile, Chief Press Secretary, Lagos, on Thursday. Sanwo-Olu said the state was preparing for the groundbreaking to start the construction of its airport in Lekki. So that airport in Lekki now, is it going to be a state project or is it going to be a federal project? Is it going to be for the domestic market? Is it going to be an international one? A lot of arguments to say that Muritala Mohammed International Airport, it has outlived its purpose. It's bang right in the center of the heartbeat of Lagos, which is round about that Ikeja area. And the traffic is just so grinding. And the airport itself is old and decrepit. So as it has certainly outlived, no matter how many remodeling they can do, you can't polish a third That is what they say. You can't polish a turd. No matter how many remodelings they attempt at Muritala Mohammed International Airport, the fact is it has outlived its usefulness. And with this window of opportunity again, Tinubu being the president, they can just build an airport somewhere in Lekki or Ekpe to open up that economic space and then to free up Ikeja for business and governance. Now, speaking at the Lagos State Senatorial District Town Hall meeting on Thursday, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the state governor, said the plan has been in the pipeline for months and the state is finalizing the financing model. This was disclosed in a statement by Gboyega Akishola Akoshile, Chief Press Secretary, Lagos, on Thursday. Sanwo-Olu said the state was preparing for the groundbreaking to start the construction of its airport in Lekki. He said the airlines operating contingency and approval from the federal government are under consideration. According to the governor, his administration's decision-making process on planned programs and intervention needs public involvement before they can be implemented. Sanwo-Olu also emphasized the progress made in the state's socio-economic development trajectory over the past 4.5 years, pledging to intensify efforts for sustainable growth. Are we suggesting here that Sanwo-Olu is actually likely to rival any and all of his predecessors to emerge as the best? Because a lot of progress being made on this guy. I think he has completed. Okay, so those train lines were already in the pipeline, but he's completed, I think, about 2 or 3 train lines now. He's built all sorts of fantastical structures and is really moving very actively. He's built a film studio purpose-built for the Nollywood industry just to keep Lagos both at the heartbeat of that industry in Nigeria and the wider African expanse. So this guy is doing some magical stuff, Sanwo-Olu, but there it is right there. A Lagos State Airport coming to a locality near you. Oh, let's just round this off. In Lagos West Senatorial District, infrastructure development has been our priority since we came in. Sanwo-Olu said the state has completed 70 kilometers of new road and over 2 kilometers of bridges in the last 4 years. These include Penn Cinema Bridge, Ikeja Flyover, and over 42 roads we have completed in Alimosho, Ifako, Agege, Ikeja, Mushin, Amuwo, Odofin, and Badagry, he said. We also have over 30 ongoing road projects, which are at various stages of completion within this district. So the one thing that I just, they seem to be concentrating on only public-facing infrastructures. So infrastructures that are in the main glare, they concentrate on that. But when you deviate off the main road, the whole place is still a rot. So they now need to cascade structures to local governments to agree and perfect sort of building styles for the sort of inner roads that actually go into where people live. I'm not quite sure if asphalt is as best suited for that, but in terms of the inner roads, the drainage and all of these things, they need to agree and perfect it with the local government and then create the funding and supervision for that. But there it is right there. Lagos Airline, this is, and they will run it well. That's just the thing. They will run it well, of course. Let me take you to this page. Supreme Court upholds 5-year jail term of former Nigerian lawmaker Farouk Lawan over $500,000 bribe. So this is the narrative of this guy and Femi Otedola. As far back as this story broke, we actually we were in this space when this story broke. And it looks as though now, with this now window of his daddy not being in charge, the law takes its course. Supreme Court upholds a 5-year jail term of former Nigerian lawmaker Farouk Lawan over $500,000 dollar bribe. So this is the narrative of it was actually, if I remember well, it was actually a blackmail to implicate Otedola in something that he wasn't involved in, unless and until this guy actually paid him $500,000, which seemed to have backfired. The Supreme Court of Nigeria has affirmed the judgment of a lower court that sentenced former House of Representatives member Farouk Lawan to 5 years imprisonment for receiving a bribe of $500,000 from businessman Femi Otedola. Lawan was tried for receiving $500,000 bribe during a legislative probe into fuel subsidy regime in 2012. So he could only have gotten that jail time because it was outside the prism of the Buhari administration. Because, of course, if it was during the Buhari administration, they always circle wagon around their clan. So they'd just let him go and probably locked Otedola up. Correspondents reported on February the 24th, 2022, that the Court of Appeal Abuja Division affirmed the conviction of Farouk Lawan over the $3 million bribery charges preferred against him by the federal government. Lawan was the chairman of the House of Representatives ad hoc committee probing the multi-billion naira petrol subsidy fraud in 2012. He was accused of demanding $3 million from Femi Otedola to remove Xenon Petroleum and Gas Limited, Otedola'S former company, from the list of all companies allegedly involved in the petrol subsidy fraud in 2012. Lawan, who was arraigned on 7 counts of bribery by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses, was alleged to have collected $500,000 from Otedola. So that's Farouk Lawan then. Yes, necessarily the justice had to be done. It was reported that Justice Angela Ataluka of the Federal Capital Territory on June the 21st, 2021, convicted the accused on all 3 counts and sentenced him to 7 years imprisonment. However, delivering the judgment in the appeal filed by the convict, the court discharged and acquitted the former lawmaker on 2 out of the 3 counts which he was convicted. So it still gets a jail term, though. That's the main thing. So is this the green shoot then of cleaning up corruption within the Nigerian space? So now this next headline is long overdue, and I will invite you all to test it now. This is the one space. I was just eulogizing about Sanwo-Olu just now, and more eulogies in its direction now. So this is from Sanwo-Olu's verified Twitter handle. I am pleased to announce that Lagos State has attained the most advanced stage in land documentation and acquisition by launching an electronic geographic information system which provides digitized access to all data pertaining to lands in the state before a purchase is facilitated. The EGIS portal is a one-stop digital platform that sanitizes and revolutionizes the process of acquiring, documenting, and verifying land in Lagos. With the portal now live, application for land title have transitioned from the century-old manual paper into digital form, eliminating the need for middlemen and the associated cost applicants previously faced. Now anyone can verify, search, and apply for land titles, including governor's consent, from the comfort of their homes at the click of a computer button. This innovative system has organized all archived land records dating back to the 19th century and matched them with all land titles, storing historical transactional data on every parcel of land in the state's cadastre. The commitment to creating an enabling environment for Lagosians and investors underscores our dedication to improving service delivery to our citizens. This automated process has transitioned land transactions in the metropolis from manual paper form into a digital format, interpreting them into our land registry workflow. So, if there was one thing that had been hopeful that we would see, that certainly that. So that's a leapfrog for Lagos State, a leapfrog for Lagos State. Honor customs. Also, this now next headline speaks to now that narrative of the East not having a port, therefore they're being denied the capacity to transact. So on customs record 313 billion naira revenue in 2023. This is the comptroller of that port. The Nigerian Customs Service ONE area command in Rivers generated 313 billion naira, accounting for 93% of its 2023 target. Baba Imam, the command controller, announced this on Friday whilst commemorating World Customs Day at the command corporate office in One River State. Mr. Baba said that as of December the 31st, 2023, out of its 336 billion naira target, the command realized 313, representing more than a 71 billion naira increase over its 2022 revenue. According to the comptroller, the year's theme, Customs Engaging Traditional and New Partners with Purpose, offers an opportunity for the agency to further educate stakeholders. So that's enough of that. But the headline tells it all. It's alive and working now, so you don't even have to go to Lagos anymore. It's alive and working now, so you don't have to go to Lagos anymore. But if you go to Lagos, don't expect subsidy. Subsidy removal. Lagos State ends 25% palliative discount on transport fare on Sunday. So this was the insulation then during that period that the fuel subsidy was really a raging topic. The Lagos State government, through the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, has announced the cessation of the 25% discount on transport fares across the entire Lagos State public transport system starting from Sunday, January the 28th, 2024. So I don't think we need much more than that. That tells you really all that is going on there. So there it is again, $500,000 bribe. Supreme Court dismisses Farouk Lawan's appeal, upholds 5 years imprisonment. I hope it serves the fullness of that 5-year term. All right, let's go on to this one. Army announces discovery of burnt corpses of policemen, act of cannibalism during raid on alleged IPOB ESN camp in Imo State. So all of that is still going on. Let me go on to this. This will be the last readout, and then we go to the care guides. Police arrest Yoruba Nation agitator after over a year on the run. I'm sure without me even reading it, I suspect you already know that it won't be Sunday Igboho. The Nigeria police has revealed that a Yoruba Nation agitator. Let me hold on. Let me have a sip of water. The Nigeria police has revealed that a Yoruba Nation agitator, Olamilekan Odofin, has been arrested after over a year on the run. In a statement on his X handle, Lagos police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said the 34-year-old was arrested by officers of Ayobo Division. According to Hundeyin, the suspect on January the 9th, 2023, championed attacks on motorists and the police under the guise of Yoruba Nation agitation. The spokesperson added that an investigation is ongoing following the arrest. At least one person died, 2 police officers got injured, some vehicles damaged during the protest by agitators for Yoruba Nation last year in Ojota, Lagos. The pro-Yoruba separatist group and the police pointed accusing fingers at each other over who provoked the clash. The agitators claimed that the police provoked the clash after its men tried to disperse the rally, and the agitators refused to hit. So well, if the police tell you to disperse and you refuse to hit, then you instigated that, because you have to follow lawful instructions. When the police invites you to do something, they are not asking for your discretion to do or not do it. They are giving you a clear instruction to carry out. So if the police tell you to move on, do yourself a favor and do exactly that. Just move on. So there it is right there. So one of those Yoruba Nation wayward elements now Otedola'S Fulani. So Otedola'S Fulani. So let's play the Kegaj music, get the session going, and see where it leads. But of course, you know where we're going first, to the Kegaj.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Bobby master kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Chifu Faila ti kẹkẹrẹ ẹlẹ́mù re o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Oh, and by the way, yeah, before I bring the panelists up, I spoke to Zita earlier on. She is doing well. She's just overwhelmed by schoolwork and things like that. So Ajale Koko was asking yesterday, so I phoned her. So Bishop joins us. Good, always a delight to see Bishop. Ekene joins us. A real delight to have Ekene here. Ajale Koko, father of the bride. Pansat joins us under a different moniker. We have royalty in the house, King Emeka, and Charlie Boy in the house as well. So an eminent company of great minds. Yeah. So who do we kick it off with? Let's kick it off with let's kick it off with Emeka. Emekus, good to see you.
Good evening, woman. Sorry about that. Yeah,
No,
I didn't know I was going to go early.
Yes, we'll do we'll whip it around quickly.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weekend season again. And I know the viewers they've tuned in for a weekend, and those of the one-man show very, very, intoxicating, very, very addictive, very useful and relevant. So, and very relaxing too. So, to the viewers, I salute you all. Good evening. And to the co-panelists, keep up the great job that you are doing. And also to one man, thanks for being a fantastic host.
All right, brilliant. All that. What are you looking at in the news today? Is there anything we missed out?
Yes, I think we missed out the conviction of this pastor who raped his members in Lagos State. The pastor.
We didn't miss that out. Oh, we're saving that
okay,
for.
I joined it.
No. We're
Okay,
not
for on
Dupsy.
Sunday.
Yeah, for Dupsy.
Okay.
Dupsy is going to take that on. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay.
It's unbelievable though, because usually these people
he
are
was
so
the one who
powerful.
said he saw Obi's victory coming in and that
Yes.
Tinubu will be arrested, only for him to go and visit the prison cell now. Can you imagine how things turn around? These men who see miracle could not see their own conviction. Wonderful. They see for others.
I want to see more of it though. These sort of characters that they feel so also all powerful and that they trodden over everybody. Yes, I was really pleased to say that.
Yeah, but cannot see their own downturn. You remember the one who burnt his member and is currently on. I think they are going to kill him or what? The Supreme Court has actually ruled that he should die by hanging. But I think the governor is yet to sign on that.
You know, the
Reverend King,
they're always reluctant to sign death penalties.
Death penalty, yeah. It's it's actually it's a tough one anyway. Would you sign?
Yeah, because of the finality of it. You know, you don't want to really be responsible.
You look at it and like, come on, this thing is. I have more problems to resolve. This is too much for me. I think it was only Oshomole who was brave enough to sign a few. You understand? Oshomole is a brave man anyway. But then that's what I thought you probably didn't say, but I never knew you.
No. Now you said that. Let me flash Dupsy up a bit. Dupsy, of course, back on Sunday, and she's asking this tonic question somewhat. Is polygamy ideally meant for the rich? So that's the headline topic, and within that topic, of course, a whole raft of other juicy things to discuss as well.
Yeah,
including what Emeka just brought to the fore now.
Agreed. Just to pass a comment on that topic anyway, I think the rich can afford it. It's something, it comes with the lifestyle. If you are broke, you what are you doing with more than one woman? Even if what are you doing with one woman? You understand? So it's a lifestyle. If you choose to you have the funds, you can run it. Anyway, let's go to the meat of the day.
Yes, let's go to the meat of the day, and let's kick it off now with Sanwo-Olu putting the idea out there that he wants to float Lagos Airways. Coming to
that's a brilliant idea if you ask me, but I also think every decision comes with drawback and positive benefits if you think true about it. It's a brilliant idea in the sense of branding, you understand. It is also a brilliant idea to see that the governor is thinking, right? He's innovative, he's a thought leader. He's looking at how do I expand, Lagos into a more progressive phase, and owning an airline is a good one. Look at Ethiopia Airlines, right? How many of us really care about Ethiopia?
I think that's the space that is looking to attack.
That's the space, yes. That branding, if you're flying, Lagos, you want to come to Nigeria, you fly, you use the Lagos Air, you understand? You want to travel to London and you are seeing Lagos Air, you understand? You are seeing Lagos Air landing, you're seeing it around the hangars, you're seeing it in the airport, you understand? It's at the back of your subconscious You're like, okay, what's happening? You know, then December, the dirty December going on in Nigeria, you know, that a lot of that is now attracting the African Americans and as well as the Caribbeans who want to come and have a dirty December in Lagos. We'll be considering that. And before, also, once it's successful, it could expand the services to other African countries. You never can tell. But again, the drawback is, why is the government now involved in providing this kind of service? Solve other pertinent issue first. But
Lagos State has a reputation for being able to manage something
competently.
I
agree.
Yes.
You know,
if anybody can get it right, they can.
Exactly. That competence or that excellent service delivery, which is good, can be a transferable skills in other venture. And if they succeed with this Lagos Air, they can now see that they can also be involved in commercial activities and will want to set up more. But that comes with other future problems too. But again, if you are, let's see how it goes. The positive outweighs the negative if it's successful. But you know, with Nigerian, the people like to put their own interests first before the collective. So that's my only two concerns about it. The government being involved in commercial activities, which has never turned out successful in the history of in our country anyway. But we can all acknowledge and come to an agreement that Lagos has been successful in terms of delivering some good, excellent services. And if it's in terms of competence, they do have that competence. And the market is there. So if they want to exploit
the market is there, you know, everybody, yes, everybody travels via Lagos. If
exactly.
Anywhere you are going in Nigeria, you come in via Lagos.
Yeah. And then we are struggling with the national. Someone who is very brilliant.
One man. It's not fair now. It's not fair to be interjecting him and leading him astray. I mean, let him make his point. But if you're gonna interject, let me also interject because
I'm not interjecting. I'm conversating.
No, he was going the right way. He had two things that he wanted to elucidate that's wrong with that. So I want to hear that because he's going the wrong way. So why don't you?
The two concerns I have, government. We have a history of when the government take on commercial activities, it usually fails. We don't have that strong history of government taking on commercial activities that succeeds. We don't have that because people put their personal interests over the country's interests. But again, we must also recognize that Lagos has been doing great in terms of service delivery. Out of all the 36 or 36 countries or 37 states rather, 37 states we have in the country, Lagos stands out. And there is a market for that.
Emeka, do you see the synergy between this and the Lekki airport they're putting up in Lekki as well? You'll be operating out of there.
Thank you for drawing my attention to that, right? Because that Lekki airport was constructed by Lagos State, right? They saw that, and the people who travel the most are those with the funds, and those with the funds reside on the island. And each time you're in Lagos and you want to travel and you're on the island, you have to prepare for almost like 3 or 4 hours ahead because of you want to beat traffic, you want to ensure that the Third Mainland Bridge is not blocked before you bypass, so should be another traffic reading location there. You navigate through to go to Ikeja and Ikeja Airport. So they saw that congestion, which is always there, rush hours, especially weekends, and they decided to create another airport, which is good. The market is there. The market is usually there. It's not like they won't make money. They are going to make money, but
is this airline going to be partially owned by the state or 100% owned by the state?
Well, I don't know.
It's almost certainly going to be a PPP.
If it's PPP, fantastic. If it's going to be PPP, which I think it should, but it's great innovation, fantastic. It may even kill the national carrier. It may kill and bury it completely, because people would begin to compare. We have never the last fraud where they've not even done the investigations. Now I don't know what Kiyamo is doing with that and what he's up to. He seems to have lost his voice since he became a minister.
What do you mean by killing the national carrier? Do you have?
Oh, it's going to the market will determine.
Now, so
that's why I say it will kill the national carrier completely, because if one ever springs forth, Lagos will provide more efficient service than that, and people will go where the service is. If the service is good, people will use that.
Emeka, can I chip in something?
Chip in.
It cannot kill the national carrier, and I will tell you the reason. Just two reasons. Because of time, why it cannot. Number one, as Lagos State, as a subnational, cannot enter into bilateral air agreement with other countries. That's one. It is only the Nigerian government that can do that. And there are other people that have positioned themselves that they want to represent Nigeria, to fly the Nigerian flag as a national carrier. So if for any reason Lagos State flies at the airline and they grant them the permit when airpeace have been looking for that same permit, it will cause an uproar, and I will join in that uproar. It will not be fair. So for that reason, yeah, they can do well, they can get permit to go to some places, but it will not fly, it should not be the national carrier. And
we've not even had a national carrier. Airpeace is struggling to become one.
Yeah, I mean, right? What I'm saying is that,
for me, if you ask me, I think they should there should be nothing as a national carrier. Let our operators come in.
What I'm saying is that, when national carrier is a very subjective and complex discussion. And any airline that you give to fly your national flag is your national carrier. It does not mean that it must be owned by Nigeria, but it's the federal government that gives that mandate. So they enter into the bilateral air agreement with other countries using that one. Okay, this is our. So if Nigeria gives, like when we give to Richard Branson, so if they are going to give to anybody, it would be wrong to give it to Lagos State. That's what I'm saying. So that's why.
Let's see how it turns out to look
but
like.
It's exciting news anyway.
It's exciting news. Yes. Let's see what.
let me also interject. I hate to do
all
that.
Right, we'll make that the last interjection and then we'll move on. Yeah,
for the first time, I really got to see if somebody who knows better would profess a bad idea, right? It's very clear that Emeka knows that some of these things, it's not a debate about Lagos, it's about market economy, state-owned properties. I mean, Soviet Union was a powerful entity and they tried it, they owned pretty much everything, including means of production. But there's nothing to look back at Lagos right now and say they ran this thing very well. They don't have electricity in the country. Our country, the financial capital of our country, right? So let's not localize it, because it's like if let's say I live in Enugu, I'm from Enugu, and you live in Lagos, and you say that my house is far away from your house. That's if you're coming over. What about when I'm coming over, right? It's equidistant. Anything you give to Lagos, every other city, the competing cities like Port Harcourt and all those kind of people, they want the same thing. Market economy.
Nobody is stopping them from doing it. It's just that their governments don't have the census.
I understand, but the argument, are you trying to say that state-owned enterprises are better? I mean, they're trying to sell off the refineries, they're selling off things because the states cannot run anything.
Maybe you didn't hear me very well. I said we have a history of filling with state-owned corporations.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
All right, let's not get
but
down in one
spot. Let me just land one more by saying, believe me, this is not antagonistic. It's not hostile.
No, it's not antagonistic, but it's directed. It's not.
No. It's hashing out what he said already, and then he's trying to make what he did right there was to give some premises that are correct. Right? We agree with his premises. Then his conclusion, it's deceitful. If you're going to be saying, let's try it, why should we try before we talk about it? We want to hash it out.
They say they want to do it. They have probably looked at the feasibility plan, and they are doing their homework to say, okay, I think this can work. there's no harm in trying. Like what Kolata said, it could be PPP, which is good. Like then, which means Lagos State just owns shares, and we don't know the percentage of shares they might probably own. Then the private individuals will own the remaining. Regardless, we don't even know how the ownership structures are going to look like. We even don't even have the full idea of who the promoter would look like. It may even be completely private, and they are just using the Lagos Air
But
as a
that's not
way to
true.
just.
Look at it. Look at the title.
No. Let it go, Pansat. We don't
No,
want
I'm
to.
saying, look
We
at
don't want
the
to be held
headline though. The
hostage.
title.
Yes.
It might be private. It might be private. These are all speculation. It has not started. When it comes to fruition, we will get more information about it. But it's a fantastic idea, if you ask me. The only concerns I have
Do,
is
do you just as a round off do you agree with my argument that the Muritala Mohammed International Airport, it has overlived its purpose? It's too decrepit now for it to be of any, and it cannot really be. You can only paint it over.
which of them, MM1 or MM2?
The international one.
I think they built a new one now.
No, they
There are
built a
two.
terminal.
They built another terminal, which
Do
they've
you not
been
even think that the
advertising.
location is wrong? Ikeja, the heart.
There's nothing wrong with the
There's
location.
nothing wrong with the location.
It's okay. The airport is actually functioning pretty well now.
The new one is really nice. They've been, I think the immigration guys have been trying to, and couple they've been trying to brand it. He's got a lot of people, even our very own. Where is he, himself? Maurice. That's Maurice. Maurice,
Yeah,
where are you?
I don't know. Maybe it's
I
in
know you are
Belmarsh.
listening to the background. Maurice recently traveled and he confirmed that the new terminal is really lovely. He likes the new terminal and it looked good. And I think what's his name again? Our own special Babalawo, Mike.
Mike,
Yeah,
yes,
Mike
yeah.
did the
He
video,
sent
right?
in clips even.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
he sent in the video. I didn't use it because I think they didn't commission it the time I left Nigeria. I didn't use it.
Marcus, let me ask you a question, please. Is it your philosophy that we should have services, airline, roads for the rich, and then something different for the poor Nigerians? Is this something that you're attracted to? You have some infrastructure for the rich that's nice, beautiful, and then we have the old ones or ugly ones for the poor.
I'm not the one that dictates the terms, but when you're traveling on an airplane, you have the first class, you have the business class, and you have the economic premium, and then you have the economy. When you are also in the airport, you have the VIP section, lounge, you have the regular section, and then you also have where you go and stand behind. If you are in the club, same thing. If you're even in certain hospitals, you have the private ward where you are being offered a lot of better services. So this life with some people have designed specific services or products that will cater to those who can afford it the most. And
Okay, but that's a private enterprise. One man, just hold on, please. Hold on. One man. No, but just hold on. I want to follow up on that, on what he just said.
Don't
no, it's nothing like that. Look, just hold on.
Don't hold on. You will have that say, but I don't want the conversation held to hostage so early into the session. So ask that. Let Emeka respond, and then we'll move on.
I'll ask it. Then I will leave and come back towards the evening when we have more time so I can talk. But what I'm saying, Emeka, is that a private enterprise could set up that kind of stuff, VIP, but that's a government entity, as a public plan. Everybody's equal. Do you understand? So that's why, if like examples that you're citing, if you open a club, you could have VIP section. You could even have whatever groups. But
I'm a capitalist. I do not. That's what I know. I know. Before you begin to twist the conversation, I believe the government should not be involved in any business or commercial activities.
And
let that be to people, entrepreneurs, those who have the resources to be involved in that. The government should be involved in governance.
Okay, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that if the government goes ahead and builds it anyway, in essence, let's say It's a natural monopoly, something a government has to do. And then if they do it, though, they cannot be saying, like what you say, VIP section and all that. It's supposed to be for the public. It's supposed to, everybody's equal. You can't do what a private enterprise can do. But I leave it at that. And I want to caution you to, use your wisdom and the stuff you're talking, talk straight. Don't be deceptive. Talk straight because you're smart. You got it right. Don't let one man malign you or turn you away from that. I will exit, then I come back after a few hours so I could be able to talk. I changed my name so that you won't be afraid of Pansat.
Nobody's afraid of you, Pansat.
Okay then. I'll see you in a couple of hours. One minute.
All right. Cheers, Pansat. Cheers, Pansat. All right, Emeka. Let me go on to. I'm going to go on to Kulata, and then I get to Coco, who I think is joining us for the second time. So I'll move Kulata then to this particular storyline. This one especially pleases me, Kulata. I suspect it may please you as well. I am pleased to announce that Lagos State has attained the most advanced stage in land documentation acquisition by launching an e-geographic system which provides digitized access to all data pertaining to land in the state before purchase is facilitated. So at last, they've on-streamed now owning houses in Lagos. Owning land, rather. Yeah.
Owning land. Yeah. I mean, it's a good idea. I mean, to get all this thing done because there are many government people, I mean, even in Tinubu's government, that have been literally stealing people's lands. I heard a lot of sub stories last week about that. So it will be good to digitize this. I'm actually in the process of trying to formalize some of my own allocation, especially with the Fourth Mainland Bridge, because I bought some around that axis.
Along that axis, okay, yeah.
Yeah, just a speculative buy, but it looks like they're going to start that project in March and April.
Yeah, the first quarter of this year, you said, yeah.
I'm literally in the middle of trying to get the allocation, formalize it, and then decide what I want to do with it. So it's a good idea, and it will curb all this like people building illegal stuff all over the place, like that Abule Edo situation. Now that will no longer happen. But are they going to look at all? I mean, are they going to have a review on all lands, including stuff that's been developed, because to prevent further issues in the future? Is this for new land or this? I mean, are they reviewing?
The details are coming out slowly, but I suspect that new lands, yes, because what they said was that they've mapped all the, going back to the 19th century, all the land spaces in Lagos, and they've upstreamed it into a digitalized form. So I suspect that the process now will be people to come into those spaces to come and formalize their documentation in terms of ownership of their properties.
That will be excellent. That will be good. It's much needed. Way long overdue. Way long overdue. Yeah. Not too much to say about that, but I'm expecting that because I think I personally too will benefit from it. So it's a good thing that they're doing.
All right, brilliant. And that's our Lagos State space. A Lagos Airline or Air Lagos or whatever it is. I think it's a brilliant idea, and I think they are targeting somewhat that Ethiopian airline type of narrative. And it being a national carrier, it doesn't necessarily have to be a national carrier. Not all commercial international airlines are national carriers. So what are you making of it? A good idea. Pansat not especially enamored by it.
I'm not a fan of government running businesses. Not really a fan. Well, it depends. There are many government-owned airlines, some 100%, some partial. Is it good? Well, there's Ibom Air too, right? The one in Akwa Ibom. So Lagos will just be joining that party. And what would they? I mean, if they are allowed to fly abroad to Atlanta, UK, and all, maybe we'll get cheap prices. That's if they're allowed. But this is going to just pour a lot of copycats. Like many states will now be thinking of getting into the business of airline. But I don't think this should be their priority right now. I think their priority should be in electricity. I mean, that local, I mean, now they're allowed to produce electricity. They should focus on that as priority, and they should focus on basic stuff like water. I mean, in Lagos State, all the water works projects have been abandoned. So I think they should try and get some basic stuff working. The airline, let private people take care of airline. I mean, state airline. I mean, if it's there, if it works, fine. But for how long will it work? When the next government comes, then what happens? Are they? I mean, will the allow some people get discount tickets? It's just I see a lot of potential that I don't like. Even though Lagos is the only state functioning, I just don't think airline business is what a state. I don't think that should be the priority right now of Lagos State. I think electricity more should be the priority of Lagos State because the electricity problem in Lagos is worse than most places that are experienced in Nigeria, and they need to fix it. They just need to fix it.
Is that down to demand? Is that down to demand? There's more demand for electricity in Lagos, and
Yeah, that's why Lagos needs to build its own grid, right? They're allowed to do something like that. That's why they need to build it. If you can take the Lagos outside of Nigeria, the tiny electricity we have Nigeria will be able to be okay in different areas. At least, maybe it'll carry 50% of their demand while they rotate. And Lagos it's a small state. You don't have too many large areas to cover with transmission lines. With what's it called? All you need is you need the heavy duty the heavy duty what's you call it heavy duty transformers and transmission line. The state in itself is not that the built up area in the state is not too big that they can literally do that project in 2-3 years if they face it. So I mean,
well, why are they not tackling that? It's a very wealthy state, so and the electricity thing, I don't think they'll struggle with finance because, of course, a lot of people it's a gold mine of a thing. What's the stumbling block for them not taking it on? What's your speculation?
I think they're still probably drafting like what you might call it now.
Yeah, he has to pass through the state assembly, doesn't he? I think that's what the new law says.
Yeah, but the bylaws, regulatory, whatever, they need to first formalize all that stuff and look at how they can work with this new amendment that is passed. I think once they finalize that, they should be able to get something going. I think actually Lagos and Edo State are the only or the few states that have done some work in terms of like regulation and whatever needs to be drafted to support this bill. So in my opinion, they should fast track whatever needs to be done and start, because as it is right now throughout Nigeria, Lagos suffers worse electricity. If you go outside of Lagos, in Ibadan, for example, you get way more stable electricity in Ibadan and other towns compared to Lagos. So they should just focus on that. I mean, they should focus on that. And they should also focus on an alternate route that the Dangote tankers will be taking. That Lekki Road is going to turn to trash very soon when you're going to start loading 2,000 to 2,900 tankers on a daily basis. That's going to turn to another Apapa another Papa
It's going to be
Shoki
a
Road.
hellish experience. A lot
It's
of
going to
people
be a hellish
they
experience.
are rushing to buy land there. They don't know what's coming.
I was surprised that they've not made alternative arrangements to look at where they're going to transport all those things. So if it's still going to be this same route, then you see, I don't know. Airline for me, airline is not it. There are other things that they should work on that I feel is more priority. If they do the airline, I'll use it if the price is right. But I don't care much for it.
Is there a danger if they have an airport in Lekki and then they have a Lagos airline running as well? Is there a danger that the elite, they would insulate themselves from the everyday person, and then of course they would not have a real connect as to what their needs are? Because you just fly in, you hop into your apartment in Lekki, and that is it, and then you go out back to London again. So is it going to cut off the interaction with the everyday person?
Well, if there's an airport in that Lekki axis, probably going to be nearer to Ekpe or something. Then a lot of people don't need to go to the mainland because some people in Lekki, the only reason they go to the mainland is either they're going to a party or they're going to or they're flying out of the country through Ikeja. There's few people that are already shielded away from mainland activities, and like their work is in Lekki. Now in Nigeria
because
now,
their only interaction with the mainland, of course, is driving from the airports to their
it's driving from the airport to what's it called, or if they want to go to the interlands, like if they're going to Jebu or Shagamu or Ibadan or all these places. So it will really, really cut it off because there are many people that are living that so-called island lifestyle, which is pretty much shielded away from normal, I will call it normal places. So it's if they put it there, yeah, there's going to be a lot of bougie people that I don't go to the mainland or I don't, all those nonsense. There will be more plenty now, but they should really, really spread it out towards that side, move it further down because there's still development. They need to move development all the way to that area, and there are few islands gone that have not been built. That needs to be built up. Like, what's the name of that island? Some island that has a name of just a refugee island or something.
Is it Snake Island, you mean?
No, not Snake Island. There's something called Refugee Island. Is an island off one of those lagoons. The way you have Banana Island, there's one called Refugee Island. Is further down, and then there's a place where some guy was showing me. There's Lakaway. That's further down, where you have all these resorts that you can buy for a couple of millions of dollars, a couple of hundreds of millions of dollars, just like a refuge where you can just get out, shut out of Lagos. It's a nice place. And so I think they should move all that stuff there. But the issue we have in Lagos is zoning. There are no zoning laws, right? Apart from maybe Banana, where you have the office place and then you have the residential place. Even within the residential place, there was an office in there. I don't know how they allowed it. So if they start building there, okay, let me give you an example. What's this place in Lekki? This main road in Lekki, it's now shit. What the hell is it? Admiralty Road. Admiralty.
Right.
Admiralty Road. Like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people were living there. Now you can't live near Admiralty Road. It's just full of Cold Stone ice cream, the place of eateries. It's just like it's people that built houses there are now living there to look for other places. So because there are no zoning laws. So whatever they're building now, when they build the airport, when they're building all this, they need to start zoning because you're going to have that Dangote stuff there. Trucks are going to be there. Then you're not going to have airport. Then you're going to, just zone it out. Put residential estates, put industrial or corporate zones, just zone it. Don't let it be like Houston, Texas, that has not zoned. I think that's a problem right now with Lagos. So the airport, nice. Airline, I'm not a big fan of it. If it happens, well, all fine and good. But I think the priority should be more basic stuff like electricity and water. Those are really, really
Do
needed.
you think they should take on water? Because that's a big. Do they to provide water in Lagos? How would they even begin to tackle that?
They have water. They have existing water corporation. They have existing water works that they can fix. They have it. It exists. Many is distributed all over the place. It's just abandoned. They can fix it. Everybody.
One man, water was running in Lagos before they came.
Yeah, but that was a smaller Lagos now.
It's not smaller. It's not. It wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was running, and they. I don't know why Tinubu and his team, why they could not improve on that. That's a failure on their own side. The water was running, and they have the main one at Iju, and they have the substation, about 4 substations, really, and some other parts of Lagos. So they should have improved. They should have expanded them. I don't know why they just didn't improve on it. So, like Kulata is saying, it's very important. I mean, if you have a city like that, big, and there's no everybody have to be doing borehole, it just I just can't get it.
Have you seen the water? Have you seen the water in Lekki? It's crap.
I mean,
you mean the tap water? You mean
the tap water?
Yeah.
If you put it inside a cup, before you put the cup in your mouth, you'll die. I mean, if you look at like mansions, right? The flush toilet is freaking brown. So before you want to pee, you look at the toilet, it looks like someone has already peed inside the toilet, but actually it's the flush toilet because the water is brown. So they need to fix it.
Yes, I think they tested the water in Lagos once, and they found all manners of gremlins in it.
Yeah, if I may come in, Kulata, please, just for maybe 30 seconds. I think the water issue in Lagos has got to do with illegal construction of houses here and there, because they've damaged the pipes, and some people also are using the water illegally, doing a lot of things. Iju Water Works is there, and I think we have 3 major water works in Lagos. I think the Iju, I think one in Agbara, and I think one on the island. I've forgotten where that one is. And there are about
one at Surulere near the Teslim Balogun.
Yeah, exactly. And those are mini water works, because there are major ones, 3 or 4, and those like that one in Surulere, they are mini water works. Those are about over 30 of them in Lagos. But the problem is about the salinity. Of course, modern science will say that is not more a problem. But the problem, of course, is about people damaging pipes, not caring. These are the part of the problems we are facing at the moment with these illegal constructions and all the rest, and question of erosion too. But all this is a matter of time. That is why I asked more man today that is Lagos not even showing, biting more than it can chew when we are bringing this airport thing in. But I know definitely that, I mean, if Lagos is a she will be able to stoke many fires. I mean, it is allowed. So please carry on. Don't let me disturb you.
All right. Before I go on to Coco, Kulata, you've just now tripped to Nigeria and come back. So how extensively did you travel? How impressed, disappointed were you? What was the experience?
Well, I was impressed. I mean, I think Nigeria has experienced a lot of development. I went to 3 states. And I mean, there's development even in my hometown. There's a lot of development. There's a lot of new houses. Place I grew up, Some areas I don't even recognize it anymore. My boarding school that used to were in the jungle now is surrounded by mansions in Ibadan. And Lagos traffic has reduced. I mean, due to many things. First, there are better roads in Lagos, there's better traffic management in Lagos, and of course, the petrol price that's now expensive, and then the train. So that's kind of like made all
Did
that
you did you
hellish.
did you see and experience the train? Did you go on
I
it?
saw I saw the line. I did not have time to be going from one train, but I did see. I saw that red line stuff. I saw some of this new what's it called? What am I call it now? Just stations, both bus stations, train stations.
How
I
how
saw.
im- how impressive were they? Were they
They're
impressive
go.
or
They're quite. Look, Nigeria Lagos is growing. No, it's impressive. I mean, it's just almost looks like what you see in Bangkok. The kind of the train is similar to the ones that they have in Bangkok, Thailand. You know, it's raised high, so the train is high. So it's not like it's a tube station or anything. Is high in the air. So I did see the pillars. I did see all that stuff. And I mean, I was in Lagos. I mean, okay, one thing, Lagos, I was really mainly on the island, and then towards a few days, I just stayed in the hotel before going to the airport. So I did not go into kind of like say I'm going to Makoko or Mile 2 or one of those inner caucus places. I didn't go to a lot of inner caucus, but I was in Ikeja. I also was in Ikeja, and Nigeria has improved. You know, back in the day, people will be taking one way, traffic will be here, there, blah, blah, blah. And traffic was not that bad, even though they had closed Third Mainland Bridge for construction. We took Western Avenue. It wasn't that bad. And, better roads, better management.
Is the cost of
Yeah, that contributes to the traffic, to the petrol.
yeah,
People are planning
that
their
is the
trips.
major. Yeah, that's the major thing. A lot
People
of
are
people,
thinking
it's
twice.
too expensive. Yeah, a lot of people.
Because before you get on the road and start running all over the place, you just think of everything you want to do on one trip, and then they just do all that stuff on one trip. So I think that petrol price too would have contributed to it, but for sure, better traffic management and better roads for sure. And Ibadan too, even in Ibadan, there's some roads that they built from that Akpata area that will go straight to that Ife road area. So you don't have to go through Ring Road. There are like two roads like that around Challenge, all those places. And their houses, like towards that Bodegbo, there's a train station in Bodegbo, towards going after Akpata, Omeadio area, is all built up. This was bushes before, all built up. All that area that will run behind our hostel to go to Omeadio to go and buy fufu. All that stuff, massive houses. Something that was just thick bushes, thick forest, gone. All
at
that
least
one
they
is
are
gone.
Brodians? There's flexing muscles. They are Brodians.
I don't know if it's just our Brodians because even my hometown too is. I mean, I don't think. Well, there are Brodians too. There's no Yoruba family without our Brodians anyway. But there's just development anyway. There are some areas I saw in Ife that look like Lekki. I'm like two different areas, and there's some areas I didn't even get to. The built up like big houses. Like I was like, wow, when did this happen? I mean, for people that don't travel that often to Nigeria like me, you can literally see the difference. It's very, very visible. If you experience it on a
Kulacha,
daily basis, you
are
won't
you
know.
not impressed with some of your friends you left behind doing well too?
Now there's a problem. Oh, people are
Yeah.
jackbuying like crazy.
Hmm.
People are jackbuying in their late 40s, in their early
Yes,
50s.
and the Jackpot is not for the young. I was just about to say
It's not for
exactly
the
that.
young.
It's not for the young
So
anymore.
it's not for the young anymore. I mean, friends that are doing very, very well. Of course, I have friends that are doing extremely well, but the ones that were doing well, like let me say rich, but not super, super rich, their wives and kids are now abroad. They are in Nigeria. They've relocated
I,
their
I think
family.
the problem there actually for
The
the
economy has turned against the middle class. Is what
no, the elderly actually or the middle age, they are living mostly because of their children to get good education. That's what my own thinking about that. Because
also
most of them
the
they say
economy has turned
sacrifice
against
because professors are known
them though.
to be working in car wash and things like that abroad. We shouldn't be. And if you talk to them, ask them, they say, well, I'm doing it for my children, at least to acquire better education. That's what I hear mostly, actually.
Well, it's for the education. I think there's a dilemma, right? If you have 3 of your kids in Dave Waterman, for example, how much is that annually? Dave Waterman is, I can't remember how much. It's probably close to $20,000. I don't know. So if you have 3 kids, let's just say 20,000. I can go and check. Let's just say $20,000. If you have 3 kids in school at the same time, if it's $20,000, that's close to $60,000 a year. So a better part of your income is going to fund bougie school when you can get that kind of school for free in Canada, or you can get it free in the United States or England. So a lot of them just relocate their wives and kids to England or mostly to Canada, England, and they stay and then
And they
go.
want their children to have better accent as well.
Everybody in Lagos get accent, one man.
And you know, there are people in Lagos that have never been outside this. They can speak American for better than
they
you.
even know the cities more than you.
They know it's more than yourself. Everybody gets. One thing is, no matter the area you go, in Akokos, smaller towns, the default they're speaking is English. I went to Amalaskai, and I just went behind the place, one place to use the restroom in Amalaskai. And I was listening to conversation on where they're cutting meat. This guy's default was English and then sprinkling of Yoruba. Before it will be hardcore Yoruba. So
they could be graduates.
Just still in that space, Kulata, did you witness any of this grueling poverty that we hear every day, or did you just insulate yourself from over?
No, I did not insulate myself. Look, I went there to just experience. So here's the thing: is we had a party, right? So, but and it was supposed to be by invite. And the problem is we did not start gating people from the gate of the hotel that we're having a party. So some people came in, and then people were coming to go and get food. And then I saw a few people putting food in nylon bag. Like they come, they serve them 3 plates or whatever, and then they put it in nylon bag. But I now remembered a few memories back when I was a child, when we had something similar. The same thing happened. So exactly. what it just meant was it hasn't changed. It's the same. And we also had another party even in the east, Minimo State. We had similar stories too. So it's not and one area, nobody was coming to meet me to come and ask for money. Not a single person. So while things are hard, I don't think there's some things that we've always had, like people get crashing parties looking for food. That's always been there.
Mogbomo
branch has always been there. Yeah. So I did not experience anything that I will say I've not experienced before.
And in terms of safety, what was the experience? What was your feeling?
I was safe. Yeah. I had zero feeling of insecurity. And I went from states, I was in the Southwest, yeah. So I went to 3 different states. I moved around even at night at 11 p.m. The security thing is because we're abroad and then we read about all these things. It's a little. I don't want to poop it, but I'm going to say a lot of it is isolated to certain areas. But like someone told me is, well, you may feel safe now. It's only when it happens to you that you know things are unsafe. So I'll say maybe I was fortunate, but throughout my moving around and all, I felt zero.
Because people are moving around. People are moving around.
People are living life now
every single day. So it's not as
there are cars everywhere every day. People live lives like a lot of what we do on this, I mean, people talking on platform and co is very exaggerated. Like many Nigerians are living happily together. Things are, I mean, they're existing. Things are, life is going on there like normal. It's not all doom and gloom. But now, economic situation is real. But I just did not see something that was different from what I witnessed as a child. Like people doing Mobomo branch, it was there as a child. Me seeing someone put food inside nylon bag, I saw that as a child too. So it's not fundamentally different. It's just the normal stuff in Nigeria. But there are a lot of positive changes in Nigeria. I mean, I have to acknowledge that there's a lot of positive changes. You know, when you've not been somewhere for a while and then you go there, you can literally see, like in this area, this wasn't there before, but now you're seeing it. This road wasn't like this before, but now you see it's fixed. So you can see all those things. You can appreciate all those things for, I mean, for if you don't frequently go to the country. And I saw it all over the place. But I did not leave the Southwest. I was only in Lagos, or I went to Ibadan, and then I went to Osun State, my state. But I did not go outside of those three states. So my story is limited to those three states. And I moved around at night. I moved around anytime in those three states. I had zero concerns. I did not even think about insecurity. That's just the truth. Because it just felt like,
don't worry. As far as Southwest is in Alafia, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kenna is going to tell you off for not meeting up with him.
He can. Oh, there was no way I could meet up with anybody with my.
You know one come or John because you know one experience life. You know, John go stay for Lake. Come here, going to tell us to go to for Lake. If I come out, John,
I didn't go to John.
Come Alaba Laguna. Go to.
I don't even think I didn't go past Ikeja and Lekki and Ikoyi. Honestly speaking,
you go Ikeja, go Lekki. Come to tell story.
But I go Ibadan. I go my hometown, and I go Osun State well.
Ibadan is just it's also developed now. It's an urban area now. So
of course,
so Ibadan is a business area, and when you are talking about insecurity, you know where insecurity is not much in the Southwest now. We always say that here now. You know where insecurity lies in the state. So you cannot just talk about insecurity.
But you know, if you sit down and listen to all the stuff we say every time, you think, I cannot leave Lagos. So I cannot. I mean, my friend was just laughing.
No, normally, everybody knows here that even the Southwest governors has made plan for their own insecurity by bringing in a Motokun, which is not happening in other regions. So you cannot compare that with what is happening in Plateau State. If they tell you now to travel to Plateau State, will you do that?
Plateau State. I can go to Jos.
We can go to Jos.
Not by road though.
No, I'll fly now. No, I'll fly.
Even Abuja.
Next time I'm going to Nigeria, I'm going to Kano. Next time I'm going to Nigeria.
Kano don't have much insecurity now.
Well, this is not business. So another thing in Nigeria, that is things I hated. Too many churches getting built everywhere. And the people building factories are the Indians and the Chinese. And they're exporting our agricultural produce and our solid minerals. And a lot of the export they're doing is also illegal. They're passing it through some channel. They have all these small vessels that they use depending on whatever they're sending. So government is not even fully, officially, a lot of what they're exporting is not on the books. And some of them are on the books, like the likes of Olam and so. So I met a couple of Indian people in Ogun State. We went to check out some warehouse, massive warehouse where they're putting a lot of cocoa. There's a lot of cocoa that they're piling up in there. And I saw another place that some Chinese are building. In the hotels, you see, well, they're Oyimbos. So it looks like us, Nigerians, have abandoned agricultural resources and mineral resources to the foreigners. And they are taking massive advantage of it. So Nigerians are looking for office jobs. Those guys are looking for your palm kernel, for your cocoa beans, for your guagum, for your robo, because they use it in pharmacies, for your what's it called, cotton. There's Nigerian coffee beans. I drank it in Ibadan. I was trying to buy a bag. A lot of it is sold out. Grown in Taraba, Nigeria, made in Nigerian coffee beans. It's one of my regrets that I could not buy some coffee bags. So there are things going on, and there are foreigners taking advantage of whatever is going on. But meanwhile, we just look for government jobs, white collar jobs, and complain and complain and complain. But when you travel, when you see any building that looks like something close to a warehouse, but you find out it's a church, that's built by the Nigerians. When you see the ones that's an actual warehouse, you find out that's built or leased by an Indian or a Chinese. It's mostly Indian and Chinese and a few Lebanese. So it's a disgrace. That's just the only sad part of it. It's just a disgrace. Because not only are they taking it, they're also cheating us. So a lot of it is not even being declared. A lot of what is getting exported. And they're exporting trees, cocoa, you name the
Yes,
resource.
I saw a clip once of an endless stretch of trailers packed with trees. And the guy was saying all of these things are going to China, just endless trailer after trailer packed to the brim.
Even cassava.
With trees. The deforestation, the ecological, whatever it is, they don't care about you, and you don't care about yourself. So it's
sad.
Please, who is to be blamed in this failure? Is it not the government?
It certainly is the government.
Thank you.
I don't blame the government in
no.
building.
See, let me tell you something.
Can I land?
Okay.
Can I land?
Okay, I'm listening.
It's not government building churches. It's individuals building churches. It's not government building factories. It's individuals building factories. So we can't just blame government for everything and anything. Government has their own blame. But if all of us look inwards and stop chasing just white collar jobs and start doing what these other foreigners are doing, at least we'll be doing our own part in spite of a bad government.
Please, can I come in here? Those people that are chasing white collar job don't have the capacity to build those things, those facilities you are talking about. But those guys that are building those churches, that have the capacity to build those factories, they don't chase white collar job. They're already doing well. So
they're doing well by building churches. Listen,
the reason why I say they're already doing well, because they don't need white collar job. In Nigeria, those that are running about looking for white collar job, they don't have the capacity or the resources to build such warehouse and have the ability to export them. Do you know that the wood that you saw that they're exporting to China, when they started doing the exports, the major people that export those wood are Nigerians. It gets to a time the Chinese people notice. Do you know what they did? They stopped Nigerians from bringing it to their country. So now they have to contract to their Chinese indigenes. So now it's you as a Nigerian, you go to the forest, you get the logs of wood, you have to sell it to a Chinese man. It says the Chinese man is the one to load it in a container and take it to China before they accept it. You understand? So now, and our government are seeing these things going on. They don't want to take. Now the Chinese government don't allow the Nigerians to export it to them directly. Why don't the Nigerian government stop the Chinese from buying it from the locals?
They can't stop them, but they can tariff it. They can tariff it.
Okay, they can tariff it. If they don't even tariff it, they can even. Nigeria will have trade. That is why when the other day you see Oshomole was very angry with this lady that's under Ministry of Trade and this day was asking her a simple question: what's the trade balance between Nigeria and China? She was babbling, talking something. These are the places that we are having those deficiency in trade. If Chinese put something like this, why don't you go and meet the government? Please look, your people, our people come to your country, they buy some things, you sell to us. Now want to sell to you. Why do you stop there? So I know I know where you are coming from. If we can have good mind,
But Nigeria does not have the leverage to make demands of China.
No, so actually, I disagree that China stopped them. You can literally go to Alibaba now, open a trading account, and I can tell you that you will get contract for hibiscus, you'll get contract for cashew nuts, you'll get contract for that. Nobody's stopping you. What I am seeing is the only places Nigerians are putting money is churches and real estate. You'll see a lot of Nigerians pulling money to build estates because estates is that you'll see a lot of new estates in different places, but you don't see people trying to do something industrial, sir.
Sometimes I don't know. I don't know how you describe. You see Nigeria sometimes. This Nigeria you're talking about, you think building factory is 1 naira stuff. At least you need bank support. Do you know our interest rate?
I know. Ekene, I know.
Compared to
I know.
other countries you are talking about.
I know. The same infrastructure.
Collecting loan from bank in Nigeria is just like committing suicide.
Wait, calm down, Ekene. The reason I'm pissed off is the same kind of building that you'll use for factory. Because a lot of factory, let's even say, okay, the factory is just to store and dry farm goods. Simple, not anything major. I'm not asking for too much. Just to store and dry goods. It's the same amount of money that you're going to use to build a freaking church because it's almost even the same building. Actually, I'm not going to forget about churches because wait. On my way to Omole Estate,
the church is a business too.
On my way to Omole Estate, passing that area and also Oregon, all those kind of like factory-like things, every single one of them is now a church, without an exception. So I'm not like trying to just talk all these things because Nigeria, I've seen a lot of Nigerians pool resources together to build this. They build real estate. A lot of real estate don't rent easily now, but they still build it. It's all over the place. In Ibadan now, Ibadan and Ikiri, they almost merge cities. It's just few more years, Ibadan and Ikiri will merge together. Real estate development has gotten to that point. So Nigerians, the things with what we do is we pick an area and we copy each other. So right now, everybody is just facing real estate.
Area that favors with the economy of the nation. You understand?
I don't know if it fails because a lot of those estates are empty.
It's just like when you buy an estate now, you cannot compare it to building factories because it keeps on appreciating. But building factories, the way inflation is going, you might know you don't know what will happen.
Ekene, in the southwest, there are a lot. In the southwest, when I was driving, I was just looking around. There are a lot of palm trees that are wild, and there are plenty of them. And I can tell you the only thing they're using those palm trees for is for to tap palm wine. And that is an area that is not even known for palm. It's the southeast that is known for palm plantation. And I was all looking at this like these are wild palm trees. Wild. And there are a lot of them. And so for people to just pull together and just say, let's create plantation, you can farm, right? And all you need is off-takers. Off-takers are going to be rich people or foreign people, but at least you can farm. Farming doesn't have to be the explicit of the north, right? Or your state, the entire 5 southeastern states is barely 10,000 square kilometers. Not even up to that. Maybe 5,000 square, more than Oyo State. Oyo State is almost the size of the 5 southeastern states combined. And there's so much land that can be farmed there. So if we even say, okay, there's insecurity in the north, what about the southwest? So what about
even the farming you are talking about, to go into farming, you still need to go and collect loan from the bank to establish the kind of farming you are talking about.
Those who
What
have collected, are they paying back?
Yeah, and there are specialized loan facilitations from the federal government as well.
A lot of people.
People are not paying back.
Can let's stop
They
chopping around
they
for
don't
excuses.
they don't have they don't have a good regulator for all those stuff. They just dash people money.
Let me make it
Even the
simple.
people that give that loan
In
are
the
into bribery and
southwest,
corruption.
All the people they give loans, those farmers, did they pay back? Are they not trying to chase them around?
Hold on. Yeah.
No,
let's
please,
stay within
that
what is
loan.
within
Do
our
you know the reason why they did not pay back the loan? They were giving the loan to the wrong people. They are
I
giving
don't want to
the
get
loan
into
to
all
the wrong
this.
people.
I don't want to get into all this loan
Let's
business.
not. Yeah, let Kulata make
Because
that
it's just going to go to the government, blah 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 bullshit. In the southwest, almost every family has someone abroad, right? The money sent that is sent back home, that many people just used to do this, do that. A lot of that can be channeled into farming. And I'm not talking about like small scale, bigger scale farming where people can pull resources together. Because you go to Nigeria, you give $100 is 100,000 naira. I saw what that could do within the short space in Nigeria. And you're telling me that people cannot pool those families, those private resources to gather together and
What
farm.
100,000 naira do in Nigeria of today? Tell me.
Listen.
No, not in
People,
Lagos now.
Not in Lagos.
Lagos is not Nigeria now.
Anywhere in Nigeria, just tell me what 100,000 naira can do the way
I can tell you that $100,000 outside of Lagos can do something significant. So what I'm saying is there are many things that can be done in spite of a bad government that we're not doing. I'm looking at land. I'm looking at wild palm trees. Why should we have wild palm trees? People just use it to tamper wine. We're not using the land. And that's just Oyo State that I'm talking about.
But are you blaming the people or are you blaming the elite for not bringing the science to? Because a lot of these everyday people in the interiors, they don't know the value outside of the value that they already know.
Let me put it this way, one man. The few people that know the value of what I'm talking about are dollar millionaires. They are the people that export your cashew to Vietnam to go process. Kwara State, if the doctor was here, Dr. Simba, he'll tell you the kind of cashew plantation they have. There are people that take cassava and make millions of dollars. There are very few people that have recognized these opportunities and are tapping into these opportunities. And majority of the people that I've talked to have no idea that all these things can be done because they've just not thought about it. It's not part of their thinking process. Their thinking process is very different.
Where is the responsibility? Where does the responsibility lie?
At this point in time, I don't want to even just say responsibility lies here or there. The responsibility lies in ignorance of someone ignorant of not looking at what can I do on this land. Also lands on the government for not enabling the area to do what's supposed to be done. But at the end of the day, you don't always have to wait for the government. While the government has their own responsibility, I'm just saying, in spite of a bad government, there's still things that can be done. So when you see all those things, if I did not meet the foreigners or one lawyer that just, went to come and lease his warehouse, he will stop telling me about it. If I did not get very close encounters like that, I would not be talking like this. I would just say, blah, 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 blah. Because these are people literally laughing at us, jackpying. Well, they come in with more resources than us. I get it. The foreigners, they have more resources.
More technology, more know-how.
But what technology do they have access to that me here or you there don't have access to? So they're coming to be millionaires in our own land. And we are crying and running away. But they are laughing like these guys are not seeing the opportunities that they are seeing. Or they figure out a way to pool resources. We need to figure out a way to pool those resources too. That's all I'm
Kulata,
saying.
with all these things you are saying, I expect you to lead the way.
Don't worry, Ekene,
Come and teach us what we
Ekene,
already know that is happening in our city. What I expect you that
leave story. I know what I'm
come and lead
doing.
the way. So when you are leading the way, you are telling us this is what you are doing. Then maybe we can join you.
I'll tell you
We
what
are part of. You are also
exactly.
in Nigeria.
I'll tell you exactly what I'm going to do later. But I'm
Not
not.
what
I
you are
won't
doing.
be.
And we want you to start doing it.
I'm doing
If it is
something.
easy the way you were explaining it, just come and lead the way. If
It's
you
not.
lead the way, then come to one man when tomorrow should tell us
I'm
that you are
not
leading
coming
the way.
to come and announce business I'm doing, but I'm going to tell you for a fact that I'm doing
If
something.
you even if you are, we can anywhere
What
you
I'm
are. If you say
can
we
you
should
just
put
let
it,
me finish?
we should put it together now.
Can I settle down?
I am doing something, and what I'm doing relies on Kano. That's all I'm going to say about that.
All right.
So
Are you revisiting old grounds in Kano?
yeah, of course, I've made my. Oh, I mean,
Because is this something that you've told me before?
because it's easier now. Because
Okay.
SGS that used to be in Lagos that does inspection, they're now in Kaduna, so you can use that dry port in Kaduna. So you can load your container essentially in the north and send it abroad.
Can I intervene?
Yeah, come in Prestige, and then after Prestige, we go on to Coco, who is a new voice emerging in the space. Yeah,
Right.
Prestige.
Like I said, Cabo, Kulata, nice to see
Look
you.
at that. What does carbo mean?
That's welcome. What do you mean? You think I
Look
don't?
at this
Because I
guy.
don't speak Yoruba well, like I didn't live in Yoruba land. But having said that, Kulata have issue with some of your stories because half of your stories kind of half bake, half truth, in my own
You've
opinion.
just come back. You've
It's
just
my
come back
Because
as
story.
I'm.
well,
Oh, hold on.
Prestige.
Just be quiet, man.
It
Let
is
me
my
talk.
story. You did not live what I lived. So what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. You don't live in Banana Island and I live in Jagule. So don't make that kind of statement. Yeah.
I
But
don't even
anyway,
understand what you're saying.
yeah, because you say I don't live the kind of life we live or whatever nonsense you're talking. But
I said
anyway,
you
let
did not
me.
experience what I experienced, what I saw, people
Okay,
I
brother.
talked
Let
to.
me talk. Just a minute. Yeah, I'm just saying the reason why I said some of their stories as kind of have truth. I mean, maybe you live a different kind of life. I didn't experience what you experienced because I was in Nigeria for 6 months. I just came back, this year. And
Six
my
months?
question, well, hold on. My question to you is that how long, before you went home? You don't have to give me the year or whatever.
No,
How
I've
long
not
before
been
you
to
went?
Nigeria in how many years now? 8.
Oh, okay. No wonder. So I'm not going to chastise you because it's just like somebody who hasn't been to Nigeria like she stayed 5 years, 10 years. When you go there, man, you feel like most of there's a lot of development. Everything you said about the development is true, but you didn't look for the other side of people suffering, which is there.
I
So
was
that's
in
what I'm
my
saying. But you see a
hometown,
lot of building has
Prestige.
been. But it's somebody that go home every year. You see, building it
Prestige.
just be like the same, a little bit of development.
Prestige. Let me put it. Let me give you an example. We
Okay.
had a party in Imo State. I did not go to that one.
Okay.
There were people begging for food. We had a party in my hometown. There were people begging for food. But
Okay.
I said I experienced the same thing as a kid. I saw the same thing. So that suffering has always been a constant. It's
But is
not
it
changed.
of the same level? Is it of the same level? That's
Exactly
my,
the same level.
okay.
And
I just need the experience. Go
yeah,
ahead.
it's my experience now. I mean, it's not yours, it's mine.
Oh, okay.
It's of the same level that I saw. They block, they'll come and pretend like, oh, to come and serve this table, and then you just see them take the food, go and put it in nylon bag, come back again.
Even here they do it. If you go to a black people party somewhere, like some of the neighborhood, they do that. So it's not anything uncommon. But I'm just saying the whole way you painting a very rosy
No,
picture,
but you
like
see,
everything is.
what vexes me is I see big construction going on that could have been a factory. Then I find out it's a church. Then I see big construction that looks like a factory. Then it's a factory, and then you look at who's behind it. Is it a Nigerian that built it, is leasing it to Indians and Chinese, or is the Indian and Chinese that built it? And then I spoke to one guy that just listed his own and talked about what those guys are loaded there. Cocoa beans that is going out of the country. Cocoa beans. All of us here probably is not thinking close to anything cocoa. And you have some Indian guys. These are not Olam guys. Oh. They're not from Olam. At least we know Olam. These are who knows what random place they work for. They've loaded that. They've dried it. They've loaded that warehouse full. That warehouse is in Ogun State. Full.
Hey, let me ask something. Did you like the new terminal? I thought it was nice, in my own opinion.
The new terminal, I mean, I flew out of the old one. Even the old one is decent now. At least the
Oh, you
escalator
did?
works. I flew out
Okay.
of the old one. But I when I was going out, I went through the new briefly, then went back to, because big airlines cannot fly to the big airplanes can't use the new terminal. So whatever.
Right.
Delta, I flew Delta and Delta used the old. And it wasn't that bad. I mean, last time I used it, escalator wasn't working. They had one, they used chalk to write that
You
your
talking
flight
about
is
the
blah
old
blah blah
one?
blah. The old one, but now the escalator works.
No,
Some ACs work.
the new one is very good because what happened was I just exploit. I mean, I know somebody that work over their customs, so he was able to give us some permission. My family, so we really exploit. Even when we was leaving, because we went there earlier. But it's very good.
Yeah, the new one is good. The new one is good because
But
that's
anyway,
where they have this security stuff. Like there's some the modern stuff there.
yeah,
Is
very
is
modern.
good.
Even
Yeah.
even the stair, like they have on Atlanta Airport where people walk. You can walk. You can be walking.
You can walk
Everything
like that. Yeah.
exactly is there. But anyway, nice to see you. I was
I,
wondering
I'm
where
not
you are.
going to say, I'm not going to like give one. People are suffering, but I did not see. When you leave Nigeria for a while, when you get back, it's like muscle memory. You just enter that Nigerian mode again. So the level of suffering I saw growing up is still the same suffering I saw. And to my surprise, I did not see, back in the day, you were expecting some random relative coming to ask for money. Not one. Maybe I was
Well,
fortunate.
they
Maybe I
they
was
didn't ask me.
fortunate.
Not necessarily. Some
Maybe I was
relative asked me.
fortunate, or maybe my face was strong. I don't know. But I don't know. But I did not experience that.
Okay, nice to see you,
Well,
man.
they don't notice you again now. They think you are a stranger. For somebody that has been away for almost 8 years,
They know you.
they already
Kenny.
forget you, Kulata.
No.
They forget that.
Do you now feel inspired to go more often, Kolata, after this trip?
Yes. I mean, I have to do some things. Like, I mean, because it's easier to do it now because you have inspection near the source. Because back in the day, if you have to truck something all the way to Lagos for the inspector, and people will work with the inspector, they will reject your goods, and then you'll have some people buy off your goods cheap, and then you're screwed. But now, what I was told, we're already mining lithium, right? I don't know if you guys know. And some have legit, some have illegit. I don't want to get into that because you better have all this expensive equipment to know the percentage of the ore versus the dirt. If you don't have that, you stand a lot of chance of having your stuff rejected. But even if it gets rejected, the thing is, if it gets rejected, you just have to sell it giveaway price. If you have those expensive equipment, you can check if you have time. The thing then is you need time and patience. Because if you don't have time and patience for the kind of job I do, I don't have that time. So you probably want to do agricultural produce, like stick to hibiscus, stick to guagum, stick to just agricultural produce. If you can secure a contract here, a monthly contract or something, you may want to stick to that. But if you want to do that solid minerals, that one is a bit dodgy based on what I heard. But those guys have those equipment where they can at least attestate that, okay, this is the percentage of the ore, and then SGS will definitely pass it. And then if it's from the north, it's straight from that dry port in Kaduna, straight out of straight out of the country. You don't have to even be bothering yourself. It's just from there, it's shipped. So it's better now. So anybody that's interested can do that. But then uh, I will not recommend anybody delve into solid minerals because it's probably too expensive and you don't have all the equipment and all. But for agricultural produce, soybeans, there's so many things, soybeans, cashew, all this stuff. You need to see what these foreigners are doing, man. It's painful when you see what foreigners are doing and then you see your people building church. You just feel it just leaves a bitter taste in
It's
your mouth.
dispiriting.
Is yeah, like church to your lawn. Like, come on, man. It's and it's everywhere. When you go, you can see. If you leave Lagos, you just see everywhere church, new buildings of church. Why? If pull more resources, you can build factory. Anyway, I mean, everybody will have his own experience, but that was my own experience, yeah.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you back, Kulata. So stay with us, Kulata. Let's take the conversation on to Coco, who joins us, I think, for the second time. Coco, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still.
How
Yes,
far?
I'm fine. One man.
All right,
What's up?
come into the
What's up?
conversation wherever. Do you want me to lead you through the conversation, or do you just want to? Do you want to start from Lagos State building this airport, or actually start here? On a custom records 313 billion naira revenue in 2023. So it looks as though now that controversial topic of people having to come through Lagos port, that's now been resolved, both from the example that Kulata just cited and this headline. Coco.
Okay. Yeah. Sometime in Nigeria we have some issue with information, dissemination of information to the public. Understand? Don't be surprised that this information about only port. It will only be few people that will get the information, the details, and they will keep it to themselves as usual. But because they are making profit without limit information. Uh-huh. So that's how it goes. So that's why some other people that are into the same business will still be shipping their goods from Lagos port, and it's not easy to move from Lagos to a new port. Like most of the importers already have their warehouse in Lagos, have some of their business in Lagos, then they have offshoot of their business in other environment. Now, when they open another seaport elsewhere, it's going to take them time. So it only take people that reside in that locality that are not into importation business, if they can put resource together and decide to import through their own route that is closer to their business domain. So that is one of the challenges, and you cannot compare what you have in One and what is in Lagos. So it's still going to be some challenges there, and there's one problem with transportation in Nigeria. When you talk about moving containers from a seaport, do you know that sometimes some businessmen, if you move a container from Apapa to Ibadan, or let's say from Apapa to Ojota, that's this equivalent, almost the equivalent of that amount is what you pay when you are moving that same container from Apapa to Ogbomosho in Oyo State.
Why is that?
Because those transporters will start giving you reason. They will spend almost equivalent money on the driver, the road, all those things. Because where the stress, most of the stress lies is within that Lagos axis. Because they spend more money to move anything up from the port out of Lagos to Ojota. So now you see that even when somebody when someone ship a container from Oni seaport to Onitsha, and someone ship from Lagos to Onitsha, the price difference in transportation will not be too much, will be less. So, and him not being used to the Oni seaport, he has been used to Lagos, so it's not easy for. It's just like in business. Before those new seaports to start operating fast, operating well like Lagos, they have to be a serious, deliberate marketing and strategic uh, way of getting those businesses that are close to that port involved. Because you just like where you live, if there is a mall that is close to your house that you regularly go, or maybe the mall is about 5 meters to your house, you regularly go there to buy items. If they open a new mall that is 2 meters close to you, still when you wake up or you wake up from your house, you want to buy anything, your from your subconscious mind, you are used to that mall that is 5 meters to you. You go there. It's when you get to that mall that I remember. No, I think there's no more. But already you are in the old one. So you may keep going to the old one, and left the new one because you are used to the old one. It's a normal thing.
All right, let me take you to a different topic. Talks in advanced stage. Sanwo-Olu reveals plans to establish Lagos Airline. Divided opinions on this. Akulata insisting it's a misplaced priority. Emeka somewhat are applauding it as a good idea. Where are you positioned with that?
I listened to Emeka submission and the Kolata submission. Both of them are actually speaking in a good angle. I may go with the both of them. One, not well. It's not like a completely misplaced priority. Understand? It's a good thing, but but what is happening in Nigeria these days, like there will be a lot of duplication of airlines in Nigeria. The Enugu governor, I had a conversation. It was interview. He was talking about Enugu Air. Now, Ibon Air is there. Now Lagos Air wants to come up, and when this three comes up, believe me, other states will still follow suit. Just like the duplication of airports around the whole state now. Every state governor now wants to build airport, and at the end of the day, just like what Kolata talk about a warehouse, there are things that a government can do, they can look into that will make their citizens to go out of poverty. Most of our government, the government these days, what they do is to go into any business or enterprises, or like sometimes white elephant project, where they will spend 80% of the state resources so that they can be able to siphon some of the money to their pocket.
Well, man, can I interject?
But I don't see anything too bad with the Lagos. Come on.
Can I interject?
You are free to interject.
Okay, one man, this airline we are talking about, you know that government in Nigeria don't know how to handle business. We have a lot of.
Lagos State does, though. Lagos State knows how to handle business.
I don't know about Lagos State, but the issue is this: Sanwo-Olu may have a good plan in that, but who will be the next governor of Lagos State? How is he going to continue with that plan? So is it not better he leave these things in the hand of the private sector? We have a lot of private sector running airline.
You know, it's going to be run mainly by the Lagos State will just be the facilitator. They will be the punch through that will facilitate for it. But it's going to be a PPP. So the stake in it will probably be owned by private finance. And then Lagos State will have about 20-25% just because it's coming under their name.
Well, I don't know, but you know, the only thing I know in Nigeria is that anything government or in the hands of government are there for looting. But when you have all these things in the hand of the private sector, they will handle it like their own business, run it, maintain it very well, like their own business. So I don't see government going in. I don't see the need of Lagos State government going into this. Lagos State have a lot of things to do, to invest in. So to boost economy in Lagos and productivity in Lagos, Lagos State need electricity, just like Kulata said. It's very important. So even the kind of electricity in Lagos is very, as in these days itself is very, very poor. Just see electricity once in a day in Lagos State. And they're not even discussing it. Those things are not in the table. You're talking about airline and all that. So the right thing that you have to do to provide electricity in a state like Lagos, in fact, in the Lagos State has the lowest. That they are the kind of as in they are very bad in electricity these days. So why not focus in improving that than all this airline? They want where they will amass money and all that, but they're leaving the important thing behind. So I don't know. The private sectors are already doing well in this aviation stuff, in this airline stuff. Why not allow them to continue to do their business? I see it as a form of interception and all that. Why they should allow the private sector? They are already doing well in that sector. It's not as if we are lacking in that area.
What about Ethiopian Airline? That's successful.
I don't know. I'm talking about my Nigerian stuff. We have a lot of private investors in that area. Allow them to continue. Don't interfere in their business, so that they can continue to do well and focus on governance.
Don't compare Ethiopian Airline and what we are talking about now.
Yeah, hold on. Let Coco land that point. Yeah.
I say don't compare the Ethiopian Airline with what we are discussing this night. Look at Ibon Air. Ibon Air was very good, but when the governor that actually initiated that plan left office, during the 8 years of this past government of Akwa Ibom, Ibon Air was silenced. He's just trying to come up again now from this new administration. So that is one of the challenges we have with our Nigerian government venturing into businesses. You understand? So if actually the Lagos Air is a PPP project, it's a welcome. It's a welcome idea. It's a good one since the private sector will handle it. But there's still other things that they can do with their finances that are more like when you do scale of preference. There are other things they can do.
So you are agreeing with Kulata that it's a misplaced priority?
Actually, it's a misplaced priority based on the needs of Lagos at the moment. Because if you do scale of preference, the Lagos Air should be on the opportunity for go. Unless if the private sector, we are going to invest like up to 60 to 70% of the total share of the business. I think it will be okay.
All right, brilliant.
Okay, can I come in, woman?
Yeah, come in, Baba.
Okay, I think we should put things properly in their perspective. I speak as an analyzer now, not because of maybe selfish interests. The Lagos model is a unique model in the governance in Nigeria, because the nearest thing compared to Lagos, I think, is Delta State, controlled by Ibori. It brought Iduagan. After Iduagan, there was a little bit conflict. He was absent. Also, the doctor came in, and also maybe some little conflict before this Urobo. I can't pronounce that Urobo name properly. But Lagos State has been consistently follow that model of succession of people who are competent. Sanwo-Olu, for instance, has been in Lagos State working right from the time of Tinubu. So before he even came into governance and take position as the governor, he has experience both in security and otherwise, because he was part of the formative directors or who are panelists that organize the Lagos State security funds and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is that Lagos State, you can own an airport in name only because it's a PPP project, the airport close to Ekpe, and they've given 4 years timeline. You can own an airport, own, inverted comma, I repeat, and not have your own airline that will use that airport as a home base, even if it's for local services. You understand? So it's part of the business. And Lagos State has shown that there is profitability in transport with the LBT, or what do they call those, the buses. I mean, nobody can say they are not doing well. And O&O, that is what you call Oando, has come to participate by supplying also electric buses. So it's a success, and I'm glad to hear that that cheap blue rail line 750 they charge every day, they are going to up it, because I've always complained here on the comment section that that 750 is too small. If they continue in that trajectory, they may run down that business. So they did it in time before the red line will start. So are they biting more than they can chew? No. They can stoke many fires. And for electricity, lest we forget, it's just about a year ago, I think 30 days before Buhari left, that he removed the electricity from the exclusive list. And the government is doing something about it. And there are many estates on the island today, as we speak, that are providing electricity for 24/7, because they can provide the appropriate kilowatt per naira for it, which is not 23 or so as we speak. I'm not being cold-hearted here, but it's question of profitability, workability, and bottom line, pure arithmetic. They are gradually getting there, putting the framework in place, because they have to dismantle what we have running now by the states and independently, truly independently, institute Lagos State Electricity Services. It's going to be cut down.
Baba, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you in Nigeria?
No, I'm in the US.
Are you in the APC government?
I'm a supporter of Tinubu, 100%.
Okay, no. That's not even why I'm questioning you, because you are speaking very authoritatively, like, you have the whole benchmark or the whole map strategy in Nigeria, what's going on in Lagos, or how the government is being run, like you have the blueprint or the data. I mean, is it not all speculation, or what you think, might happen?
It is not speculation. I don't need to tell you I call Lagos every day, but if you read a little bit out of the normal mainstream newspapers, you will catch the drift. Can I go on?
No, you go ahead. I wanted to ask you that, because, go ahead.
Yeah, I was even speaking to somebody on the panel, a well-respected person, even yesterday, though we didn't go too deep, but I know he will call me maybe tomorrow. We'll still talk about this. You understand? So what we need in terms of electricity is we should be prepared to pay more. But the services will come, and when it lands, it will be 24/7.
Baba, I don't think people will not eventually end up paying more. If you look at the amount of money that people spend on, I think on average, the average family spends about 4,000 naira, to at least 3,000 naira a day on petrol for gen. So if you are able to provide stable electricity, there's still quids in the overall budgeting of it.
You are right, woman. You forgot even to put the service charge or the servicing of the generator itself. So appropriately, you are correct. If you look at the cost of running your generator every day, You understand? And even my own diesel generator in Lagos, as we speak, it's putting what they're doing back home is they go to fuel station because diesel is now 1,000 plus. You understand? They go to fuel station, where they service car, they take the diesel drain. I mean, the fuel, the engine oil drained. They have this petrol station where they go for it, and they have a certain mixture of kerosene to the diesel. They do the measurement back in the house. You understand? Because some of them are very resourceful, and they mix it. The problem is the wear and tear on the generator is bad. So if that generator back now we're using is I think is about 6-8 years, it may drop to about 4-5 years, and the smoke is a little bit polluting because it's darker rather than very blue. But then, of course, then it's being run cheaply. So if you put it side by side by going for the 1,000 plus per liter diesel and what they are improvising back home, it saves me some money. So it's good for me. If I look at maybe the 2 years loss of operational life of the generator, or 1.5 years, I can live with it so far. So it's a question of arithmetic. I mean, it's just like the traffic is light right now in Lagos because it's not like you just hit the road. Because even with phone, people still hit the road in those days and come to your house and come and ring your bell as if there is no phone. We are used to that, just visiting, cruising around. That's not happening right now. We say very good thing. We put on our electricity. Some people don't even put their security light off. They forget 3-4 days, 5 days. Maybe if you visit, look at your security light is still on before they will even remember to put it off. So we need to learn how to live. We need to learn how to live like they live outside. Even right here, I was discussing with that gentleman 2 years ago. He was asking me, how much do I pay averagely for electricity here? And I told him, and it's exactly what he's paying too. What I'm saying here is that gradually, everything will come into place. Lagos State could be seen to be biting more than they can chew, but then in business, if you're serious, you can stoke many fires. That's my take.
All right, brilliant. Round up that space, Coco, and then we go on from you to, have you dropped even? Okay, we go on to Bishop, who has been waiting patiently. Bishop, you're up next. Bishop. Oh, I think we may have lost Bishop.
I was there. I thought you were saying that.
No, hold on. At the start, Bishop is up next. Let Bishop have a say. Good to see you at the start. Yeah, Bishop, you're up next.
Okay, good evening. I think, good evening, everyone. Welcome once again. Well, let me start from where Baba stopped. Even though I'm trying to remove emotions from it. It might be a very wonderful project, but I don't think it is a project for now. That's my view. And I disagree with Baba that every city that has an airport or state that has an airport has an airline. At least not where he is. I can assure him that not where he is. I know very well that Hatfield Jackson is owned by the county and the city, and they don't have an airline.
No, I didn't say every state. No, I said it is ideal if you have an airport, you have an airline. And I didn't go comparing outside. No.
Okay,
I didn't say I'm being specific.
Why? I mean, anything that will take Lagos forward, I like it. But from record, I mean, let's check very well. In Africa, how many airlines have been run profitably in the past 10 years? Not Kenya Air, not South Africa Airline, not Rwanda Airline, not, let's check them. The amount of subsidy that their government is sinking into them just to keep them for pride's sake. to keep them afloat. So we know the challenges. We always like to reference Ethiopian airline, but if we look at the challenges they faced too, and how they got to where they are, yeah, I like anything that would move Lagos forward. But considering the challenges Lagos is facing presently, if they have a lot of money and they have to prioritize, I'm sure there are other places they can put that money into that will be much beneficial to the teeming population. That is growing rapidly too, because the population of Lagos is growing very rapidly, and it's as a result of the quality of life there, even though some people will want to say it's about the worst place and the rest. But I still believe that there's a lot of ground Lagos needs to cover. If I want to be sentimental, I would say, oh, it's brilliant. Echo, yeah. I'm even thinking the name in my head, Echo Air and the rest. It might be, but I think it's an idea that should be put in abeyance for now. Let me get some other things right. Electricity, proper encourage other people to invest in electricity, build smaller cities, decongest, encourage people go into liaison with Ogun State to get some, because if Lagos State is already over congested, it's being pushed on the left, right, and center, and they're almost encroaching, they have extended into the sea. They can go into partnership with some other states. Come to Lagos about the expressway, part of Ogun State owned there, extend some things so that infrastructure, you can push some population to go deep into those places. Healthcare, tackle healthcare, primary education, primary healthcare. The part that Lagos State is holding is doing well. Some local government in Lagos too, they are doing well, compared to other states, but they can do better. They can actually do better. And make a policy of, look, we have 3 years. Any out-of-school child in Lagos will be arrested and their parents will be sent to jail. Make such, that kind of a policy, because people come into Lagos every day and put children or underage children to be hawking. People live in bachas, people live in the one they call bacha, what do you call them? This makeshift building. People come from everywhere without plans of where they are going, how they are going to stay, and they keep adding to the challenge of Lagos. Lagos has not properly gotten 100% right the idea of waste management. There's still a lot of ground to cover. I am not completely against it, but compared to what is on ground, I think it's an idea for the future, not the immediate.
What about if the idea is not actually, is Lagos only by name and is actually being sponsored by private money?
Yeah, well, if private money wants to go into airline and Lagos State wants to flow, they want to be the one that will just be like the umpire of it. That's fine. It should come. It's a public. Lagos is a public. Sanwo-Olu has done very well. Except for his lethargic, and what do I call it now? Very slow response during the NSAS that I find very worrisome. Because it seemed then he was PPC arsonists and people that were hell bent in destroying Lagos. And at least I expected him to have stood up to them once during that exercise, and he was cutting and begging. That was the only time I had issues with him. And I seriously called him out, because that thing would have been nipped in the bud. So he's done very well. Apart from that, he's forward-looking, he's ambitious, he is fast and very effective thinker, by my own assumption. People that have not been in a position of leadership will think that it's a piece of cake or bread and butter until you are asked to come and lead an landlord association. You will know. Sometimes it kind of calls. Yeah, of course, it's easy to criticize and to cast aspersion and to call people names, call them idiots, call them brainless, call them. It's easy. It's easy when you are looking at it from the fringe. I've been in a position whereby I had just less than 400 staff that I need to take care of. Honestly speaking, blood pressure because they will call you at very unholy time. Ungodly time. One day, sorry for that. One driver was trying to siphon fuel in the middle of the night, and the cover of the tipper fell and hit him on the head. Me that did not send him messages, me they called. One was going to run an illegal operation one night. They went somewhere. He forgot that he did not, when he dropped the sand, the gravel, the stone, he forgot that he did not drop down the bucket of the tipper. He ran and it destroyed almost 20 poles because he was trying to run away from the place. It's me that did not know anything about it. I was sleeping how many miles away that they had to call. So all these things, the box stores at his desk. So, I mean, we should appreciate the challenge of leadership once in a while. I'm not saying that we cannot call them out. So for me, I think there are other challenges. But if it is 100% going to be financed, and Lagos State is just providing like the land, the environment, the conducive environment, and the rest, well, so be it. One thing I can say is this: they will run it very well. Apart from unnecessary criticism, which I believe they are beginning to get used to now, they are criticism that they will address. Because people will say jump. When you jump, they say, oh, you know, jump rich. Other people say, oh, you jump too high. And when you listen to cacophony of voices, you just realize that you get to a point, you just say, you know what, I'm not doing anything again. If they do it, I'm sure they will run it well. Very profitable, I don't know. Profitability depends on several factors. But I don't know what Lagos is now, but I look forward to a Lagos that will be the Lagos of everybody's dream that we can always celebrate. I know we're not there, but we're going there.
All right. Let me take you here. Supreme Court upholds 5-year jail term for former Nigerian lawmaker Farouk Lawan over $500,000 bribe allegation. So I'm not quite sure. We have been tracking this storyline all the way through when it first started. I never had the sense that Farouk Lawan would get a jail term for reasons of being a northerner. But are you in that space? And what are your thoughts that a nemesis finally catches up with a top-ranking corrupt politician in Nigeria?
Well, yeah. I mean, I really was surprised if they did gone any other way because it was a watertight case. I mean, I was responding to someone earlier that was saying, "Oh, why are they jailing him? It's because this. Yeah, Tinubu is president. That why not the giver? Why are they changing the charge?" And I responded to him that if you know the story, you will not be talking like this. I mean, the guy was demanding bribe. And
he was caught on tape, wasn't he? And it was marked notes as well.
Yes,
because Otedola, he tipped off the authorities. Yeah.
Otedola'S reported to the authorities and they asked him to play along. So he became kind of an agent provocateur. And it was even the DSS that gave him the money. So it was a watertight case. So if we want anything to do with fighting corruption, semblance of fighting corruption, honestly, those people, I mean, look at how they made a mess of the case of Oji Uzakalu. Look at the one they are doing with Fayoshe. Look at what we are doing with Fani Kayode. If we are really serious, we should have like 2, 3, 4 dozens of these men in jail. Then it should serve as a deterrent. And if you want to go, I read that they are reopening some of the governor's cases. I don't know if Tinubu will have the boldness to be able to go the whole hog, because I saw some other governors, Theodore G. and the likes. You know,
Bishop, I have it here. EFCC reopens corruption probe against former governors. So Sule Lamido, over $1 billion. Kayode Fayemi, Rabiu Kwakwanso, Ayo Fayoshe, as you just said, Aliu Wamako, Bello Matawale, Abdullahi Adamu, who was their former chairman, Danjuma Goje from Gombe State, Theodore Oji, Namani, Sullivan Chime, who was from Chine, and then Temipre Silva, Peter Odili. I can't quite see Peter Obi's name here, so I'm not quite sure. And Sadia Umar Farouk.
Even Obiano was arranged yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yes, and I heard that what's his name went to visit him in his hotel. So showing solidarity, Charles Soludo.
Well, the truth of the matter is this. I don't know how far they can go. You can't. I mean, putting all those in the fire now we just can cause a lot of distraction. But we must let justice. Not just that justice must be served; it must be seen to have been served. The case of this guy was so very clear, and it will be a disservice. It should be a miscarriage of justice to have done it. From everything, I think he should be out anytime this year because he served up to that 5 years. It's 9 months.
Has he been in custody all this while?
Yeah, I think it was in custody. Was he granted bail? No, he was not granted bail.
I don't know. I'm just.
No, he was not granted bail. If he was not, Bishop, it should be out. 8 times 5, that's 40 months. This thing happened, I think, early Buhari's regime.
Yeah, 2007.
It started under Goodluck. It was 2012 that it was.
That was when the thing happened. But the trial started in 2019 or 2018.
Yeah, but that's even for 40 months.
No, we should take it from when he was jailed. He was jailed, then he appealed to the appeal court.
So was he given appeal bail?
Yeah, he should be getting ready to get out now. All things being equal, he should be. I mean, if it is.
Or was he on appeal bail?
Say that again.
Was he on appeal bail?
No. I don't think so. That's what we need to confirm. I don't think he was released on bail while the appeal was pending. No. I mean, when you have been convicted, you don't stay execution of that one. You continue to jail while your appeal goes on. I mean, the same thing happened to Bode George now. I mean, he was in jail while he was fighting.
Bail was turned down, but Ojikari was granted appeal bail.
No. Was he? No, he was not.
I don't know.
I think Ojikari was because he then went back into.
Yeah, he was granted appeal bail.
But hold on. I thought they said the process. It was because of the process that they released Kanu. I mean, they make it a process thing, and that's my understanding.
That was the Supreme Court. The case he took to Supreme Court, and that was when he was now released. Oh, okay. He was in jail. Oji Uzor was in jail for over a year. Check it out.
Okay. Yeah, I know about that. You're right. I was just saying the case was adjudicated based on
the process. Jail. They only said that the judge that passed the judgment shouldn't have, and because the case had been on for almost 10 years, so they elevated the man to the appeal court, but he has already finished the case. So just to go and deliver the judgment, they say it was wrong. So I mean, that was a crazy thing. If no judge can continue from a trial, then you should let somebody exhaust all his trial before you elevate him to the next, because the amount of money that was spent on almost a 10-year trial. So it was not like Oji Uzor was not guilty. It was just because on that stupid technicality of, the judge had already been promoted to the appeal court. So let me just round up by saying, look, we have a lot of battle to fight. It is good to try and see how we can use technology. How do we call it now? To prevent all these things. I think it will cost much less to prevent them, because if they actually put all these governors on trial, really proper trial, more than 90% of them will end up in jail. Even the ones that are dead, they will still go and bring their corpse and put them in jail anywhere they are. And I'm not saying whether one governor from one place or the other. It's just the level of their stealing that might vary. Some people might steal very brazenly, but almost all of them have something. And some can be, I will not use the word.
Are you surprised that they have not reopened Peter Obi's case as well? Do you think it was more, they buckled at the politics of it, that they've not reopened Peter Obi's case?
Peter Obi really, Peter Obi has no case in the real sense of the word, because the case was actually kind of the only case or two cases he had was kind of almost settled amicably before he finished his tenure. That case of 250 million, is it 250 million, 450 million cash that I said he was willing to use to pay contractor and the rest. You know, I don't think they should. I don't think they should waste time on that. There are big fishes. I mean, people were talking of people that collect kickbacks of billion, 10, 20 billion, and people that mismanage, that ran their state down completely. So if we can use a few as example to show that, look, hey, the anti-corruption agencies now can bite, not just buy back. I think it will help us. Carrying all those number of persons and putting them and bungling the case, just spending money unnecessarily, I don't think it's going to give us anything. I think it's just going to throw a spanner in the wheel of the little progress we're making. But strengthen the anti-corruption agencies, let them do their job very thoroughly. If they catch you, one, even if it's only on one or two cases. Okay, look at Odili that you mentioned. How many years ago Odili got an injunction? In fact, they named it perpetual injunction against arrest, against investigation, against prosecution, against arraignment. Who does that? And the wife was in the Supreme Court for how many years? So for me, it's just going to be a waste of time. But good thing for Farouk Lawan. At least let's use him as an example so that other people can learn.
Oh, okay. The space then of digitalizing land ownership in Lagos, long overdue. And this is a real, because if there were three things that I've always looked to Lagos to achieve, the ones collateral earlier on, electricity, which we all are, and then security. And I think because of the volume of people in Lagos, somewhat relatively secure, but certainly land ownership. You know that would revolutionize investment in that space. Because the one thing that's always baffled me is that you buy land and then you're not able to own it. But it looks as though now that's about to change, Bishop.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. I celebrate it, even though it's coming a little bit too late. I was privileged to listen to a conversation many years ago when El-Rufai was governor of Kaduna State. It was in one of the Big Shots guest house. And he was talking of replicating that in his own state. Unfortunately, he had to stop to get out of being a governor and get to Kaduna before he did it. When he launched Aegis, Abuja area, whatever geographic system, something, that year, when he was the minister. And they talked about it in Lagos. And that's why I'm saying, yes, Lagos has had it. I don't know why it took them this long to be able to implement it. To completely digitize every piece of land in Lagos. Look, what is going to help us to do is this. I don't know, people will say, oh, you don't want the poor to breathe. You don't want the poor to breathe. People that have, what's that, Baba? What's that? Is it Makoko? That water slum.
Makoko.
Look, any governor that we call that his heart will be in his back. His heart will be a heart of stone that will clear Makoko, will be doing Lagos an eternity of good. Everybody just, where says who? Look, they did not own that water. It's just a place that is an ungoverned space that people have taken over the years. I know when they demolished Morocco. And people began to move. Say that again, sir.
I said they will invoke Ailala, and Morocco was military. Don't forget.
I know. Yeah, well, I understand. When they did Morocco, I was there. I knew when they did Morocco. And look, Lagos is better off for that destruction of Morocco to today.
Yeah, and everybody, even though we oppose it then.
Everybody, yeah, of course, I know. Everybody is grateful that it happened. And the same way we will celebrate it if Lagos.
But they deceived us, Bishop, don't forget. They told us it's going to be for housing. And we were telling them then that it's for elite development. They denied it. But we know the story today.
Well, maybe everybody will pay more attention because, of course, everywhere in the world, there are choice areas that it's only people that can afford it that will go there. There are places in the world, everywhere in the world. I mean, you people that live in London, when we used to play Monopoly in those days, we talk of Piccadilly, we talk of Mayfair, we talk of any man that wants to come from Madikule, from what is this, their borough, to say you want to come and live in Mayfair. You know? So, if it is choice and it's going to bring development So be it. Everybody cannot live in Lekki. I cannot live in Lekki because I cannot say, except I want to go and live in Banana Island inside my dream. And when I wake up, I will still be where I am. So if we begin to say, then we will not allow the kind of development that we expect for our urban cities. At some point in time, some couple of years ago, London made driving through the city of London to be expensive. The simple reason is they want to discourage too much commuters. They encourage people to share ride. What do they call it? Pool ride. So pool ride. So for me, yes, Lagos is on the path. Yes, we need to do more. What they did is very good, even though I believe they should have done it like probably 10 years ago.
All right, Bishop.
Utilization of the land, whatever.
All right, Bishop. Let me take you to one more space, and then I'll go on from there to Raphael, who is joining us for the first time. Okay. On a custom records recorded 313 billion revenue in 2023. So I think it's very now difficult for people to continue to complain that infrastructures are not spread around the country and it's been narrowed to Lagos essentially. So what are you then making then of this profit-making port in the east?
In the past 10 years or 15 years or more, there has been no time that an airport was not functioning. That's one. At some point, because I was using an airport in Port Harcourt, at some point, it's just that it is very difficult for you as a private shipper to use an airport because it is so expensive. In fact, it is almost twice cheaper to move your container from Lagos to Onitsha than to move it from an airport to Port Harcourt. It is easier to move your container from Lagos to Warri to Asaba than to move it from, or to Benin, than to move it from an airport. Clearing, I tried it. I cleared in an airport one time. I don't know how they used to say this thing in English. And all I was trying to clear were scientific equipment for educational purposes. Because we were setting up an oil and gas training institute. And so we had some good equipment that were donated by some of our partners, approach in Canada and in the UK, to clear it. So, and I had to meet one major individual that used to import from there. He owns a construction company. I would not want to mention his name. And he told me openly. I think who was in charge then? It was Intel that monopolized everything. So it was really, really expensive. So the idea that no port in the east was working is not correct. An airport has always been functional. The only problem is that it was expensive. And the reason why it was expensive because it was mainly being used by the IOCs, the oil companies, the Schlumbergers of this world, Panapina, Shell, Ajib, name it. So 90% of the time when you get there, you always see their face and they give them priority at all times. So it's not like it's not functional. If they can open it up, break the monopoly that Intel used to have on it, and allow it to be operational.
Intel is Atiku, isn't it?
That Intel is Atiku.
Yeah.
With this other Whoopi.
But he said he has sold his shares.
He sold his share to
do you know who he sold it to? Because the company.
He said a company in Atlanta, a company in Texas, rather. He said he sold it to $100 million.
The company
is a company in Italy. Italy.
The ownership.
No, Volpe is the owner. Gregory Volpe is the owner with his family. Yeah.
Yes. So it was a company that bought his own share from him before in 2019 election or something.
In fact, that share has been going up and down. OBJ, Abasha, I think he uses it to trade with any ruling government.
Yeah, but he was really monopolizing a lot of things in Intel. Intel was doing completely rubbish, nonsense job with our ports there. They were in control. Honestly, I'm not saying this
Not
because
only
I have
Intel, Nicotis also.
nicotine. Yeah. I'm not saying this because I have any authoritative any authority, but I
Information.
believe that there are lots of illegalities, illegal operations in drugs, in arms, and what have you that have gone on unnoticed in a number of our ports. A lot of them. Our territorial water, the integrity of our territorial water have been breached over and over. I can say that. I won't just mention names. I can say that very, very authoritatively. At least I live in the coastal area of Port Harcourt, Calabar, Delta, and the rest. And I operated in those areas quite well. So for me, yes, if they can open it up, they can do better. But one thing I will tell you is this: if they told you they made 330 billion, woman and the panel, I can assure you they made 1 trillion. It's just what they chose to declare. Because it is not digital, it is not digitalized. How do I put it? It's not electronically being what do you call it? If every penny that that comes in is well accounted for, I can assure you they made more than 1 trillion. Because all these IOCs were still, ships were betting in their dozens, in their numbers. So it's okay. Let's hope they do better next year. Let's hope there is more and better accountability. And above all, let's hope going forward in Nigeria, customs will not be a revenue agency. Let them stop. Let them do the job of manning the, what do you call it? Let income be entirely for another different body that is set up for it, and let us centralize it. This idea of custom collecting here, this one collecting there, because I can assure you they made twice what they declared.
You're right in what you just said.
What is correct is being implemented right now. I think from this financial year, they don't even touch money anymore. It goes straight to the federal purse.
Yes, to inland revenue or something. They should not have any interactions with money, customs there.
Yeah, sorry, please permit me to just chip in something on what Kulata was saying.
Are you gone?
I did not want to. There was a video I saw yesterday. That one man in was it Abba that said on the Thursday morning that people were praying. Look, I'm a Christian who don't.
Yes, I saw that clip as well.
But we are in trouble if we continue to go the way things are going. We are being enslaved every day by this religion, whatever. And it's becoming very sickening, extremely very annoying. People will go to church and pray from morning till night, praying for job. Everywhere, when Kulata was mentioning those areas, I know those areas in Luboju side, where I know a number of warehouses that were warehouses that were functional. I'm not saying it because I'm against church. I'm saying it because something is wrong, fundamentally wrong with us. If we are selling our factories and our industries, we are converting them to churches to go and be praying for job, and people are in church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there's something is wrong, fundamentally wrong with us.
Let me show you something, Bishop. This is going to be part of what Dupsy will be talking about in her session. Carry on. I'll find it for you in a moment.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
No, go on.
So for me, I agree with his. I can understand this position of his pay, and I'm a little bit not worried, not surprised that some people are seeing it from a different perspective, because we don't always agree on almost everything. I can see where he's coming from. We're spending productive hours, productive time in prayer houses. Who did this to us? Everybody is setting up churches. Look, what happened, just briefly, what happened to that bishop in Lagos? Lagos is setting is like a pace setter now. I think we should change Oyo State from being the pace setter state and give it to them in Lagos State. Lagos is a pace setter now. Do you know there is a guy that used to have one randy guy that used to have a church in Abuja. I don't want to mention his name because I don't want them to sue you for slander or for whatever.
Oh no, I think we're discussing that.
No, I know.
Is it Feyi Daniels? Feyi Daniels.
No, I know. Feyi Daniels is the convicted one. There was another one in Abuja.
There's another
that one in Koza, whatever name. I don't want to mention.
Oh
He's
yes,
in London now.
No, that guy is a punk. Yes, I know who you. I can't remember his name.
Be careful, man.
You know, he used to be a cultist here at university.
Yes,
be careful, man.
those accounts against him, Baba. Those accounts, those people that accused him, their evidence, it was stronger than the one in Lagos. But because Lagos has a law that is setting the pace, whether you are molest a minor, whether you are a rapist, whether you are
sorry. Those words, don't use those words. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Okay, whether you molest,
don't use find it triggers YouTube. That's why.
I understand. I'm not using that one. Is the MO1 trigger too?
Yeah, it's a trigger word. Yes.
Okay. So Lagos is setting a whatever, and that takes us back to where Rufai was coming from. That when he said emphatically, we need to regulate religious practices. Otherwise, it will be a field day for charlatans. Every newcomer,
they're trying to do that in Lagos. There was this clip that I saw that on a working day of the week, these people then rolled out of their mosque onto a major road, and they took over that major road for their prayers, and they just rolled out their mats in Lagos.
I think my 12 area.
Yes.
We should stop all those. I mean, not just you are praying with microphone. You can block major road. If you are
what about the noise?
The noise. Well, that's what I'm saying. The microphone. The speakers. Rather, when you put speakers outside of your place of worship building, and we are breeding all manner of charlatans, criminals in the name of churches, in the name of pastors and the rest, and they are enslaving people. The musician said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. It is time people free themselves. Going to church on a Thursday morning and remaining there all through. I caught someone one day, and he said on a Monday morning, some few months ago, something like that, and they said it's in the church. I said, you're in the church on a Monday morning, what are you doing? And they were there almost all day. Said they're having a special program. You're spending how many hours in the church on the Monday morning? Are you kidding me?
What do they tell their employers? They lie. Either they are sick or so while they are going for prayers. How do you expect that God?
Let me tell you this, Bishop. This is somebody I know personally. He'd been looking for a job for quite a while, and then he got this driving job. I think it was at Unifair. And then on the day that he was meant to start, he went to church. And is going to that church to pray for a better life. I mean, it's just it's a thing. Let me give you this headline. It says this is the headline I was looking for you, Bishop. It says my wife gets too involved in church activities. Man tells court. So this is the narrative of a fed up man who has taken his wife to a customary court to say enough is enough. If she wants to be married to the church, then he's happy to release her. But that religious space.
I'll respond to that with just one sentence. One sentence, if you don't mind. And that sentence is this. And I apologize if some people are going to get cross with me. Our churches are destroying more homes and families than building.
Correct.
They are breaking more homes. Wives are more respectful to their pastors and their bishops and their GOs than their husband and their in-laws and even their father.
Correct.
So the churches, rather than building homes, are actually destroying homes.
But one thing, Bishop, these women at times they just took it upon themselves. I know cases of where a woman will take the choicest part of a meal and ask the house help to take it to the pastor. Not because they have any relationship, but they just think there's a special blessing for that. How about that?
Because they've been brainwashed.
Exactly.
Because they've been brainwashed. The God will deliver them. I agree with Walata.
Sorry, land your point, then I'll come after you.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, that initiative that we were doing, sending money to all the dual regions. Do you remember?
Yeah, I listened to them.
Yes, when those people, when they report it to their churches, the church will slice 10% of them. He will say, you see, was that prayer that I said? They will slice 10% out of what we are sending them to. They will slice 10% out of it. Unbelievable. Should we go start a church, Bishop, and just collect money from Muguns?
An actor has done that.
So in summary, I agree with Kulata's position, and it is painful to watch, to see these things are happening. And when people want to come in defense and say, oh, no, let's remove emotions and sentiment. What is bad? Yeah, government has its own industry and the rest, but when industries are folding up, small cottage industry, little ones, I said the other time here that the rate at which people steal as place of work, small farm, with how many eggs? Everybody wants to steal egg every day. They want to steal chicken every day. Set them under their parts when they come. So that habit, this habit of every day you must steal, it kills. You don't understand how much it kills and destroys that business. Somebody was saying how much business. Okay, that's okay. How much business can 100,000 do? I'm not talking of 100,000. I started a project that I wanted to do some time ago. I bought some land to plant palm nuts. What do they call them? Palm nuts, no, palm trees for palm oil, palm kernel. And in Ibadan, as we speak today, if you want farmland, you can get farmland for 100,000 naira per acre, not plot. There are places in Oyo State, Ibadan environs, you can get 100,000 per acre, depending on location. Ishani Road, there is one I'm processing there now. That's about 350,000 per acre. Per hectare, not one plot, per acre. So there are places, and it's just that we don't want to start small anymore. Everybody from secondary school wants to be Yahoo, wants to drive Lexus, wants to drive car. Nobody wants to ride bicycle. Nobody wants to start small. Nobody wants to build anything. Everyone just wants soup done. You done ready. So if we continue in that, then we are in big trouble. We need to regulate religion. We need to go back to the basics and get certain things right. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That was the excellent Bishop, of course. Of course, that's the excellent Bishop. Excellent delivery by Bishop as always. So let's welcome Raphael to the platform. I think you're joining us for the. Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Raphael? Raphael Obadina. Raphael Obadina. On mute. Click on the mute button. Is it Raphael or Raphael or Obadina? Are you there? You have to click on. You see that thing that looks like a microphone that has a slash across it. You have to click on that to unmute yourself. Raphael or Obadina. All right, try and walk your way around that. As soon as we hear your voice, I will come to you. So as we wait for Raphael to walk his way around on the unmute button, let's go to Man of Prestige, who has mastered the unmute button. Prestige, you still there?
Yeah, one man greeting to everybody that has spoken. Everybody has spoken well. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. You sound like you're ready for bed. It's only 7 o'clock where you are.
No, it's not even 7 o'clock. Remember, we are 9 hours, behind you. You are looking at it from the Eastern Standard Time,
It's 4:58 there.
We are. This is California. We are 9 hours behind it.
So what time is it now? What time is it where you are?
It's about 4:57
Exactly.
minutes.
Gosh,
Yeah.
it's nearly 2 a.m. here.
Yeah, yeah. I know.
What's
We're
a
about 9
Friday
hours.
night? What's a Friday night for you? Have you hung up your clubbing boots? You don't.
Man, what are you talking about? Old man like me. Well, I dey go for old people lunch.
No,
So
there's a club for everybody now.
no, not in not no no. I've done that a long time ago. Not anymore. Maybe we go out. Friday night is normally the family dinner night. We go out. We go out for dinner. So that's what we normally do. But
Where
we
do you go to? Do you go to Nigerian places or you go to?
yeah, I like night.
Do you have Nigerian restaurants where you
Yeah,
are?
oh yeah, we have a lot of Nigerian restaurants, here, in San Diego, but the best sometimes, we go because we're in La Jolla. So La Jolla is a little bit different, a little bit farther away from, so it's like about maybe about 45 minutes to LA. So sometimes we go to LA, but San Diego is about an hour and a half to LA. So or 2 hours, depending on where you're coming from. But sometimes we go to LA. I think my best restaurant is in LA. That's where I normally go and eat. My best fufu na mala and the ofo. Because when I go to Nigeria, the place I normally go is called, in Victoria Land is called Amala Joint or Morocco, Amala Morocco, Amala. That's the place. I like Amala a lot because it's very soft.
I like it too because it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't stay. It doesn't. It just washes. It's
No, it
not
doesn't
like
stay.
pounded yam that
No,
would
no, no.
just it
I mean,
will
I
knock
eat
you
pounded
out.
yam, but if you give me, because I eat pounded yam when I eat like vegetable soup, which we call ofo, where they use okra and other kind of things to make the ofo. But I do that when I go to Imo. But when I'm in Lagos, the first thing when I landed, I'm going to get my amala. I mean, I love that. I love that.
Is it after you've eaten that amala that you feel that you've really landed?
Yeah, honestly, I do. I mean, I give you my two favorite place for where for Victoria Island, the Amala joint, Morocco, Amala. They are very, very good. That's where and I normally eat. I don't like pomo, and when they put, I say no. Neither a little bit of beef, but most of it is fish. I don't eat a lot of beef. Definitely
I
not
don't
pomo.
eat beef at all. I eat goat meat. Yes.
Yeah, I eat goat meat too, but my favorite, I like everything with fish. But that pomo, please don't bring it close to me. I don't
Well,
know if I've eaten it.
Prestige, what about fuku? Do you eat fuku?
Fuku, what is fuku?
It's the diaphragm.
Huh?
It's the diaphragm.
Oh, okay. No, I don't think I've tried it, but amala is my favorite food. Then ofo with which is the
Uh,
vegetable.
have you eaten amala in Ibadan?
No, where they told me that they have a place in Amala in Ibadan, where they have joint, one of the best Amala. No, I have not. I've seen a lot of them on YouTube, and a friend of mine told me, no, I have not gone.
I was in two places. I went to Amala Sky, which is kind of like normal. Then I
Okay.
went to Ajia. What's the name of that place in?
What you
Ah,
want is a Muslim sounding name woman to make you amala. That usually works.
No,
Mama
to
Silifa,
me,
Mama Silifa.
Kulata, I don't care what he said. That Amala
Mama
joint.
Adija, Mama Adija
They know how to
in
make amala.
Adeoyo. Mama Adija in
Okay.
Adeoyo.
Okay, but that Amala joint for Victoria Island, oh my God. I mean, the
No,
food.
you need the one in
You
Ibadan.
know, those two words don't go together. Amala and Victoria Island. You don't want to
You
be.
see,
You don't
in
want them to
Ibadan, they
have.
are killing the cow beside you. I mean, they're killing the
Oh
cow.
no, I don't want to watch it. It's just
Forget
I
all
don't want to
that.
watch you kill
You
chicken and
see,
let me
it's
eat
turned
chicken. No.
into it thinks chicken comes from a cellophane bag in a supermarket. You
Yeah,
don't know
I mean I eat it. I
that.
understand what you're talking about, kulata. It's fresh and
You
everything.
see,
That's
the
understood.
meat
But
is so fresh. It's like you're eating it raw.
yeah,
It is
definitely. But I
so
don't want to
fresh.
witness. I don't want to witness the killing. I mean, all those blood and everything. I mean,
I mean,
everybody's different.
I'm already missing Nigerian meat, man. I'm already really missing.
No,
There is
that
the
is.
yaba too.
Do you sense you eat in Nigerian restaurants wherever you are, and then of course you've gone home? Is there a taste difference in what you get in Nigerian restaurants and what you get in Nigeria itself?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I don't know because it's a Nigerian environment, make it differently. It tastes different. It tastes more organic. I mean, the one they cook here, and I mean they use something, but it's just different over there. Maybe they use the writing because most of them is processed. not necessarily processed. I mean, it's not as lively as it is when they, when they package it and bring it here. But it's completely different, in my own opinion. I don't know about Kulata or other people what they think about it, but in my own different, it feels different. Maybe I don't eat a lot of here. Like when I go to Nigeria, when I go to Nigeria, even when I stay in a hotel, I don't eat any burger. I mean, of course, I don't eat burger or whatever. I don't know the last time. Maybe almost about a year since I eat burger. I don't eat burger. I don't like beef. But anyway,
Yeah.
so when I go to Nigeria, I don't eat any foreign food.
Yes,
Me too. I don't.
No.
I don't
yeah.
eat anything that is not like local, very.
Exactly.
You know,
I,
when I last went to Nigeria, they tried to take me to a burger joint, and I said,
"Oh my God,
why would you want to take? Why? How do you think I got this fat? I want to escape the burger.
Yeah.
That's why I came home now. So take
Yeah,
me to
somebody
Mama
the
Put.
last time somebody said, "Let's go to Kentucky joint," in Lagos. I said, "You crazy? You go and get it and come meet me here." But anyway, yeah. But it's good to be in Nigeria. It's very good. Kulata need to be coming more often, man. It's good. I mean, like you properly
I
stated.
agree. I agree. I agree.
I mean, like you properly stated,
Maybe we'll do
it's
a
good.
one-man went-to-more meetup in Lagos. We all travel down for maybe on a Christmas something. Yes.
You do that. I'm always in Lagos every Christmas, so it's nothing new to me. I have to go home every year. So yeah.
All right,
But before we proceed, let me talk to my friends here. The whole Nigerians. Tomorrow is 3 p.m. Please, everybody, your support and pray for Nigeria. We have to beat Cameroon. Please, I'm a soccer fanatic. 3 o'clock p.m. That's when Nigeria is playing. Your
Amen.
support,
Oh.
Nigeria.
I won't be able to even sleep tonight. I
Oh,
look
okay.
forward to
Thank you, Baba. Yeah,
good.
with
Good
me
18
now.
no Premiership tomorrow, so
Uh-huh.
it's a free day. I'm not going to watch FA Cup. I'm going to be in meditation
Yeah,
because
even
it will
people who
be
don't care about soccer,
devastating.
like one man, just said Nigeria is going to beat Cameroon. That's good enough. Yeah.
I want
But
Nigeria. I want Nigeria to win the cup. I always want Nigeria. There's this thing they call the cricket test here in the UK. So the question is, if you know the game cricket.
Yeah.
Yes. And it's very popular in Asia, by the way, India, Pakistan, etc., etc. So there was a guy that once put that question to an Asian breed, and he was asking then that if England was playing, I think it was a Pakistani guy, if England was playing Pakistan, who would you back? And that guy could not really answer that question either way, because of course he wouldn't want to go against his own ancestral space, and he doesn't want to admit that he's not as English as the guy was trying to point out he wasn't. So they call that the cricket test. So if Nigeria was playing the United States, who would you back Prestige?
if Nigeria, of course, Nigeria. Forget about I'm into America, but I mean their football and everything. I'm into it. But anything when it comes to Nigeria, I mean, come on now. Where my gene come from, there, that's not even a question to ask. I mean, I'm Nigerian to the core, but I'm on the critic side. That doesn't mean that I don't love my country.
All
I
right,
think
brother.
hold on one more thing. South Africa, don't they play cricket? I thought they are good in cricket.
No, they are very good. They used to be the
They won World Series once.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think that's their number, and rugby. Those are their two sports. They're not really a football country. It's cricket and rugby. South Africa.
I mean, they play football. I think they are advanced to one of the last 16. But anyway,
they're one of the last 16.
Bafana.
Yes.
And the women are Bayana.
Is that what they call them, the women?
Yeah, Bayana for the women.
Do you know what Bofana means?
Boys.
No, what does it mean?
Boys.
Ah, okay.
Yes. So take us to the politics. Come in wherever you want to go into it, Prestige.
Okay, let's start with the airline like we are talking about. I mean, I'm kind of conflict on this, but the area I'm conflicting is about, in my own opinion. I mean, I second what everybody has been saying from Baba to Kulata, it's a misplaced priority. But there's nothing wrong with having a new venture, in airline in Nigeria. Nothing wrong. I mean, the whole state, it doesn't matter if you be able to have an airport. It don't have to be international airport. I mean, even a local place here have an airport. So having an airport everywhere in every state, It's not the issue, I mean, we should be able to have more airline, and Lagos, not necessarily call it a Lagos state, but private, I mean, there's a lot of billionaires in Lagos, let it be a private venture instead of Lagos. But the reason why I'm saying let it be a private venture, because everything, the government starts, it doesn't end well. Not in a capitalistic, when it comes to a business venture of this kind. Like you said, the Lagos is just facilitating it. But that's not the case. If they're going to own about 25%, of the share, then they're gonna tell them how to regulate, how to do everything, and pilot the whole plane. So that's where I have an issue. So I rather let it be a private business, and start whenever they want to start. But that's not Lagos State priority right now. I mean, Lagos State is the best state in Nigeria, no doubt about it. But there's a lot of issue they need to tackle to make it be a top-notch state. Number one is electricity. I mean, electricity, they have to tackle that. I know this insecurity is not as bad, not everything, not even close to other states. But they have to tackle that insecurity. The road is getting better, but I can only speak about the place I visited. I didn't visit, the only time I passed the mainland was, through Ikeja when I was going through the airport. So I don't really know how the mainland was. Most of the time I was in the island. So I can't really say how the mainland, but on the island, the road are pretty, the road are pretty decent. I mean, it's pretty decent. So that I give them a kudos for that. They are trying on the road. I didn't go to the airline I didn't go to train to visit, but I saw some of the blog about the train. So that I don't have to say. But
Did
anyway,
you not see it in passing as you were going about your business? Did you not see the?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it in passing, but that doesn't
The
mean
edifice of it.
I can comment about it. Yeah, I saw it in passing because it's very high. I mean, you can see it where you can see it wherever you are. Even I thought, yeah, I saw it once, but that doesn't mean I can be able to comment
Was
about
it
how
impressive?
It's a positive step. I mean, because no other state have it. Even in I don't know what country even have it. I think maybe Ethiopia have something like that. I don't even if there's any other country in
I
Africa.
think
Maybe.
Egypt. I think Egypt has a real
Okay,
system as
Egypt
well.
had it. No. I mean, when we talk about Nigeria, Lagos is on a different category. So, when it comes to other states, so let's be very clear about that. So maybe because maybe the resources they have are not, they have a good governance. So that's definitely true. Of course, they're gonna eat their own money. That's just Nigerian. So,
Well, Madam
but
Prestige, what do you think
yeah.
about traffic management? I felt it has
It's
improved a
better, but we
lot.
need more traffic. We need more, light and everything, to control the traffic. I didn't see much of that. They need to implement that. That's why I said all those kind of things need to be worked on. And electricity. That's number one. That's gonna eradicate a lot of
There's
problem we
traffic
have in
light.
them.
I saw traffic lights everywhere.
I don't know about
Were people
everywhere now.
observing it? Was it being obeyed, or is they
Yeah,
just taking it?
it was. I
But
mean,
I mean, I
well,
saw
it was
traffic light,
obeyed
but
to
some
the
of them are
extent.
not working. I saw traffic light, but some of them are not working. But I can't say everywhere is traffic. But there's still there are still people controlling police controlling people by the movement. So that need to be more improved. But definitely the road is better compared to the last time I was there. They are really working on the road. So that's progress. But this airline should be a private this thing. So that's why I totally disagree with some people thinking that it was a good thing they're doing it. But let it yeah, they can implement that, but let it be a private operation. Let it be a private people or because they can do it. So I don't think we have too many airlines in Nigeria. But the airport, every state should be able to have every airport in all states. But it's a good development. I'm not going to fault it. But
All
let
right.
it.
Let me deviate you to this conversation for a moment. Only a micro moment on this is not even part of the talking points, but somebody sent it in. A jury finds Trump must pay. A jury finds Trump must pay $83.3 million to E. Jean Carroll. So I think this is a judgment against Donald Trump. A jury said Donald Trump should pay $83.3 million in damages Friday, an eye-popping sum that marks the sharpest legal setback for a former president now entangled in multiple criminal and civil cases. So essentially that. So what are you making of that?
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up. I'm a progressive, and I'm very unabashed when it comes to American politics. Being a progressive, I don't like anything about all this mega Republican. Remember, we was talking about yesterday when you hand over to Thomas, and that was the main subject we are now. I think that lasted almost about 2 hours, and I was telling people here, look, Trump is not good for this country. That's what people don't realize. I mean, you come from Nigeria, you know, you just want to take the law into your hand. That's the mentality of some people in Nigeria, you know. If you give them the freedom to usurp the right and do whatever they want to do. This is exactly the kind of person Trump is. Because if you look at this case, it has been adjudicated, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago. They awarded the lady 5 million. But this is just for breaking the law. This is where this 83 million come because he keep on bashing the lady. They say, don't do that. It has nothing to do with, what was decided, but they just want to send a message to him, Yeah, it's good. I was glad, man, because I was glued on my TV when he came out here. I think he came out here like about 1:35, p.m. I think 4 something over in the Eastern Standard Time. And I was glad that, that awarded this money to him. Now he's going to appeal it. But the lady is going to get his money. Because everybody knows if there's any lawyer here, what the appeal court does is the process. If there's anything the judge did that was wrong, it could take 5, 6 years or whatever. The lady is going to get that money. Trump is going to pay that money. 83 million plus the other 5 million. He's going to pay it.
No, they may ask him to securitize the total 88 or 90 million, put it down as a draft or something, while the appeal will go on. The courts
Exactly.
do that.
That's what people don't realize. I mean, people keep on supporting Trump. I mean, Trump coming, my life is not going to be worse than it is. Biden is not going to make my life be. But why do I want to have such a chaos human being? I mean, if it seems to be a felon, an indicted person.
Prestige, in many ways, I've always thought that Trump was born in the wrong country. He would have made a good sort of Nigerian president because that's
what Nigeria like.
Yes, just rough and ready, above the law, sort of. Is more of an African dictator than a Democrat.
That's why a lot of Nigerians, because one of the other platforms, you have people who has even got out of Nigeria, all of them supporting Trump. I said, what's wrong with you? This is exactly the same thing you're crying. I guess I kind of look at it differently. I think the problem is that they feel like Trump is a free-willing person. This is what we need. Somebody like you just said that can just come. But they forgot that this Trump is a crook. He's a criminal all his life. I mean, nothing good come out of him. That's what people don't realize. Apart from the way he behaves and something like that, the guy is a correct criminal. So I don't know, but I'm glad this happened to him. He's gonna be, because there's more cases coming. I think about 4 or 5 more cases coming. He might be. He's already been indicted. So we see what happens before November the 5th. Whether he's gonna be a felon. Of course, he can stay wrong, but we see what the outcome. But in my own opinion, I mean, is Biden my number one choice? No, but I'd rather have Biden than somebody like Trump. So that's how I see that.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you. Let me take you to. Do you want to speak on Farouk Lawan?
You know what? I don't really know much about him, but I would like to speak about that because this is.
Or just speak about anything else that if there's anything that is and that's to everybody as well. Don't be led by the talking points. If you rather speak to anything else, just speak to it.
Yeah, can you you don't have to tell me more about this. This case happened like about 2 years ago, right?
No, it happened it's about 10 years, maybe longer.
So has he been in jail? Has he spent any time in jail already?
Yeah, that's what people are actually saying in the comment section, that he's been in Kuje prison from when he was sentenced, and
he'll be out. Spend any time.
He'll be out in November anyway because he would have served the term.
Okay, did they find out the money? Was they able to forfeit the money?
No, what happened was that it was part of a House of Representatives ad hoc committee that was meant to look into shady dealings within the oil subsidy space. So Femi Otedola'S company was entangled in that space. And then he called Femi Otedola aside and asked him then that if Femi Otedola gave him $3 million, he will remove his company's name from the list of companies that are being probed. So Femi Otedola then went to the security agencies, I think the DSS or something, just to explain to them what is going on. So they then gave him marked dollar bills. So the guy then, of course, and they they put gadgets on him, recording gadgets and everything. So the guy then, in the first installment, $500,000, and as he was collecting the money, they were putting handcuffs on him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he should be, he should be where he is. But I mean, he's going to be coming out in November, which is not, of course, the money, he already embezzled the money. But that's just a small part of the corruption in Nigeria. Like you were saying, the EFC chairman should have a free hand. I mean, when the president appointed him, president just have to do the government job and let the EFC chairman do what he's supposed to do. Because like everybody was saying, that's just a small fish. People like Ozokalo, Obiano, and some other people, all of you mentioned, yeah, they should be brought to justice, and let and see what happened. Not just come and bring them and interview them, then they stay there for 2 or 3 days right now, like the former Anambra State governor. I don't know if he's still in detention right now. But I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing in Nigeria. I thought he was in Texas, chipping champagne. What brought him to Nigeria?
Did you see that clip of Willie Obiano walking his dog? Did you see the clip? It was one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in my life.
You see, that's the impunity of Nigerian people. If you think, he probably just come back to Nigeria from Texas, whatever, think that everything is fine. So that's the problem. Nothing is going to happen to them. Remember, he was caught, at the airport. They stayed there for 2 or 3 days. They released him. So he probably have that kind of impunity that nothing is going to happen to them. I hope they charge him, whatever, prosecute him and everything. I mean, even someone's in Imo, our former governor, in my own opinion, all of them did something. So if they can do it, but do I have hope that that's possible? I don't have hope.
Do you know who this is, Prestige?
Is that not? That's Obiano?
That's Obiano.
Yeah.
Look at it, walking a Chihuahua. Look at that. So
yeah, that's in Texas. You can tell. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what part of Texas he lives, Dallas or Houston. I think it's in Houston. I don't know.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah, but that's the Nigerian, for you. But I hope, they start doing something. But I won't put my hope on, I'll try to resolve all this Nigerian corruption, whatever, the previous government. But how you say something about Odili? I mean, how long Odili been out of government? So, but are they going to be able to pull out any information to indict him for anything? Well, I don't know. It doesn't matter where you come from. If they cause you, you need to pay for what you did. If they can prosecute them, which I doubt, but at least bring them out and we know what they did. That that's a step in the right direction. But if they do all this thing with that no end result, what's the purpose? Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to speak on the on port recording a handsome profit?
Well, like I don't really do any kind of importation or something like that. So this is the first time I'm hearing. I'm familiar with the Oni airport. I have not been there. I've been into Port Harcourt and I know exactly where it is. So I'm not familiar. I think the only port I have been is when I went to Apapa. Of course, I have to come out of my car and walk because the road was so congested. Trailer everywhere. It can't even. I have to walk. How many miles we walk? Because I'm used to walking. Not this time I went home. The first time I went home that I went to that area, we have to walk almost 2 miles because it was a gridlock. The whole place was blocked. Just to go see for Siving, we went to a Apapa area. So that's the only port I'm familiar with. I can't speak about any airport. They said they're making profit. I hope that is true. I think was it Bishop that spoke? She has more knowledge in this area. So if you said they're making more profit than what they just portray here, that is a good news. At least there's something. But they need to, like you said, the price. To import something from there, to export something through that airport or import something through that airport is alarming. So that's why people are not really doing business there. Maybe they should try to reduce the price, make it easier from the southeast or south to be, in order to decongest the Apapa airport because they need to decongest the Apapa airport. that they're having a problem. People that do import and export in that area.
Prestige. A lot of things in Lagos are sited in the wrong place. That Apapa port, even, it shouldn't really be there.
Why you say don't you think it's about decongestion? We make it a little bit better.
It needs to be in a space where it's not as developed as Apapa, and there's a more expanse of land for them to properly structure it.
Definitely it's not as developed, but that has been there. I don't know for how many, even before I was born, or that kind of, everybody was born. I mean, that has been there. Is that not that's been there for a long time?
Yes, but has it outlived its purpose?
Yeah, to a certain extent, but it's something that outlive its purpose. You can renovate it, expand it, and make it more, up to date.
Or just move it somewhere else. What about just move it somewhere else?
Where can they move it? I mean, which one is the largest they can move it?
They can move it to Ekpe now. Move it to somewhere like Ekpe.
But they have to drain it. Do you know how many years to drain? Up to that international standard there. So that's the problem. I think they need to find a way to decongest
one man Prestige. Good evening. How are you? Are you not thinking of land, the space? Lagos doesn't have space. Lagos doesn't have land.
What do you mean, Thomas? I'm just saying, there's no place, you can move it to. It's the biggest we have in Nigeria. Is it no matter of improving it?
There's nowhere they can. One man, don't you think they need to demolish?
Yeah, they should just move it out of Lagos.
Okay, where are they going to move it to, Thomas? Where are they going to move it to?
South.
That's what I'm saying. There is no. That's not going to happen.
But you have to train it to meet up to international standard. You have to build it up to international standard, and waterway. I mean, if we have an expert here, correct me. That's not that's not going to be a problem.
Prestige, they will need dredging, a lot of dredging.
But that
to achieve
years,
that,
Thomas. You know how long it takes for dredging? I mean, it takes years. It's not something you can do a year or so. So they just have to find
one man. Just forget about that, Papa. That is how it's going to be for life, unless somebody comes back to Lagos or Nigerian president that thinks very far. And if they want to even extend it, there will be a lot of demolition, which people won't like. Nigerians, we don't like demolition. We want things to be good, but we don't like demolition. So I go on.
Yeah, I mean some of the area, like the roads, leading to their Papa area and the roundabout before you start getting into their Papa there, all those places need to be expanded, demolish a lot of those houses there, make it bigger and something like that. I think that's what is needed because that's the best we have right now. This Oni airport probably smaller, the Calabar airport or whatever they have. They are smaller in size. Nigeria is the biggest country in Africa. We do the most import, So we need something as big as as big as that place. But it just has not a lot of effort has not been put in to improve the place in terms of decongestion or something like that. So in my own opinion, I think that's what is needed. In that area. So
Prestige.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's nothing wrong in the location of that.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
There's nothing. The problem is with us. We lack, as a nation or as a country, do I call it? We lack coordination. We lack organization, and we lack our maintenance culture is very poor. And we don't like to improve on the facility, we have. That is just the problem. We couldn't build the road to the port. We could improve on the facility. We couldn't coordinate, the way to pick up and leave.
Even rail. There's no rail to the port.
So all this infrastructure that we should have improved upon, we failed to do it. And that is why it's like that. It wasn't like that when they built those, particularly Tinkan Airport. Tinkan Island.
Right.
It was fantastic. I think it was the best in Africa when they built it back then.
I remember the Tinkan. I was in Lagos by that time, yeah.
It was so big, back then. It's a very big space. But did we maintain it? Did we improve on the fact? Even in this country, look, go everywhere in this country, airport, seaport, you will see them doing something there every time. They are improving, they are repairing, they are improving on the facility. But we don't do anything. Only to just collect money and then everybody go.
That is true. I mean, Ajali Koko, you have a house, right? Most of us have house here. I mean, don't you know? It's not just mortgage you pay. You have to maintain your house. You have to change your roof if it is old. I mean, everything. You have to improve it. You know. I mean, every now and then you change your carpet or whatever you have on your house. So it's just like that. But they don't do that in Nigeria. It's lack of maintenance. It's just like the old national stadium where they for Surulere. I mean, that is a standard stadium, you know, to behold. By the time it was built, is it not one of the best in Africa? If not the best, if I'm wrong, let somebody correct me. But God, look at that place; it's full of grass right now. So we don't maintain it.
Not only even that, as we have it there, it is a revenue generating point for the local government, for our Papa local government. Our Papa local government is one of the richest local government in the entire Lagos State. I mean, the entire Nigeria.
All those European quarter where they over there now. You know.
Apapa local government. Because
yes, European
a lot
quarter.
of industries in Apapa, a lot of warehouses, and they collect taxes. During the military, when Babangida was there, and all of them were there. Apapa local government, Ibeju Lekki local government, Lagos Island local government, they are richer than many states. Local government in Lagos are richer than many states in Nigeria. But what do we have now? Under democracy, they can improve on the facility. So it is not the location; it is just our lack of capacity to manage our resources and infrastructure. It's just shameful. I mean, our airport here, they are very close to houses here. We have houses very close, like 5 minutes to the airport, 2 minutes to the airport. But yeah, the facilities, they maintain it well. The road and the way to go in and out of the airport, they make it very easy. You see the way they do the demarcation and everything, very easy to go in and out of the airport. The same with the seaport here. Houses are very close to the seaport too here, but we don't have this kind of problem that we have in Nigeria, where trailer will be on the road for weeks, close to the port. They couldn't collect the container and they can't leave. And container will enter demurrage. It's just a poor management, I mean, of that facility. That is just the problem, one man.
Yeah, it's not the location by no means. You know, I mean, it has to be maintained, you know, improve and everything. I mean, because that's the best way. I mean, that's the best we have. I don't mean, you know, the outlook of things, but that is the best, you know, the number one, you know, seaport we have in Nigeria. I think in West Africa anyway, if not. So it just need to be maintained. That's the problem they're having. So this may have, you know, I mean, it's a good news, but everything that come out of Nigeria, take it with kind of half-baked, you know. So maybe that's the true revenue they generated. But I hope, you know, they improve on there. So
yeah, all right. Let me take you to one more space, Prestige, and then I'll go from there to Baba. This headline here: if supporting Tinubu will take me to APC, so be it, says PDP chieftain Daniel Bwala. So I don't know quite what this guy is doing. Just make the move. Is he begging to join AP? Just say you have.
Is he not your friend? Because when I was in Nigeria, I did a playback on your edition because I did a few playback and I saw him on your platform.
Yes, he came. Yes, I'm trying to get him back, but because he's in the throes of everything, I don't think he's ready just yet. But he will be back. Yes, yes.
But I mean, I don't know why people are making
In
a big deal.
fact, what is happening here, Akulata will tell you, it started on this platform. We forced him into this position. They will tell you when we started to interrogate him.
Did you ask him if he wants to go back to APC? I mean, he used to be in APC before, right? Before he went to PDP. So, I mean, Nigerian politics it's not an ideology. It's not based on ideology. It's based on, which party you think that fits you in terms of what benefit you. So that's the way I look at Nigeria. It's not like here where, Republican are so bent on what they believe. Did you see about what they did in some of the draconian states being controlled by the Republican here? I didn't mean to deviate, but just the part of ideology in Alabama. The first nitrogen gas they used to execute somebody. Did you all see that? I don't know if you all saw that.
No,
It
that's
happened yesterday.
an American thing, isn't it? You
Well,
Americans,
that's such a barbaric place. It has never happened
you
anywhere in
think
the
we all
world.
pay attention to you.
No, I'm just saying it never happened anywhere in the world.
America is quite a savage country, isn't it? They have extreme cruelty there.
Yeah, they are, but it's all Republican. I was just painting to see because of the ideology. We're talking about Nigeria. I mean, the politicians don't have any kind of ideology like they have Democrat, conservative, and progressive here, So that's the problem with Nigeria, So him going back to APC is not even a surprise. So, I mean, he's going there for what's going to benefit him. Like one not just said, okay, I'm an APC. He probably has talking to APC people before he start praising them and everything. So it's nothing really new about Nigerian politicians. So I'm not really surprised because he has given an indication. Because when I was watching him on the playback when I was in Nigeria, I saw the way he was talking about, because it seemed like he was praising APC to a certain degree. I said, oh man, this guy is already sold on this APC government. So it's nothing new. I mean, if he wants to go, I mean, I think he's already there. He just have to come out and pronounce it that, I'm back to APC. Is he not where he came from? So
it's just the lack of principle of
integrity.
Not him especially, but Nigerian politicians in general.
Right. So nothing that he's doing is new. I mean, every politician in Nigeria they lack integrity. So I'm not really surprised.
Man of President, if you don't mind, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I will beg to differ slightly on the reason for this. Not that I support it, there is lack of principle. I think I would differ slightly from that. And my reason is this. I think Voila was a little bit too reactionary, and it says a lot about his character. Because I'm sure after that incident that made him to leave it was on impulse. I don't know the right word. It was on impulsive or impulsional. That
decision, right?
Yeah, exactly. It was not a real thought out. Everybody was angry, but some people have opportunity to reflect on it and say, okay, well, I mean, who has made Nigeria better? If they are going to bring anybody that's going to make Nigeria better, but so be it. Let's just don't be too sentimental on this religion. Because as far as I have said, and I'll keep saying, religion has actually done more harm to us than good. As Nigerians and Africans, I start to be corrected. It's done more harm. So he reacted because he has some calculation. He has permutations that he put in place that were not. I mean, that decision was going to make a mess of. Because the way and manner with which this same guy rubbished Osinbajo to defend Tinubu, you would think that his life depended on Tinubu's presidency. And just in one day, one decision, boom, he decided and he was making noise and he was talking. Unfortunately, the day he came on this platform, I was not able to put a question to him because my question would have been very direct. Don't you think you have been unreasonable and too reactionary because of this?
Bishop Shibuna don't drive him. Come and bring him again now.
Driver, go where?
With a question that day now.
But he need to be given a hardball. Baba, he need to be given a hardball question now. What you mean?
Aja was too hard. Aja was too
No,
high.
I
don't know about
was
that.
not high. Well, it was a little bit, yeah, it was a little bit. It's just that our time management that day was, Emeka alone had almost 3/4 of the time. And before we could say Jack, said that the man said he was going to
At
spend 1
times you
hour
have to
alone.
put Ururu on the head of
But
your guest
I don't
now.
think any question is too hard. In as far as you don't disrespect the guests. I
No,
mean,
no
you
question
can,
is too hard. We should
yeah.
have asked him anything, no matter how hard. So for
Put
me,
some Ururu so he can come back. Now you can't have him back.
No, you can't just please him so he can come back.
no,
I mean,
I'm sure he should be happy to that he was here. So for me, it was not because of, I think he was just a little bit too, a young man. So when young man, success and the rest. And the way he was boasting, he had access to Tinubu, blah, 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 blah. It's just
Well, he
but
has
I know it was
access to him now, so
I think I tend to agree with what Bishop said. He made that decision on impulse because remember that's what during that Muslim ticket something. So he was thinking that that's going to backfire against APC.
Exactly.
That then the party that he's going to join, I think PDP, we have the upper hand. Is going to win. So he just took a very irrational decision, or rational decision. It could have come out rational.
Irrational. That's
it made a miscalculation.
Exactly. So that was what really happened. Now he decided to go back. I think he's back to APC right now. That's what it is. He just
It
part of
sounds like
Nigerian
he's
politics.
begging. It sounds like he's begging to come back. Anytime you see,
honestly, the guy would have been a minister by now.
Yes.
No. It's too minister.
He would have been a minister or a bishop. He would have.
No, I don't think it's minister material. It's just talking. It's kind of like a talking head material, not minister.
Exactly.
Or special advisor, something big.
People like Better Edu,
Ami Keyamu, the girl in Kwara who is a youth minister, and lots of them.
Let me ask you something.
Even the Minister of Power is better than the Minister
You're
of Power.
familiar with Nigerian politics. What's that guy's name? The former aviation minister that married with I don't know, 5 twins or whatever. Marrying a woman or whatever. Where is he? I don't hear from him.
No, he still is beefing. I mean, eating up his intestine and going crazy. But he may be given an ambassadorial position because he's not been able to go. He has not been able to go out since he had that court case because his passport was seized by the court. So I'm suspecting to help him. Maybe he has to go out with a diplomatic passport and recreate himself. Maybe a mid-level country in terms of diplomatic relationship, and then maybe brought back. So
Wait a minute. Are you proposing that he need to go out of the country and recreate his image?
Yeah, of course, his image is not that good at the moment.
You don't think it's too wild, though? It's too wild to be rebranded.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
There's nothing is impossible, actually. I mean, if our dear saints can be branded doors, what about FFK? If he has proper handlers. I'm talking about PO.
Who did you refer to first?
PO.
Gio, which Gio?
PO.
Oh, Peter Obi, no.
But Peter Obi wasn't repackaged. Peter Obi has always been Peter Obi. What do you mean? We're talking about repackaged.
To sainthood? To sainthood?
Let's just continue to stay friends because if we go there, then we will open another. Because Peter Obi is a hardened criminal. A lot of people will tell you, but some people will tell you the same.
One man, you can't get tired of Peter Obi, man. But that's cool.
No, sorry, I brought that up. One man didn't bring it up. That's why I phrase it PO. I don't want to.
You know, he has reconciled with his wife, Fanika Yode.
They are back together.
They are back together.
Yeah, with Snow White. Not really 100%, but at least they are cohabiting. Let me put it that way. They divorced officially.
They put out photographs of them feeding food to each other. Imagine that.
But did he marry another wife after that, or just a girlfriend when that one left? I thought he
Sorry,
did.
what was that? Repeat that.
I thought he married a younger wife after that one left.
Yeah, some girl from the north. It wasn't. He didn't marry her. He was dating. You know that guy,
Oh,
man.
Okay.
Unbelievable guy.
I like him though.
Is he from a rich family?
He comes from one of
humongous.
the most elite families in Nigeria.
Okay. No wonder they behave like that. Sometimes.
I think the father was the first Nigerian or Yoruba lawyer in England, 1860 something. Yeah, a great grandfather.
That's grandfather.
Yeah, the first Yoruba lawyer.
Was his father a minister as well?
Yeah, his father was a minister too.
Odale minister.
Funny power. And you know, when he was a minister, the father takes that thing too.
The Ghana.
He takes it. He's known for that. He reeks of the
Did you
odor.
not end up in Ghana in some rehabilitation center in Ghana?
They have ties in Ghana actually. One of the Akufo-Addo daughter is half sister of FFK. So by marriage, FFK is related to Akufo-Addo, the president of Ghana. So when he was on rehab, he married a Ghanaian though. I think the first wife.
There was a time that it was running through the media. This is Femi Fani-Kayode boasting about how he breezed through Bianca Ono, who later became Bianca Ojukwu, when they were at Oxford University.
Students,
it's not a rascal.
The pedigree is high. I mean, well read, good prose writer. It's just that
it's not a good writer. It's not cerebral. Femi Fani-Kayode is not cerebral.
What are you saying?
No. I've listened to it. It's a browbeater. It tries to beat you down. That more than
with tautology and phraseology and
woman. Go and look for his write-offs and read 3 of them just randomly and come back.
He writes like Femi Adesina, which irritates me. Unnecessary tautology in just trying to, they write in a peacocking sort of a manner.
Exactly.
Very off-putting,
It's fine. It's good looking. It's attractive.
I want to learn.
A kind of repetition.
No, forget repetition. I want to learn. I think you not write in very simple language. It's very simple.
FFK.
FFK is a little bit too verbose.
Exactly. That's the word I'm searching for. Is verbose, dialectically.
Yeah. They are not the same thing. I'm wondering why one man is comparing them.
There's this thing that certain types of writers do. They try to write, and you can see it in the way they write. They try to write in an affectation of a Wole Soyinka type of writing. And I see that very much in Fani-Kayode and Femi Adesina. Just some unnecessary use of words and imageries. They just irritate me, the two of them, I have to say.
I'm not the writer.
I've never liked Femi Fani-Kayode anyway.
I never liked it. No, I never liked it.
And I don't like the way his language is too crude sometimes. When he gets it's very gutter, not at all from the breeding that he has, it's not. It doesn't reflect his talk. Yeah,
I think you are just being nice. It's not his language that is crude. He himself, the man himself, is a gutter man. So don't say his language.
All right, Brilliant. So, thank you, Prestige. Prestige, stay with us, but for time, let's go on from you. Let's go to Baba, who I think is ready to go. But okay. Stay with us still, Pansata, interject as you will. So Baba, you're up next.
Yes, thank you, woman. Despite being on, I salute you all and also people in the comment section. And able listeners and viewers, please like, share, and subscribe. But right now, please, the like button is slow and not up there as we want it, as you too may want it. Please press the like button right now. Thank you. Yes, woman. Well, before I go, I just want to say this as an alert. It's just a brainwave I had when I woke up this morning, knowing our country very well. We've all been mouthing on this panel worldwide, wherever Nigerians find themselves, both in our country, the space, that Nigeria has 20% of the Dangote refinery. And I ask myself, how many shares cumulatively amounted to that 20%, which the government told us it's about $4 billion. Is it an ordinary share? Is it a debenture? Or what kind of equity is it? Have we seen the certificates? I ask my, because we've been beaten many times.
You think it's just a story that they used to
if those
steal
things
$4
comes to
billion?
my head like that, there may be something in it. There may be something in it. Everything government tell us, we should not just take it as an assumption. Let us see the papers. We may be deceived. And at the end of the day, the government, will we not told we have 33 billion in foreign reserve? We woke up to learn that we had nothing, and we are struggling ever since. We are not asking the right questions. Just like yesterday, when we were talking about the 3-point-something billion loan, Afrexim loan. Yet we rather face the institutions, but we forgot that the Gazelle project accounts, the facilitators, those who brought the money forward for Afrexim Bank to manage and present to us. I don't know, Kualata may have one or two information about this. Who are they? Who are these people? This is UBA, O&O, that is Oando, Sahara.
Oando is Tinubu, isn't it?
Sahara and one other. 4 of them provided that money. I'm not going to ask where they found it. But one of the main thing that concerned me in the detail of that contract is this, that if at the end of the day, we finish payment, whatever is the what do they call it now in proper accounting finance term, whatever is surplus, let me just put it in my only language, that then will be given to the federal government. That I think is dubious. Dubious in the sense that, why is it that can't we stop as soon as we reach that mark? Why must we continue according to the letters and spirit of the contract, and then whatever is surplus, they will give it back to us? That is dubious in my own opinion. Those are the places we should focus. But we just, no, it's wrong. We are forgetting that aspect. That is where they always get us. And they charge 2% facilitators fee instead of the normal 1%. I think they charge 2 or 3% upfront. They took it up from the main money they gave to us. That was taken off.
Does that go to that Gazelle project company? The one
yes, they took that 2-3% off. It is normal practice anyway, but most times it's always 1% for the managers who facilitate it. But here, I think they took 2-3% upfront from the main money first, and they are still going to make much more profit. These are the questions we are always blinded to because of our emotions. So those are the 2 things actually woke up to this morning. That Dangote $4 billion. Hey, Nigeria should check. Nigerians, wake up. Yes, I'm ready to go. What's the topic, woman?
Yes, do you want to start it from the Lagos Lagos airline?
No, I think that has been overflogged. So,
All right. Let me take you to this space then. Prince Daddy was asking in the comment section. You know, when we were discussing the Dangote thing yesterday, the article thing yesterday, we were saying it will force the government to come and respond. And the government has responded, and you were speaking about it just then. It says you are late to the party. Tinubu's aide replied article on $3.3 billion NMPC loan. So this is Olusegun Dada, Special Assistant to President Bola Tinubu on social media, says Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president, fumbled the numbers on the $3.3 billion emergency loan deal. On Thursday, Atiku Abubakar, okay, let's go to it. Responding in a post on Twitter, Dada said Atiku Abubakar is late to the party as usual, stating that the presidency had explained the deal to Nigerians. Project Gazelle is such a straightforward deal that I do not expect Atiku Abubakar, who prides his whole political aspiration on being an economic reformer, to fumble the simple numbers behind it. Pardon me. For record purposes and to save Alhaji from his self-imposed mystery, here are some explanations to his questions about the conditionalities of the loan in a simpler language. The facility is a forward sales agreement between NMPC and an SPV, the buyer, where a predetermined number of barrels of oil is sold in advance at an agreed price. The sales allows the seller, NMPC in this case, to use the received payment to solve critical and urgent problems with forex scarcity as the problem in Nigeria's case. A lower benchmark is usually adopted as a safe haven for the buyer, as oil price tends to remain unstable most times. For repayment, an eventual increase in oil prices will result in the SPV returning all excesses to the seller, NNPC, while the risk, which could lead to a rearrangement of the terms, is a significant decrease in the agreed price. Oil has been averaging $70.75 per barrel since the deal was agreed. And if things stay the same way, Nigeria will be getting refunds of excess amounts from the SPV once the payment is concluded. That said, there is a big chance that the repayment will be concluded before the agreed time if oil prices continue to increase, as NMPC has spent as a 90,000 barrel per day, which will eventually be calculated at the current prices. According to the presidential aid, repayment stops when the agreed amount plus interest is fully paid, and Nigeria may be liable to refunds where there to be excesses. Dada expressed hope that Abubakar will allow the financial experts in charge of the country to continue devising innovative ways of funding our expenditure. So that's how the empire clapped back.
You can see it's mumbo jumbo. That guy is writing here. In one breath, he said that when we complete the payments and the excess is there, they will refund it to us. And the other breath says that when we complete meeting the payment before the end of the something, it's just mumbo jumbo. And we have to be very, very careful here. People are making a lot of money off us. These things are not new. There was a time where even doing trade by barter during the military era. Time was Julius Berger, when we owed them so much, we couldn't pay. We were paying them in crude oil until OPEC, I think, kicked against that because we are doing it off our quota. So a lot of things are going on. And this is why the first time when we had that World Bank loan, 800 million for palliative. And we all are saying here, but I remember Bishop actually saying about, 8,000. Let everybody take the 80,000. Some people say, no, it's too small. Well, nothing we've heard about that anymore. Did they take that loan? I don't know. You don't know. Have they taken it or they have not taken it? That is the question. Have they taken it and did not tell us? A lot of things, at times, we are just not paying attention and they are taking advantage of us. Even this 3 point something they took now, I think they've taken about just 2.5 or so, and they put it on the Forex market. And the Forex market have swallowed it. Even 2 billion of that money,
that money
several
went
months
quickly.
of money.
That money went quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, 2 billion has gone even to all the airlines as backlog payment. And yet our Naira is still being battered every day. Our Naira is being battered every day. So to what end? I know we don't have foreign reserve as it were now. So it is difficult to even function financially as a nation. If we put bond forward right now, nobody is going to take. It's a difficult moment we are in. So we have to be very careful and very frugal with what we can borrow and to what use do we put this loan. So you can even listen to articles that critique. It's not mentioning name, very careful. He knows the terrain quite all right. He lives on that lane, but he didn't mention how many people knows that UBA was involved. Oando, Sahara, and one other entity, all Nigerians, putting forward that kind of money.
Is it not? Are we not looking at a narrative of trying to launder corrupt money? Because
that's what it looks to me.
Oando is Tinubu now. Yes.
That's what it looks like to me.
So they steal your money, give it back to you, and charge you 12% interest.
Crazy. Only in our country. And people just get carried away. We should always read between the lines. All of them, including Atiku, all of they are playing us. They are playing us. And at the end of the day, the Tinubu financial advisors, you understand, they will be held accountable because there's going to be limit to our patience after 2-3 years. By the time the next campaign starts, what do they want to campaign with? Because the Forex thing now is becoming very, very hard to beat. It's got so much money, about 5 billion to date. 5 billion hard dollars. And some people call themselves BDC. As soon as they push this thing in the market, they swallow it through I and E window. And how can we even run two parallel foreign exchange this thing? Who brought us to this quagmire? It's like we've legitimate illegitimacy, because I see the BDC as, a kind of treacherous financial part of our financial architecture. What's a BDC? In the foreign countries where they have it, you will find BDC only in the shopping mall, Bureau de change, in the shopping mall, at airports, and other strategic location. You just go there and they give you your receipt. Does that happen in our own space? Where do you find these people? And we know those who know this business very well, we know where they belong geographically in our country. That animal called BDC has to be tamed.
There's an initiative actually being worked out between the BDC space and the EFCC to streamline it and then to digitalize it as well, so that they have an online portal that speaks to exchange rates at the BDC nationally, and anybody that goes outside of that or what is signaled on online will be arrested.
Why should you pander to something I consider illegal or that is not serving the country well?
It's an established market space now.
But his presence is injurious to our well-being financially. So either you suspend the licenses and allow the banks to do the business, create a special cubicle, a window in every bank branches. If you want to buy, let us all of us buy from the I&E window. It's going to be difficult. There will be lines. People will protest and things like that. But at least if you want 1,000, you can get $500 and you go your way. Because these people, I mean, do you even know how much they put on in those days when Emirates was still operating? I mean, armed robbers at Ikeja, that's a car park where they function, have robbed them at least 2-3 times, $3 million, $2 million, all in Ghana must go back, being taken to Dubai. Imagine that's just one airport. Kano Airport is there, other airports there. Bondu had cash. So they are not serving the country well. So it was a creation of the military. And does that mean we should continue it when it's becoming injurious to our well-being? I don't think so. So the government should have courage and say, no, we are after they gave them the licenses, take the licenses back or suspend the licenses. And let us reformat these things. Because they are the one doing this damage. They are the one who has the paperwork in their portfolio to assess the I&E window. I mean, once they put in $500 million, it doesn't last 24 hours. It's gone. It's gone. Does it reflect on our import receipts? No. Into private pockets, and you want to negotiate with them. How many times? I mean, this could be even the third negotiation, if I can remember very well, since they came since the advent of this present administration. If we don't solve, we cannot take a positive step forward if we don't solve this BDC problem, this forex problem. Is the elephant in the room right now. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to one more spot, Baba, and then we go on to Ajan Lekoko. So this headline on the screen: Abba Yusuf's aide speaks on Kano governor joining APC. So this story started a few days ago when Ganduje was signaling across to the NNPP governor of Kano State that he wants him to come and join APC. So this, of course, after this guy has been affirmed by the Supreme Court. So he holds situation now. So he signaled that he wants him to join APC and all that. And then the sort of response you'll be expecting was to tell him to get lost. But the Kano State governor has now come out to respond to that. Abba Yusuf's aide speaks on Kano governor joining APC. So this is what they had to say. The Director General of Media and Publicity in the office of Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf, Sanusi Bature, has stated that his principal has not received any formal communication from the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Ganduje, regarding an invitation to join the APC. This statement comes in response to comments made by Ganduje, who indicated that he had extended an invitation to the Kano governor to leave the NNPP for the APC. Ganduje, during his appeal, specifically mentioned his desire for the governor and his party, the NNPP, to join the APC. Dawakin, speaking on BBC Hausa Service on Friday, clarified that they became aware of Ganduje's invitation through social media, through So what's going on? Hold on. Is that you? Is that you? Is that you? Was that you? All right. Let me carry on. So Dawakin speaking on BBC Hausa service on Friday clarified that they became aware of Ganduje's invitation only through social media. He emphasized that Ganduje, with his experience as a former governor and deputy governor, is well aware of the proper channels to approach an incumbent governor with such an appeal. Despite the public declaration by Ganduje, Governor Yusuf has not made any statement regarding his stance on joining the ruling party. This development occurs amidst reports that President Bola Tinubu is working to reconcile Ganduje with Rabiu Kwakwanso, a former governor of Kano State. Both Kwakwanso and Yusuf had defected to the NMPP prior to the 2023 elections, where they pursued presidential and governorship bids respectively. So now, from the somewhat ambiguous response, because there wasn't a categorical rejection there. So does that then is this signaling to us that the Kano State governor is amenable to joining the APC? Is this what we're reading into this?
Yes, now, one man, because what you all these people, you understand, there are two categories of politicians right now in Nigeria: those out of power and those in power, but who wants to warm their heart into Aso Rock. And how do you do that? You have to belong. You have to belong. So the Kano, for instance, and River State, they are two states the president will need to carry 2027. And knowing the president politically to some extent is a unifier who covers his flanks. He expects betrayal. He prepares for it. So he doesn't put his eggs in one basket. So Wike or no Wike, he doesn't want to believe that River State will be 100% for him next time around. So he needs Kano State votes, not just 25%, but to win Kano as a state outright. And I will not be surprised if I wake up tomorrow, their main principal officer, which is being edged out of NNPP at the moment by those who claim to be founders of the party. Once he shifts ground, then, of course, what's left of the governor, he has to join, because he will have his second term to think about, because this is his first term. And don't forget, Kwankwaso was once a governor of that state with Ganduje as the deputy. He handed over to Ganduje. But Kwankwaso still wants to be in control, and he was the one who put up Yusuf. But Ganduje has his own candidate. That was where they fell out. But they are reconciling. That's what men do. We are not women. And these are politicians. So Ganduje has thrown the ball in their court. So it remains for him, or the hook. So it remains for him to now reel them in. And the process has started. So I won't be surprised if the governor declares after Kwankwaso and for APC, it becomes total APC state. And that guarantees to an extent 2027. That's my take there.
Baba, Kalesa.
Tommy, Bawo.
Yeah, don't you think? Yeah, don't you think moving to APC he has nothing to lose is a gain? He has nothing to lose. So moving to APC will be the best bet for him because he will be sure that second term is secured. Don't you think?
That's my calculation too. It's in his best interest. Because if he proves stubborn, I don't know what may happen. You can see Fubara today. He was thanking Asu Rock because I think that's one of their silent agreements. And Fubara was waiting. Will these people use the courts since they can't use the assembly? And the court has ruled. So impeachment is it's not going to happen because it's been guaranteed that. So he's going to be a good boy. Let me put that in brackets. Fubara is going to be a good boy. So I think same thing will play out. But in Kano, I think
there was a son speculating that they are going to attempt to impeach him, Fubara.
No. That's the first guarantee he got out of Aso Rock before he agreed to that agreement. He will not be impeached. Every threat will be just a bluster. He will not. Nobody will touch him from the National Assembly. They may make his road rough, but impeachment, no. You can.
Let me play you this. Hold on, I'll wait for it to load. Carry on. No, carry on. I'm waiting for it to load. Yeah.
Impeachment, no. So he's breathing easy. I think he used a word actually. It's like he exhaled. So we can say he's been waiting to exhale. And when they exhaled, when the judgment came,
was that Whitney Houston waiting to exhale?
Yeah, and he has exhaled actually, and I'm glad for him because maybe he didn't believe them or he's taking it as a people. If Ashwaju gives his word is his bond. This is the kind of man he is. That's why he's trusted politically.
All right, let me play you this clip.
By Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who is joining us via Zoom, Mr. Adeleke Agbola. Mr. Agbola, thank you so much for coming on the program.
Me today. Good evening.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So, I'm sure you may have been following the development in Rivers State. So, my first thought will be, what is your take on this particular development in the state?
Well, not entirely surprising because the peace that we've had in Rivers State in the past couple of months is like the peace of the graveyard. Efforts have been made to douse the tension between the governor and his political godfather, Honorable Wike. But it appears that the solution has not yet been found. But it's expected that there will be frictions here and there, and everybody is trying to assert his own power as to what goes on in Rivers State. But the governor has to tread carefully because when majority of the members of the House of Assembly are not on the same wavelength with the governor, it can portend serious dangers for the peace and security in Rivers State. Because I will not be surprised if efforts are made to impeach him.
Some people are saying that this appears like some sort of a forced marriage, as suggested by some. Do you hold that view?
So there it is. He feels that there's a distinct possibility that they will attempt to impeach him.
No, Wike has met all his own. Let me use the line item there. He has checked all the boxes that concerns him. And one of them today, the Fubara met one of the box. He ticked one of the boxes also today. That is swearing those commissioners that resigned. They've been sworn in today. Those commissioners are back. So they are fitting the blocks in the right places. So he's left to meet all the agreements. Once he meets it, no, it's not going to happen. They will not. The president doesn't go back on his word. He is known for that. In fact, that's one of the strengths. His strengths. He will not go back. He's been guaranteed nobody will touch him. Second term, no guarantees. But this one, Fubara will be there for 4 years.
All right. Do you want to go to the Farouk Lawan narrative?
No, let Ajah comes in. The time is fast spent. Let Ajah comes in.
All right. Thank you. So Ajale Koko, you're up next.
All right, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, to you then. Let me bring you in from this space, Ajale Koko. Police arrest Yoruba Nation agitator after over a year on the run. So, this is the narrative of there was a time they were. Let me. It says. Let me just give it to you. It says the Nigerian police has revealed that a Yoruba Nation agitator, Olamilekan Odofin, has been arrested after a year on the run. In a statement on his Twitter handle, Lagos police spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said the 34-year-old was arrested by officers of Ayobo Division. According to Hundeyin, the suspect on January the 9th, 2023, championed attacks on motorists and the police under the guise of Yoruba Nation agitation. The spokesperson added that an investigation is ongoing following the arrest. At least one person died, 2 policemen got injured, and some vehicles damaged during the protest by agitators for Yoruba Nation last year in Ojota, Lagos. The pro-Yoruba separatist group and the police pointed accusing fingers at. So this is essentially, I'm not sure if you remember, I think we sort of spoke on it back in those at that time. This Yoruba agitation thing, and Sunday Igboho was meant to be there, and I don't think he ever really made it to that particular rally. But what do you make then of the Nigerian police sweeping up the Yoruba Nation space?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, I believe that the Yoruba Nation will.
If you don't mind, let me say something so you bring it up together. I have a friend, a female friend that we went to secondary school together. He called me last year that his junior sister's husband has just been arrested. They're looking for him. They look for him 2 months. They finally find him at Eleyele, Ibadan, at the headquarters. What is the offense? This guy has been sponsoring Yoruba Nation. He lives in Dubai. So he just came to Nigeria to make his visa to the UK, transition to UK. They picked this guy up. They didn't call the family. They didn't let him call his family. They finally traced him through his phone, through hacking of his phone at the police station. So, Ajale Koko, as I'm speaking to you now, it's over a year now. The guy is still in custody. So I don't know where this country is. I don't know where this country is going. I don't know. I'm just giving you some background. People have been arrested, detained, not charged to court on this Yoruba Nation something. Just the guy is donating to them from Dubai. And they are tracking his account, donating to Yoruba Nation, and they pick him up. He's still there till now. Ajale Koko. Go on.
Well, it's It's unfortunate that that guy that you just mentioned inhuman treatment by Nigerian state. The real topic, the guy that one man read to us that they pick up, well, I believe, yes, they will want to maltreat him and, slam him in jail for some time, a period of which we know. But I think if they have a very strong lawyer, I think they can still fight for him. After all, those that were arrested in Igboho's house when the military attacked Igboho, those one had a very strong lawyer that fought for them, and they were released. And they have their freedom. They walk around freely now. So I believe if this guy family with maybe Yoruba Nation's group, if they can get him a very good lawyer that can fight for him, I think they will secure his freedom. It can take some time, but surely they will surely secure his freedom. That is what people that fight for the right thing, that is the unfortunate treatment that they will get from Nigerian state. You can't speak. When you speak the truth to power, they feel threatened, and all they will do is to look for a way to rope you up with something, or they, threaten you, humiliate you, molest you, and put you in jail. So it's not right. I mean, people can agitate as long as they can. They didn't carry up arms. So I don't know. It's not. It is not good. It's not. Nigeria is a signatory to the United Nations Charter that people within an entity called a nation or a country can still agitate for their own separate country, as long as they are doing it peacefully in accordance to the law. So, and this is what Yoruba Nation has been doing. But unfortunately, they want to silence the voices of the dissent. They want to silence the voices of opposition. But it's a matter of time. Yoruba Nation will come. It's just a matter of time.
Does this put Koike at risk? Can you see Koike being picked up as well?
Koike cannot come to Nigeria. If he comes to Nigeria, they will slam him in jail for a long time. He cannot come.
And White Lion too.
Huh?
White Lion, the guy with the beard. I don't know where he broadcasts from, but there are so many they can come. Many of them must not come.
Yeah, they will throw them.
Do you think I can go to Nigeria
a long time
without being picked up?
What's your problem, woman?
I think I can go now. Maybe on that Buhari.
Woman, what do you do?
It's Biafra you must avoid. It's Biafra you must avoid.
All these insulting people online all the time.
What do we do? Who cares about you, one man?
What's the question, one man?
No, I was saying, do you think I can go to Nigeria without being picked up?
You mean you?
Yes.
Who is going to pick you up? If Kulata can go and it's not pick up, who is going to pick you up?
Yes, that's true. Actually, Kulata is more of a wanted man than I am, you know. Yeah.
Nobody can pick you up. You are from, you are laughing. Ta ló fẹ́ gbé
Kakakioba.
ta ló fẹ́ gbé kàkà
Do
kí ọba?
you think Mayegun can go to Nigeria without being picked up?
He cannot do
They'll
it.
pick him up.
Yes.
They will pick him up. He cannot do it either. So the only person that can do it is, that have done it, that remain in Nigeria and continue to fight them, is Showore. And a lot of us doesn't give Showore that credit. That guy is a guy with a lion heart, and he stands for what he believes in, and he's a fearless leader. I respect him so much. That's the kind of person that we should have as a leader, that is not afraid. He during his incarceration in Abuja, let me say, yeah, it's an incarceration now. When somebody was confined within a limited space and cannot travel out of the city, the metropolis of Abuja. Incarceration is even worse than that. So, that is even worse than incarceration, rather. So, but he stood firm. He never cowed to them. He speak and he attacked them. He criticized them and attacked them. And his newspaper functioned to, expose the criminality and what do you call it? Their corrupt practices. Even the newspaper, the media in Nigeria are so afraid when they want to. That's why they never want to invite him so much to their studio, because they know we always speak the truth to power. So Nigerians should not be afraid to speak up against these people. The way they misgovern that country, should not be afraid. We practice democracy. The rule of law should prevail all the time.
Let me ask you this. How many centuries do you expect Yoruba nation to come to pass? 200 years, 300 years?
No, don't worry. It's a matter of time. It's going to
It
come.
takes just something small to trigger it. Don't joke.
No, it's
Forget Yoruba nation. Forget. If all Yorubas are not ready to go, then we are not going anywhere. That is it.
You don't worry.
The Yorubas, they need Nigeria more than they need Yoruba nation now.
No, Nigeria needs Yorubas more.
So when Czechoslovakia, when it breaks up, it's just one day. It just started one day. So when something is going to happen in a country like that, it will just come like a thief in the night. Something will just trigger it. And people will say, look, Otisuwa ati egbamo. Eniba maku, aku, eniba maku, aku, and that will come to an end. So it's just a matter of time. A country cannot be governed or be misruled in this manner for a long time. It doesn't work. It has to be for short time, and we correct it and we improve, we do better. That is how a country can survive. But a country that have bad leadership, that deliberately deliberately misgovern that country and doesn't care about their people, only for themselves. One day people will rise up and say, no, enough is enough. We are not taking this. It's just a matter of time. And you can see it. It's not a stable country. It's getting it's getting disintegrated on a gradual. You can see the unity of that country is so shaky now. We are more divided than ever before in that country now. More divided. We are very suspicious of each other, and very deep now than ever before.
But everybody will be poorer for it if Nigeria breaks up. the whole of Nigeria only works off the. If we don't, if it wasn't for Nigeria, Yoruba land will be no different from Togo, Benin Republic,
Malai, forget them.
and the north will be just like Niger Republic.
Woman, that is not true.
It is.
For Nigeria, if not for Nigeria, Yoruba land will have been one of the greatest country, and the Yoruba will have, emerged as the leader of black race in this world.
I believe so.
Yoruba will have emerged as the leader of black race in this world. Because what is it that we don't have? Just tell me one man.
What is it that we have? Arable land. That's what we have.
No, hold on. One man. Yes, you are right. We have arable land. Geographically, we are open to the world.
Togo is as well.
Yeah, yes. But Yorubas, we are so blessed that if you are talking of the religion, let's talk of religion. If you are talking of the religion of black men in this world, it's Yoruba religion that is on top. That's to tell you something about Yoruba people. If you're talking about, an identity of a people, Yoruba have an identity that is so unique among black race in this world. So there are a lot of things that we are so blessed with. And when you're talking about the people, I'm talking about, if you're talking about people that are very resourceful, people that are very, very industrious, Yorubas are number one in Africa. It is Nigeria that killed Yorubas. It's Nigerian state that killed Yoruba. If you're talking of the most industrious people, if you're talking of the most resourceful people in the whole, the black people in the whole of the world is Yoruba people. Look at what Awolowo achieved in the 50s. That was in the 50s. What Nigeria failed to achieve today, Awolowo achieved it back then. In the 50s. Over 70 years ago, going to about 80 years. One man. France did not even achieve it back then. That colonized a lot of African countries. When they were building University of Ibe and all these things, was the best in the whole of Africa. That architectural structure of that school. Look, we are special people, but Nigerian state, when you look down, when we want to quantify what we have lost as people and what we continue to lose as people, I'm talking of Yoruba people, in the current state of Nigeria, current state, in this current entity called Nigeria, you cannot quantify it.
The Yorubas were not on any. We were not on a trajectory that was different from anybody else before the formation of Nigeria. It is only within the Nigerian paradigm that the Yoruba entity came through, and it is not really.
It is Yoruba that make Nigerian state, that make Nigeria to be a country to reckon with in this world. It's Yoruba people. And I will tell you why. There are a lot of things that we have done in that country that Yoruba are the one that initiated it. And Yoruba are the brain behind it, and Yoruba are the people that practice it first, adopted it first, and before other parts of the country. copied it and started, emulated, what we did. When Awolowo started free education, it wasn't practiced in any part of the country. Are we not practicing it today in Nigeria? When Awolowo introduced free education at the secondary school level and the free health service and the free education at the higher institution, was never practiced in Nigeria. Nigeria is still struggling to practice free education, but we practiced it back then in the 80s. When Yoruba started the state university and all these institutions of the state, owned by the state, it never been practiced in any part of Nigeria before. But you see it being copied everywhere. Everybody want to have their own university, their polytechnic. When Yoruba started it, it was like, it's not possible, you can't do it. Awolowo cannot do it. It's people who collect, but Yoruba did it and run it successfully. That is what when you look at what we have been able to achieve, be able to, initiated.
They could only. This was achieved under the Nigerian banner. The Yorubas could not have stood. We would just be like Togo, because the people in Togo and Benin Republic, they're essentially of our stock. So if you remove the might and wealth of Nigeria, then that gives you, just similarly, if you remove the might and wealth of Nigeria, the people in northern Nigeria, they'll just be like people in Niger Republic, or Chad.
That's not, let me tell you one night, your current embassy in London was owned by Yoruba, by the West. It was Yoruba's cocoa money that built that embassy you have in London. When Awolowo was paying the workers' salary in the West, back then was more than what other part of Nigeria, regional part cannot pay half of what Awolowo was paying.
Adele Koko, you're breaking up a bit.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Carry on.
And I was saying that when I would the salary structure for the Western region workers, the minimum wage that the West was paying was more than what the federal government was paying back then. And other regions were no match. And Awolowo will always beat his chest that workers will never strike under his watch. And it never happened. And the workers never proposed for salary increase. He gave them salary increase. That is what Yoruba represent. Do the right thing at the right time. That is who we are. Others, we led others. We initiated a lot of things to make country work that other parts of that country copy. They were saying it was not possible back then. But Yoruba people did it successfully. And they came to Yoruba land, to the leader to learn how was this possible. Nkrumah of Ghana came to the West to ask for Awolowo what was the strategy he used to give them free education. The same thing Egypt president, Gamen Abdul said, came to Ibadan to ask, how was it possible? It's never done in many parts of the world. And 80 years ago, almost 80 years ago, that was initiated and was practiced in Yoruba land. That's to tell, look, one man, what is the name of this Baba of Agbomagbe, what's the name of that Baba back then? Baba. Hello?
We can hear you. I think Ajale Koko dropped. I think Ajale Koko dropped. He'll be back in a moment. He is back. Yeah, Ajale Koko, yes. We could hear you. Hello? All right. Ajale Koko has dropped, but Ajale Koko, I'm going to play this clip, and then when you're able to come back in, when you're able to unmute, then you can address it. This goes back to the Civil War.
Nziogwu, can you please give me an account
Can you hear me?
of the night of the coup?
Oh, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Oh, okay, you can hear me. Oh, okay. I was trying to remember the name of this Baba called that had this Agbomagbe Bank. I can't remember the name. This this Odogbolu Baba, I can't remember his name. That was back then, multimillionaire back then. The Queen of England, when he came to Nigeria, he personally requested that I want to see him. I want to go to his house to see him. That's a black man that back then, to enter the palace in Great Britain, he doesn't need to book an appointment. The king back then say he was a personal friend to the is it king or queen you have back then in Britain before the Queen Elizabeth
It was a king. It was a king.
Was a king, yes. Before the Queen Elizabeth became the queen. It's a personal friend to the king. And he used to, anytime he visited London, he would take gifts to them, to Queen, to the then Queen Elizabeth.
Is queen, is not king, is Queen Elizabeth. I think you're talking about Odutola.
Baba Odutola, yes. So,
are you there? All right. Let me just play this clip. I think Ajale Koko is struggling with the system. So I played this clip. Hopefully you can hear it, Ajale Koko, and then pick it up off the back of coming back.
Nziogwu, can you please give me an account of the night of the coup in Kaduna?
Well, it's rather something like the longest day. We started this off on the night of the 13th of January when a night exercise was planned by the military college, which I command. We took our troops to the ground and taught them how to do night attacks. We didn't tell them what we were planning for, but at the end of the exercise, we took them out and showed them various places where they were to stand and just remain in their vehicle. Next day, we went out again for the same type of exercise, and at the end, we issued them with ammunition this time, live ammunition, and told them that they were going back to the same place as they went yesterday, but this time they were to get certain people.
And they were with you, were they?
Oh, of course they did. Oh, they all supported us.
Did the Sergeant himself attempt to fight?
Well, no. We didn't see him until the time we actually shot him. He ran away from his house when we fired the first few shots of anti-tank gun into the building. The whole roof was blown up and the place was set alight. Then we went to the rear of the house and started searching from room to room until we found him amongst the women and children, hiding himself. So we sort of took away the women and children and took him.
Now, what are your relations with General Iransi in Lagos?
Well, very good. He's my boss. I have always been under him, and I still am under him. There isn't really any problem with you. Misunderstandings arose, but this was due to the publication in the press and by announcements over the radio. At one time, they started calling us in Kaduna rebels, whereas in fact the revolution was all a planned affair all over the country, and
So that was Major Chukuma Inzogu describing then that infamous incident when the Saudana of Sokoto was killed. So apparently the Saudana, he ran to hide amongst his wife and children, and they dragged him out of the hiding place and shot him. So that's just a blast from the past. Adale Koko. We still can't hear you. All right. Can anyone hear me? Or is it me that people can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Come into the conversation, please. We can't hear Ajanle Koko. He's unmuted, but Ajanle Koko, hopefully you can hear me, but we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Ahmad. What is the clip about Zogo? Is it about the past coup?
No, yeah, it was an old black and white. It was an old black and white clip. But let me start you off in a different space instead. What is Lagos are wanting to float an airline? Do you have any thoughts on that?
It's not bad. If the state government wants to open an airline, I think it would be good. It's a business that will create revenue for Lagos State. But is it airline or airport?
Airline and airport, both.
So what about the international airport they're going to build in Lekki? Is it that one they're talking about?
Yes,
or
that one. That one, and then they want to put an airline as the cherry on top.
Well, it's a good move. It's not. I don't see anything wrong in it.
Okay, we can hear you now. We can hear you now, Janle Koko.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I don't know what's wrong with this system, man. Okay, so Umzegu, I think we have narrated this thing before here.
Yeah, we've narrated it before. I just, I just used it to fill the gap between trying to get you to.
Yeah, so we it's unfortunate. That's an history. We have to leave that and just let that go. So, but as I was saying,
Ajalekoko, that coup is an Igbo coup. That coup was sponsored by Oronsi. We should not be getting it twisted. They brought Izego in because he was close to the Sudana. Actually, Sudana adopted Izego like his son. That's why Izego was brought into that coup. If not, he wouldn't have been in that coup. The person that really spearheaded that coup is Ifa Jonah. They carried that coup out. He went to Lagos to do all the shit in Lagos, and they sent another guy to Benin to take out Kotiebo, And in that coup, they took out 41 senior personnel of the 21 personnel of the senior officers in the north. They took out 3 in the southwest. They took out 1 in Midwest, but they didn't touch anyone in the east. No one. So someone will come out and say, "Oh, the coup is not an evil coup." Man, excuse me. There were 7 majors. Only 1 was Uzogu. The rest were Igbos from the southeast. We must say the way it is. If we have to have peace and forget about this coup, we first of all say the truth about that coup. Urossi spearheaded that coup, executed that coup, and that's why it came. They gave him, they make him the head of state. And again, the actual coup that really took place, not this coup. This coup was an attempted failed coup. The actual coup was the coup that Azik and Senate President William Opara went to London, took Urossi to London to hand over power to Urossi. Urossi have no business in power. We were practicing a parliamentary style of government. We have a president, we have a prime minister, we have a senate president. We have 3 arms of power that can function. I think Article Remit, the Senate, the House, the Parliament were debating who to hand over to give power the next, I think on a Monday of it. But behind that, Okpara rushed to London to go and meet Zik and other part to Ronsi. Who does that? That is the actual coup that took place, not the fair attempt coup. Because the military has no place in this coup. They took out the prime minister. We still have the president, which is Zik. We still have the the senate president who can stand in to fill the gap for the both of them. Why handing power to the military? And moreover, Ronsi, as a claim, have stabilized the country after the coup. So why handing power to Ronsi? And as soon as he took power, they changed the constitution. Benoit Beze brought the constitution out in just in a day. In a day. So tell me, if it's not well conceived coup, and change the power and change to federalism. So nobody would convince me, and nobody would tell me Ronsi is not part of it. That's my take. Jacopo, thank you. Can anybody hear me?
I cannot disagree with you. I cannot. So, but it's an history now. But some people will not agree with it. They will still want to deny the fact. We all history and all the facts are there, but they are still denying it today. So, but we just have to leave it. It's an history already. It's well documented, and it is Hunzegu himself. We listened to what he said in that video, what they did, and the way they carried it out. So, and unfortunately, like you said, none of the Eastern leaders were brought down. But we just leave it there. So, woman, what next?
All right. I think you've spoken on the Lagos airport. Unless you want to expand thoughts on that, do you want to speak on the Farouk Lawan?
No, I've not spoken on Lagos airport.
All right. All right. Let's go there then. So Lagos Airline, Lagos Airport, the master plans of Sanwo-Olu.
Well, one man, I think it's a good idea. Welcome it. And is Lagos State being an economy within an economy, the strongest economy among the component units that form Nigerian state, with a large population, the largest direct foreign investment than any other state. Have to start planning for the future. And planning for the future means, requires that state to put in place better infrastructure. And we know what infrastructure means. When you put in place better infrastructure, it attracts investors, it brings development, it brings money, it creates wealth. And that is the reason why this airport, and that is why this airport is needed in Lagos. It's long overdue. Lagos is expanding in so many things, expanding in population, expanding in infrastructure, expanding in, financial base, the economic base. So you can't have a state like that expanding in that manner and doesn't put in place better infrastructure, modern infrastructure, modern facilities to meet the future challenges. So I think those guys, Sanwo-Olu and his team, I think they are thinking futuristic. They are thinking futuristic. And, you know, this airport we see in Lagos is too, is getting smaller in terms of, is getting smaller in terms of the the population, and how do I say it? It's getting smaller as far as I'm concerned in terms of, you know, the influx of people into that country, particularly we in diaspora. It's not in the next 10, 20 years. It won't be able to handle if Nigerian progresses, if we're, you know, progresses economically, and, you know, and investors are coming in. A lot of good things is happening. It's going to be that airport will not be able to handle the influx of people into that. It becomes smaller. When we were young, it was like, this is very big, but haven't been to advanced country. It's like a local airport to us. I mean, it's just like a small airport. But when we were young, this is very big. But haven't seen that of Atlanta and that of Chicago and other places, New York. It looks smaller. So Lagos State, you know, for example, look at New York. New York is not as big in population as Lagos State. They have 3 world-class or 4 world-class international airports in New York. In New York City alone, they have 3. New York City.
Yeah, but New York deals with 10 times the volume of traffic as Lagos now.
One man. That is where Lagos is driving at. Look, we live in a global village. And a lot of people want to visit Nigeria. Where do they want to go in Nigeria? Lagos. If investors is thinking of doing anything in Nigeria, it is Lagos that will come to their mind first. So Lagos cannot stand.
It's Lagos they know. It's not even coming to their mind. It's Lagos they know. Some people used to call Lagos the capital of Nigeria. Do you know that?
Yes.
They don't even know that it's in Abuja now.
Yes. So Lagos cannot allow Nigeria to hold her behind. Nigeria is a how does it describe it? It's like a donkey to yari to very to nolegba. Dẹ̀ gbéra ìwọ kìíní kó gbé ẹrù yìí kó jẹ́ ká lọ ogun bọ̀ yá gbéra ká sá lọ.
But Ajani Koko. On that airport, I have my reservation, though. On that airline, you know.
Let me Okay. Yeah. Speak. Let me hear you. I have not spoken on the airline. I'm just talking about the airport.
Okay. Because airline normally is a business, right? And I think over time we've realized that government, when it comes to government, they are not really good businessmen here. Now they can manage. I've seen government manage public transportation for mass transit in the city. Every city, many cities or many established cities, they have their transit system, like a rail system. But when it comes to airline, it can be so it's becoming interstate, it's becoming international. That is where I have my concern. Like on airport, of course, yes. If we allow that to happen, federal government in Nigeria should not have business building airport. They should have business just regulating because for those areas that have known so much, cities are building airports, not even state, not even province. But it's only in the Nigeria just because we want to centralize everything that's where the problem comes in. So I don't know whether I should jump up and celebrate this airline business because it's still it's still this, you can still subject it to some kind of political manipulations, between the state and the federal government. So to me, it's a mixed feeling for me, and I think where the government should focus on should just be the infrastructure itself, like Lagos Airport, and maybe you want to strike some deals with some airlines, okay, that can, just because of the facility you want to put in place for them to come and be using your facility, then that's good. But the airline itself, I don't know, to be honest. I don't know.
I agree with you. That was the point I was wanting to say before I came back when I was talking about the airport. The airport is a welcoming development thing, but the airline, it will be good, even though Lagos acquired the license, they should put it like a PPA or how you could call it. Let that airline be on a private hand. They can contract it to a bigger company in abroad or anybody that is good in managing airline. They will bring the airline in and under Lagos name, but it's on a private as shareholders controls the airline. On that ground, it will be good for the states, it will be good for the people, and it will be good for the people that is invested, the company that they contracted to. But if they want to use Lagos money to get an airline, which is okay, but at the long run, it won't be good. It will be an avenue of looting. We've seen what our businesses have become with one Nigeria control. At the end of the day, one guy would loot everything. And again, that of a train track, like here in Japan, the government controls the track. That's what people don't understand. The government controls the track, but not necessarily the coach. The coach is being owned by private individuals. There are trains in Japan here, but you see one name, but if you go into details, you see that most of the coaches is privately owned. So I think these are the things Nigerians have to start to look at. You build a good coach train tracks all over Nigeria, then privatize the coach to individuals or PPA, do PPA. Some people come and build that type of trains and put it there. So you regulate and collect your tax and you get employment. So I think they should check that airline aspect very well before they jump into it. But it's a welcome development. Thank you.
Well, yes. So the airport, everybody agree that yes, Lagos Lagos must have additional airport. They must have their own airport. They want a lot of.
Ajanle Koko, sorry. Let me bail out. Hand over to Thomas. Conversation carries on. Thank you, everyone. Carry on, Ajanle.
Okay. So everybody agree on that. That's fine. So on the airline, I think we have some disagreement on that, but I support that too. I would like Lagos to adopt what Nigeria did on Dangote's refinery. They should invest in private airline that will carry the name Lagos, while their investment will yield return for them. You understand what I'm saying? So I think that is the way to do it. I'm not going to support that they should solely own an airline. But yes, sir.
Is the Lagos airline going to be registered in Nigeria or registered in the Caribbean?
It's going to be registered in Nigeria now.
You know what these people do most time? That is why, what is it called? Air Peaceman is in trouble with the United States because some of his airlines were registered in the Caribbean. So he wanted to buy aircraft in the United States. However, for not the transaction, one way or the other was skewed. So they believe that it was trying to what do you call it? When you try to transfer money to
launder money.
Yeah, laundry money. So for him to have registered his airline in the Caribbean shows that he's a consumer. So that's why I'm thinking now that Sanwo-Olu is frequency the island. Something is fishy. So if the airline is going to be registered in Nigeria, great. Taxes will be paid to Nigerian government. But if not, then I don't know. I'm just observing that.
But what's the technicality behind registering overseas? Because that's what I don't know. Maybe Ajalewoko knows.
They pay less taxes abroad. Those islands give them some incentives so much that they pay less to zero in taxes. And some of them uses those because they have to remit their money back to that island. It's as if that island owns that airline. So it helps them to escape paying taxes at the same time laundering money across the globe. That is the scheme.
Well, we don't know how they are going to do it, but what I am suggesting is that I support the idea of investing in as part of ownership of airline that will be more beneficial to Lagos State in terms of revenue generation, just as Nigerian State did with Dangote. So that Dangote's refinery, on a yearly basis, we give Nigeria some billions of dollars in return. So that is what Lagos State should do. They should partner with those experts. Those airlines that are, well formidable, that have credibility, that and we have a lot to benefit. It will create employment. It will, technical skill will be achieved. Technical know-how will be achieved. And, that will position Lagos State to international world that is a place that is a place that is good for investment. So we must have it. Most of the rich people or foreign investors, if at all they come into Nigeria or Lagos, they want to live in Lekki and Victoria Land. So having airports around that corridor will make it easier for them to come in and go out. So the advantage is going to be very huge for Lagos State. And that of airline, like I said, it will be one of the revenue generating points for Lagos State as well. So I will not support the idea that Lagos State should be solely owned. No, they can't do it. It's not possible. They should go the same style with Dangote, like Nigerian did with Dangote. That is the best way. So it's a good step in the right direction, and I hope that they will pursue it vigorously and achieve it and make Lagos State more unique to the rest of the world, and more conducive for investors. Lagos State cannot wait for Nigeria. Nigeria is a donkey that doesn't want to walk. It wants to continue to consume food, give him food, consume, but you know, when it is time for the donkey to move, it doesn't want to move. You can't wait for Nigeria. So that is the way.
Baba, I was actually enjoying your analysis about how the Southwest Nigeria was leading in everything then. So this one, even though in as much as I have my concern, I think this one is going towards that model, right? And like you said, but one funny thing in this environment is someone to talk.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Ola, go on.
Okay. Something very fantastic in this environment. I'm just curious. So Lagos state government will be running airline now, and the federal government will be collecting taxes to be shared across the 36 states, right? You see, this is one of the reasons we now said, okay, I like the shortcut. I like whatever Lagos state government is doing, but I just hope they won't hijack it like the hijack part of a Odua investment there. Then on the other hand, on the other hand, I think restructuring is what we should push aggressively. But I like the idea that when restructuring is not coming, everybody starts to do something. Okay, let's see how it works. The other time, I don't know the utilization now. The other time, I know that Ekiti State created the airstrip for that Ikunderi farm and some other things, but I don't know how far they've gone about the cassava revolution they are promoting in Ekiti State too. So, well, let's hopefully, although I have my concern too, like I said, that the Lagos state government will be running airline, but who knows? Someone starts something and let's see how it goes. So I can only wish good luck, and I want to believe they might have thought about it very well. But then, like I said, the politics of it, where will they be flying? Will they be flying from Lagos to Ekiti, Lagos to Kaduna, all those areas, or will they be flying international airspace? So if they are flying across the international airspace, that is where the real elephant that keep dragging every lamps. When you have, maybe you can have like 100 100 lamps, and one elephant is enough to just drag them backwards. So that big elephant Nigeria is self-system that keeps dragging everyone backward. I hope it will not come, because when you look at the pace we were going in the 60s, by now China should not even be a threat to Nigeria. Nigeria should actually be a competitor to the Chinese people. But it's so unfortunate that we still have where we still fight about relocating a department of CBN back to Lagos, and we are still fighting about quota system in running critical government services. Something that have never worked for us. So hopefully we think we can go forward, and we are not going to have the type of these modern days. You can have the type of coup of 1966 that can even try to bring something backward. And I was actually enjoying War Peace too when he was narrating that issue. If not because of that 1966 coup, some people that came with the mentality of unitary system, that they wanted to impose that in by all means, maybe we will have moved forward. Yeah, I can only pray for Lagos that we move forward. So that's my contribution for now.
Yeah. Thank you, Ola. I don't know, maybe we still have a Jale Koko.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yes, Baba, I think I want to go back. I was driving before, so I couldn't ask your question about that Yoruba nation space. Can you say now Yoruba nation is dead because the Olori Oko has been declared wanted by Nigeria? I'm talking of Igboho himself, and I don't think he's coming back to Nigeria very soon. What do you think about that space? Is it dead, a natural death for 4 years?
Look, Thomas, you see, when that time comes, it is not going to be. It's not going to be Sunday Igboho that will be in the lead. What Sunday Igboho did was just to awaken Yoruba people.
Are we awake? Are you sure?
It's just to awaken Yoruba people that Eden soon, Kilon Shei, because Sion ni gbere papọ̀. Ẹ dìde kẹ́tẹ̀ lajú kẹ́ rí nǹkan tó ń lọ. Ṣé wọ́n fún yín lóògùn oorun ni? Are you people on sleeping tablet? You guys wake up and see what is going on. You just woke us up to look and see what is happening to us. And when the time comes for people to say enough is enough, it's not going to be Igbo, it's going to be everybody. So it's going to everybody will be committed into it. So don't look at Sunday. Sunday Igbo is not the leader. And he has even said it several times that he is not a leader.
But he's acting like a leader, isn't it?
No, forget it. Don't bring that he's acting. He has said he is not the leader of this thing. God just sent him, go and drive criminal out of the farmland in Yoruba land. Drive them out. He achieved that, and that is what he did. So when it's time to come, it will happen. It's a matter of time. I strongly believe in that. Well, you might not believe.
But Baba, if your prominent kings in Nigeria is not supporting Yoruba nation, are you not thinking those people shouting Yoruba nation, they are just making fool of themselves? Because the first people that will push Ajade Koko, Oni of Ife cannot start Yoruba nation today, and any president in Nigeria will go and arrest him. Oboko, Owa Obokun, Awujale, those kings that still have some pedigree, they can't start Yoruba nation agitation today. And any president, maybe in the north, maybe Igbo president, Yoruba president, will go and arrest them. And you see all those Baba.
Don't talk about.
No, I just, that's what I think. They can't do that.
These people we are talking about,
if our prominent Obas are not aligned with any Yoruba nation agitation, are you not thinking people doing Yoruba nation, they are just making noise, they are just empty barrel?
Look, Thomas, when that time comes, all Oba will start, because they will see, they will get the memo right by that time, and they will have no other choice but to go alongside their people. So it's a matter of time. We don't need to. Oba cannot do anything now because they are still under the control. One Jelara, Ibiti Nigeria, Ibi Baje Nigeria, Ibiti Bogmontin Jensen, they are benefiting from this rotten system. So you can't expect them now. But when the time comes, when they see it clearly that
do they have choice? The state government that is paying their salary, they don't have choice, do they?
Yeah, we agree with you that yes, agree with you on that. But don't worry, it's a matter of time. We don't need to drag it too much as if it's going to happen when it's not. So, but I have a strong belief it will happen, except Nigerian leaders change their way. They run that country, and they run and by changing it, that country must start to work for ordinary man in Nigeria, including Yoruba people. That is what could prevent it. But if Nigeria continue to get worse off than the way we have it today, don't worry. Everybody across Nigeria will stand up.
Yeah, I'm having a suggestion. Why don't we go to war like the Biafran? Biafra, they don't have strength. Maybe Yoruba will use the jazz to win the war, to get out of Nigeria. That's a stupid question.
Hello, Thomas.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Thomas, ogun ló fẹ́nu pè bí iyán yẹn. See,
And
don't
hello,
even
Thomas.
go there because you know Yoruba will say Moja Mosa ni Amaki Konjilogun.
Ẹ ti dé nìyẹn kẹ́ máa pa òwe tó bá ti dọ̀rọ̀ ogun náà tẹ́ ẹ lè jà
No,
lẹ́ máa pa
no,
òwe.
the question is this. The question is this. That's not the way to solve it because your enemies are looking for the way to decimate you. You are already we are already surrounded by the enemies already. So when you want to fight that way, that one is not even fanciful because nobody wants to suggest himself to international crime these days because
Ọ̀lẹ ni
anybody that
yín Yorùbá, ọ̀lẹ lẹ́yìn Yorùbá, ọ̀lẹ ni yín.
Thomas, it's not as no. You say Yoruba will say yiyo ekun bi to joko. You understand? Sometimes you don't pick a fight you cannot win. You understand? You pick your strategy and you start deploying your tactics, until you use whatever you have, whether propaganda, whether pressure, to weaken the enemy. And when you weaken the enemy, it gets to a point the enemy will say, okay, we are even tired of you, yeah, be going safe. What's your problem? You understand? Because by that time, everybody will be seeing what Yoruba are talking about now because this is existential threat. This is survival things, right? So you don't go and do like Utu and Usi or whatever, and you don't go and do like no, you don't go. Like the Biafra one you are talking about now. I don't underestimate the power of those people, even though they were not prepared, right? But at the same time, don't underestimate what they did because if not because of some certain strategy, if not because of food, for example, if they've had got alternative to food, and the soldiers were not hungry, believe me, it won't be that easy the way we're talking about now.
Nigeria will still win the fight. They can't win.
My friend Thomas, even Nigeria never thought it was going to even take up to 3 years. Don't see, it's like you've not really read a documentary or you've not really read any history about that. It was not an easy. That civil war was a terrible one. Terrible than what we're talking about. If not because of that strategy to use hunger, it was just that war. You can just say hunger war. That's what it is. If not because of hunger, France. France was fully in support of Biafra than even the United Kingdom was in support of Nigeria. If that civil war had gone for another 2 years, it would have been another result entirely. So let's not just say that it was that easy. No, it wasn't that easy. So we can't go into war. There are other ways we can
tactically, Nigeria had already defeated the place. In fact, in 3 months, they had already captured the original capital. They captured the south. I mean, come on, let's get real. They just wanted to end it quickly. That's why they put it.
If it was not because of that hunger,
It's not because of the hunger. Tactically, they were. I've read books on it. Tactically, they were already defeated. Let's not spin this thing.
Greta, let me portray your point. That war ended in by January 1968. It was already ended. The remaining thing you were saying there was just propaganda, publicity from
exactly.
That's why Ifajua was executed. Have you read Ifajua books? Banjo already told. Hold on, Banjo. All these guys, they want the last copy was because if the Banjo, the Yoruba guy that was with them before they executed, Ejuku executed.
Last copy.
Scorpion.
Victor Banjo it's Victor Banjo that they executed. Yeah.
Victor Banjo already told.
Uncle.
Yeah, Victor Banjo already told Ejuku that there's no way we're going to win this war, but we still have things to negotiate and go back to the negotiating table because the Nigerian government is still ready to go back to the negotiating table and agree to Abrui Accord. But he wanted to just take it all, and you don't have the war chest.
War peace.
So,
France betrayed Biafra. I will tell you because it depends on.
No, France did not betray Biafra. See, let me tell you. Hold on. Before you continue,
One voice.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. All right, before you continue, the war was fought. So like, hold on now. The war
Hold
was,
on. Let him
yeah,
land.
the war was fought and ended in Midwest. When Asaba fell, that was the end of the war. Nothing more anymore. That's why the Nigerian government could prolong the war. Everything that was happening was propaganda under Ojukwu. When they lost Ore, that's Ondo Ore, the border between Benin and Ondo, then lost Asaba. The war was ended. That was 67 to 68. By January, the war is ended. Every other thing is propaganda. Okay, I use the first of your last, so you can continue.
Okay, see.
Ola, sorry, before you continue, let me just chip in. Ojukwu, the reason they wanted to end it, Ojukwu was using his own people for propaganda a lot. So what's it called? The world was now looking at it in a funny way. So we had to quickly end it. Otherwise, Enugu was gone way, maybe 3 months. Port Harcourt, everything in matter of weeks and months, they were gone. And then the defeat they had when they tried to go to Ondo and they pushed them back from Midwest and all. By that time, nothing that they had left. But you can continue,
Okay,
Sha.
Kulata, look, it got to a stage that Nigerian troops wanted to get weapon from America, and America didn't sell weapon to Nigeria, citing abuse of human rights. But as at that time, these Biafran people, they were getting the support of the French people. Russians, they came to the rescue of Nigeria to some extent. Now, what happened? When they now discovered they poured through the south, the Calabar axis area where they were bringing in some weapon, the Nigerian government had to strike a deal. With France or Cameroon. You understand? Because at that time, there was still the possibility that Nigeria would still win that area of that Bakassi. For Nigeria to win that war, they had to reach an agreement with France on Cameroon. If not because of that, believe me, America already betrayed Nigeria, and the Britain was not doing enough to support Nigeria. That war would have gone beyond that 1969, 1970 that we are talking about. That's why I'm saying it depends on the version of the story of the history you read. So everybody
How much, let me ask you a question. How much territory was left by 1968 in Biafra?
Good question. Very good question.
I'm only talking about the version of what I read. It's not about.
No, let's talk about the territory now. How much was left?
Nigeria military was already running out of necessary firearms.
Ola, well, back my story. I don't argue.
So, no, it depends. That's why I say it depends on the version of the history you read, because you read your own version.
Ogala, that as 1960, like I said, as 1968, the war was already over. Not just 1968 ending, 1968 beginning, the war was over. Ojukwu does not have money to fight that war. His father locked his money up. All those stories you're hearing that Ojukwu was fighting, he was rich. His father locked his money up. Ojukwu could not have access to his father's money. That's why the money Ojukwu was used to fight the war was the money he looted from Midwest and Port Harcourt, the Central Bank, all those areas then.
ACB.
That was the money
they looted money. They looted money in Benin Central Bank. Carried all the ACB money, and then the money became useless. What is Ola talking about?
What's he talking about? He didn't have any money to fight any war. They took the oil from him. He didn't have any leverage. They took the from him and all that.
Kulata and War Peace, I said it depends on the version. Okay, the only history of the Civil War of Nigeria that I read was written by John Doe George, and it's the Nigerian Civil War. That's the only one I read. I've not read another one. I'm only narrating from what I read. So it's not about what I'm talking about. See, sometimes we underrate things. It's just like the Boko Haram issue and insecurity. We just, there was a time that, if this thing happened in Nigeria, we crush it under 1 hour. And that thing has happened now for how many decades now? We've recorded like 2 decades of insecurity, close to 2 decades of insecurity in Nigeria, and we are still unable to crush. So some things, we speak some things sometimes as if it's as good as pressing keyboard.
That's a false equivalent. We're talking about a country.
It's not a false equivalent.
It's a false equivalent because Biafra is supposed to be a country, not some ragtag guerrilla kind of warfare.
None of us was born during that war, right? That's what I'm saying.
Just ask, you answered the question, what territory was left in 1968?
That's not my point. I'm only narrating.
It's a point. It's supposed to be a country.
See. I'm not saying I know the issue. I'm only narrating the book I read. So I'm not.
You
I'm
read
not
the
being
fake. You read
and
the
I'm
fake
not
one.
being bold. I'm not
You
being
read the
bold.
fake
Okay,
book.
nothing. So
No, it's not like he read the fake book. The book he read, it was true, but not the way the way it is. No, historians can write it, paint the picture from a different angle.
What is no best? Again, for Thomas Lara, Thomas, you are very rude. Uri is Ankolanko. You are telling me that I read Facebook. You go ahead. Yeah, boy.
You read the wrong book. Odiwe. You read the Odiwe.
So the war was, see what happened when Biafra declared Biafra. You quickly take over Calabar, all this Bayelsa, Cross River, and Port Harcourt. Then he was flexing his muscle because he has he has what to bargain. Now after then he took over Midwest. He needed data. He wanted to secure that oil so that he can use the bargain for his arm and whatever from international policy. I mean international power, which was looking good for him. But when he moved further to Ore, say he's going to Lagos, that's why he lost it all. Nigeria beat him back from Ore to Lagos to Midwest. From Midwest to Port Harcourt, he lost at the same time. He lost Port Harcourt, he lost Calabar, he lost Midwest simultaneously. Not like even not too far from each other. And he was beating back to Enugu. So when you already there, there was no need for Nigeria to move further again to chase him more again. What else he was doing? He was just propaganda. He was killing his own people, using children soldiers to fight the war, using hunger, using propaganda, showing to the UN, thinking UN will come to his aid. Now he doesn't have anything again to bargain, to buy a weapon. He doesn't have any resources. He looted money from a central bank in those states, then Midwest. He looted money from Port Harcourt. All the states he took over, the region, he looted the money to be fighting war. He does not have oil to bargain. What will we not use to bargain? And we use Nigerian weapons.
Ojukutu is a criminal. This guy.
He's a big criminal now. He's a very big criminal. Then when Banjo was telling him, Banjo told him, let's go back to the original plan. Let's go back to the original plan. He called them Sabo. That's when the word Sabo came up. Sabatua. There's Sabatua. They want to take over my. Now he became his own struggle, not longer Biafra struggle. All the Banjo, he executed all of them. Do you know he executed Banjo and his he executed and his entire family lineage? He spent all of them. People start taking their kids away from the East. East were bubbling now during the war. People are still doing the normal thing in the East now. You go and watch the movies. And not movie, I mean the documentary. Life was still going on normally. Just the way life was going on in Lagos. Life was going on in the East. It was Midwest that everybody was hiding their head. But soon as they blow that bridge, and when Nigeria cross that bridge, cross that river, the war ended. Tell me how many places they throw bomb in the East. Show me how many cities they fought war in the East. Tell me
what is at the end of the day, the option that Thomas is placing before us, that we go into war to get Nigeria is not a viable one, because as it is now.
I know. I was just giving you wrong advice. Maybe you will take it
of course. That's why we're educated. Now we won't take wrong advice.
Yeah, war is not the option. War is never the option of getting peace. Negotiation is the option, and that was Ojukwu lacked. Ojukwu had all the opportunity to stop that war and get his demand. But when they told him to stop, okay, we cannot win this war. Peter Banjo have retrieved. Banjo have retrieved. Ozogu, they betrayed Ozogu. Do you know why Ozogu should assassinate and kill by himself? Because he saw there was nothing. The guy by himself on the way back. His sister had to bring his dead body back, drive the dead body to Asaba. He said, if Nigerian military meets me like this, what will happen to Asaba? We took bad. So if he took himself, when he went to Enugu to meet this stupid Ojukwu man, he betrayed him. Then he realized he's Anyoma, that is not Igbo.
Do you know the anointing in that 1960 scoop is because of the lies that people are feeding us about it? Oh, we were trying to get Nigeria right. Oh, we were trying to bring Awolowo back to come and rule, and yet all your leaders escaped miraculously, and yet Sardauna of Sokoto was killed, Akintola was killed. So I seem not to just get it, and yet you are trying to. So that thing, we knew that. I'm sorry to say, and if nobody want to say it, if you think it is tribal in nature, well, whether faith is truth or not, that 1966 coup was tribal, nothing more. Was tribal because Nnamdi Azikiwe suggested that he suggested a unitary system, and he could not get that unitary system through the normal referendum, the normal agreement they were going to do, and some people were now trying to bring that same unitary system back through the military coup. That is one of the reasons we are where we are today.
Ola, thank you. You just nailed the nail on the head. Let me educate that guy Mike on the commission. Michael Okuta, what do you call his name? He's asking me if the war was Ojukwu war. No, the war was not a Ojukwu war. The war was Igbo war. The war didn't start from Ojukwu, but Ojukwu was part of the war right from day one. We should not get it twisted. The war, like you just said, it was Aziki war. Aziki needed how they call it, he was a pan-Africanist, and he wanted one unity government. Even during 1959, when they were holding conference, Azik had to use his colonial power to detain and arrest our freedom fighter that championed for the freedom of Nigeria. What's it called? Our man from Edo State, Inauru. When Inauru raised now when Inauru raised the comment like this agreement we're coming on, we're coming up with this constitution, like this constitution, let's just be clear of any country can secede, any region can secede if they don't like the agreement. And Ojukwu was insisted no, and Naro was keep bringing up. I now told Naro, like if you continue with that, he will detain him for contempt and have you count what they use. And Nigeria stood his ground and he arrested him. He's there. Azik needed you just to be one nation, control from the central. He brought this ideology. Now he think that's why they removed that clause from our constitution, secede, but they not left.
I fought for that clause too now to be able to secede. Yeah.
So able to succeed, yes, because he was chastising Awolowo because Inaro was Awolowo's boy. So that was the one that is frontal, very bossy one inside. So they not left the referendum clause. The only referendum clause they left there. What the British presented to us was nice. No, I would say perfect, but as Zik challenged a lot of the clause in that the constitution. Now, when they got the power, and Zik was president, he was claiming he's ceremonial president. I do not understand when you are a president of a country and you claiming you are a ceremonial president when the military is controlled by the Igbos, the customs is controlled by the Igbos, the Senate is controlled by the Igbos, almost all the sectors, the parastatal, the head of government, everything is controlled by the Igbos. Igbo have more than 42 top officers in the cabinet. What I mean cabinet, from military to non-military positions. We were controlling the country. Head of commerce was Igbo, but yet they still don't want. You are not satisfied. They needed that prime minister. They don't want to be everywhere, and they carried out a coup. They carried out a coup by Uzogu. Uzogu came in at the tail end. The plan was there for a very long time. They only brought Uzogu in because Uzogu was close to the Sardauna of Sokoto. Actually, Uzogu was the Sardauna of Sokoto adopted son. Actually, Sardauna of Sokoto put Uzogu into military. Raised in Kaduna, he was his son, his boy, to get access to Sardauna. Then they brought Uzogu in, and they had their coup. But the coup was a fake coup. There were 7 majors, 5 were Igbos, 2 not Igbo, Uzogu and one other guy. And the 5 that went to the critical point in Nigeria to carry out the execution, they are Igbos. Apart from the one Uzogu did in Kano, so where the district were, Fatima came to Lagos. The other one came to Benin. They all went around. We only saw that 3 or 4 regions they went to, 3 regions they went to. We didn't talk about other military officers they fired. That was not even in the north. There were not even any position. But their top military officers, you fired all of them. You came to the west. You fired 3 senior officers. That is the premier, the premier, and 2 other senior military officers. You fired them. The officer that was with the governor general that was with Sudana plus other military officers. 3 of them you fired them. You came to Benin, you buy Okotebo, the finance minister. Very horrible way. You tie him to 2 trucks and drag him apart. And they saw Uronsi during the coup. They didn't touch Uronsi. If you are claiming that you want to buy all the top military officers, you saw Uronsi and your top military officers. You didn't buy any of them. Then the coup was over. The military came to power and came out and restores peace. Then the House started holding a section how to replace the prime minister position. We still have the president, which is Zik. We still have the Senate president, which is I think William Okpara, an Igbo man. Tell me, what do the military need in that? What did the military need? You have done your job. You go back to the barracks. Stability is there already. You go back to the barracks. I think it was on a Monday of it, they went to announce Atiku Abubakar Aremi, the northern editor of choosing Abubakar Aremi to replace the Tafawa Balewa's position. William Okpara took Uronsi to London because Azukiwe was in London during the coup, claiming that he went to a holiday. He took him there. The man that took him there, they took him to the man that has the power, which is the president, and the man that possesses the power, which is the Senate president, and hand over the power to the man in charge of the military, which is an Igbo man, going Rossi. He went to London and handed over power to him. What is that going Rossi role in parliamentary system of government? Not even federal system of government. If federal system of government was how the military will come in. Parliamentary system of government, you have the president, you have the prime minister, you have the Senate president that can play that role of the prime minister. I'm hearing you.
Don't you think the Igbos to be blaming? Yeah, don't you think the Igbos to be blaming Ojukwu to taking them to that war?
No, I don't know if they want to blame me, but let me go to Ojukwu. Ojukwu was made the god. Let me go to Ojukwu. Ojukwu was formerly the head of armory in the north. During that coup, Ojukwu did not release weapons to any military officers, setting the excuse that he don't want a further bloodshed. But armory were released to people that are kind of cool. So people are talking. People think they are talking to stupid people. Everything about Nigeria was handled by the Igbos then. All the positions. You understand? So after that time, he was removed from that position by Rossi and making the governor general of after they arrest this guy. What's it called? Atakaboru. What Atakaboru sit away from Nigeria? It was still the Ojukwu that moved. I do just other Atakaboru to go and get. I go actually other Ojukwu to go get Atakaboru dead or alive. It was 12-day war. People didn't even know that. It was 12-day war. Then Ojukwu was the head of. He was to make the governor of Midwest, was the Eastern region. The general got the military. The governor of the Eastern region. And he went in God blazing, shut up the villages, and then he got Atakaboru after burning houses and shooting people dead. And they sent Atakaboru to death. Is that place in that announcement? I agree. Also made the announcement that Nigerian unity is not negotiable. They said it. Nigerian unity is not negotiable. We're not negotiating it at all. Then he removed referendum. Now, when there's a counter coup, removing Agoironsi, the Ojukwu said, "Oh no, we have to go back to the parliamentary system we are." Why didn't you go back when your brother was the military head for 6 months? You didn't go back. Is that going to happen? And Aburi Accord again, it was not for Ojukwu. Aburi Accord because the North didn't want to be part of Nigeria anymore. The Middle Belt wanted to get out of it. The Goja region wanted to get it. That was the Aburi Accord for. Ojukwu only just joined because of opportunity to flesh out his own case. And he was demanding what he cannot give. Then he came back and lied that okay, they didn't go on this. It did abide by the agreement. He's declaring war. It was not for him. But it was part and parcel of the war. And Kurose was the person that planned that war and used his officers as majors. He was the chief of staff. And you are telling me it's a Juku war. Now, next time you will tell me this Agui war. Mr. Michael Kota, maybe you're hearing me. Next, you tell me if it's Igbo war. You always shift the blame. For once, accept the blame. Even if there's foreign element on it, accept the blame. How can the Ben one person bring out a constitution when it was no internet era, not even AI? How can you write a constitution in one day? You just present a constitution and you change the constitution of Nigeria in one day and present a new one. That means that plan has been in the pipeline for years. Cannot just be one day. So that war, Ojukwu was involved, Yaguchi was involved, and other people were involved. Thank you, Mr. Michael Carter. I yield the floor. Thomas, are you there?
I think the biggest issue was after that first
Thank
coup.
you, War Peace, for the
After that
for what
first,
you just give us the lecture.
sorry, after
That's all
that
true.
first coup, can you guys hear me? After that first coup, what happened to those military officers that did the first coup? Nothing happened to them. That was really what made it a bit clear because they did not discipline them. I mean, all the guys that planned the first coup, they absorbed them into the army. And I mean, under Agui Ronsi. So that was a bit dodgy, right? Because if you guys planned an
They
unsuccessful
kept
coup,
them there. They were living in 5-star hotel.
They were
eh,
living in the
so
hotel. They kept them in the hotel.
so that was what like made it clear that this is kind of like a sectional coup. Because assuming okay, if it happened, at least you should have done court martial them, do something. You know, it's military. I mean, kill them or do something. But then you left all of them. So then it became. I mean, the North got very pissed off because assuming they said okay, they wanted to clear corruption, like that was the excuse, and okay, they failed. Aguirre Rossi is now trying to clean shop. Then you now say okay, for you guys for do this, I'm going to discipline you. But no, not they didn't touch anyone. Not a single person did they touch. So it was just glaring to Northerners and like I know. I mean, you didn't kill it. First of all, you didn't kill any leader. The only soldier you killed that was from the southeast was the guy in charge of the armory that was trying to prevent them from getting any ammunition. And though they killed that one on the spot, that was the only soldier from the southeast they killed. And then after killing all the leaders across the country, this guy was conveniently on a cruise. What's it called? Zikwe was conveniently on a cruise on vacation. It wasn't touched. Opara, I mean, so that happened. Then after you now didn't punish anybody. So it was. I mean, it's very obvious. That was a mistake by them, and it's something that still like still at the back of the minds of many people till date.
Yeah, if they are saying they're going to take out the prime minister, what was the business of the premier? The premier, Samad Bello, what was his business? He was just a premier. If you are going after the prime minister, you go after Tabat Balewa. Okay, you went for the premier. What was the business of the remaining 19 senior officers? You remove all the senior officers that is in the rank. You remove them, and what happened? You replaced all those people.
Why kill Sardauna of Sokoto too?
Why? What was his business? He's not the prime minister of the Nigeria. He was just a premier of the north, which you have your own Opara too. Why did you go for your own? Was it in north? Was where is the power base? No, the power base is in Nigeria and in Lagos. Then you took out another 19 officers, making every 21.
It was
and you fill that position. You fill that position. The next thing you fill that position with the Igbo officers, and they were making music to mock them. You came to Lagos and you buy 3 from the southwest. What was the business of Akintola and the rest? You came to Benin and buy Okotebo. What's Okotebo business?
Okotebo, yeah.
What's Okotebo business? And then after the war, Zogo was giving speeches like it's like a failed war, a fake coup. I mean, a fake coup. They're not arrested. They are giving speeches. What we did, what we didn't do well, and they were wanting to see the world next. Then you took they give another power to give you the military officer. You are in a parliamentary system of government. They another power to you. That was the biggest coup in front of our eyes. Okpara went to London and another power to a president, which was
They should have continued the civilian government now. Yeah.
It has nothing. The coup has nothing to do with the government. You have taken out the people you want to take out. The government will continue. They have a prime minister. They have a president. They have a senate president, which the mostly control. The military, which he mostly control. So why Aaron is coming to change the constitution? Why he become the head of the country? Because if they continue like that, the Senate will push back and pass bill. They did not want any challenge. That's how they still be. They don't want any challenge. Total control. That's what they wanted. Total control. And you went to under power. That was destroy Nigeria to tomorrow, and they are not accepting it. Who does that? It's very say the truth. Talk about it. Ojukwu is among the coup. I always say it was the organizer of the coup, and they used to to execute the coup. People tell me Ojukwu go to war. It's not about the coup. This is very sad, and it's very bad. Thank you. Is Thomas there? I think Thomas is busy. What about this guy? I heard that they're giving this guy, Farouk guy, 5 years sentence. Did you hear about it?
Which guy?
Farouk.
Oh yeah.
Remember that guy?
That guy that stole, that guy that was bribed for 500,000.
The tortoise in Numa, tortoise was hiding porridge on his head, but this one was hiding dollars.
But don't continue.
No, I was just saying. I was just equating him to tortoise. The provided.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Don't you see the judgment is funny? Don't you guys think the judgment is funny?
No. I've not even read the judgment. What was the judgment?
They gave him 5 years imprisonment.
5 years.
And they hold 5 years imprisonment. So now look at the time the case has been going on. If you remove it from it, 5 years is already over. So that guy will be coming out of bail anytime soon.
Oh, are they going to backdate it?
They say they will hold. You're backdated. The case has been going on since. So you give him 5 years. If your man doesn't,
so he's not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere. He's not. What kind of constitution? What kind of country is this?
But no, he spent some time in detention already, right?
Yes.
Yeah, has been in detention. The case has been going on. Detention.
Yeah.
That's what they say.
He has even overspent, right? When you look at it,
overspent. Because that's what they said. We cut the 5 years prison judgment for Farouk. So what was the court case then? What was the president time for them? Because
the major thing is convicted. That's just the main thing. So the law is the law. We just have to, whatever the law says, we just have to abide by it until the law is changed. That's just it. But whether we like it or not, he has been convicted. So the facts, that's the only fact there that, okay, anybody can be convicted. So that guy can never remain the same.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that he has been convicted. That stigma cannot remove it. But the problem that the punishment is not hard enough that deter people for stealing. That's why people still repeat corruption. You understand me? Like they gave him 20 years.
Baba Wopis, let me tell you something. Even when they were doing firing squad in Nigeria, they never stop people from even going worse in the armed robbery cases. So the only thing that the government were able to do over time, if I talk of Tinubu now, people will say, okay, this guy has come again. Tinubu was able to introduce this armored personnel carrier for RRS, right? Rapid Response Squad. And they just without even trying to carry some people, take them to court, they prevented robbery. The bank robbery that used to be very, it was very common on Ozuban, by the way, and Oceanic Bank used to be the major victim. And not only that, they would do all those things at Awolowo way in Ikeja, all those things. So all those things they used to carry out at Rumire area. So the thing stopped. There was a time where Marwa was there that the entire Operation Sweep Van in Lagos they were chasing the Shinarambo, and they could not even catch Shinarambo, and they still made away with his loot. But under RRS with armor personnel carrier, you were not even going to carry that thing, so there's no point of chasing you, because already you will see armor personnel carrier around the Lekki Phase 1 at that roundabout. You will go to Awolowo, you will see there. So position in a strategic location that even the armed robbers that will try to operate will know that, oh, no way. You know, the next thing they did, they shift to Ogun State. So they shifted, so they moved to Ogun State. That was the time you will be hearing that they were robbing around Redemption Camp and all those areas. So to me, why am I saying this thing? The best way to deal with corruption in Nigeria is not by sentencing these people. Don't let them even have access to that treasury. That's what we want, you know, because when you have too many armed robbers, where you have too many rogues in the government, where you have too many thieves, how many people are you going to deploy to follow them? Even the police you want to send after them too, they are even looking for how to cut their own deals. So to me, I'm an advocate of preventive control. I'm not an advocate of catching them. Look at what Farouk Lawan said. Farouk Lawan to help Nigeria recover 300 million of Abacha loot. He bargained for 10% of it. Look at that. So it simply means that the cost of recovery in some situation may even be that terrible, may even be so serious. So don't let us waste energy on that. Go and prevent. That's all I want. So 5 years imprisonment, he has been convicted. Well, we need to be pardoned for him to even be able to stand for any political position in Nigeria again. So, but then, no matter whatever you want to say, he's still an eleven. So, Ajali Koko, are you still there, sir?
I don't know if Ajana could see here.
I'm
Maybe.
still here. I'm just
Okay, I see you.
I'll talk.
Okay.
Waiting with the talk now, Baba. You just keep quiet. You leave us alone. I beg talk.
I'm enjoying you guys, man. Everybody, what?
I beg. Don't you see that Eleven ni Bobo Farouk here now?
Well, look, let me tell you, Allah. You see, Farouk was just unlucky that he was trying to touch untouchable, one of the untouchable in Nigeria, and that's what messed him up. So all of them, all the people that are seen as millionaire or our billionaires in Nigeria today, how they acquire that wealth, man, is through shady deals. Shady deals within the system that have been going on and continue to still be the order of running business in Nigeria. So, but that guy, I think he was too desperate. And then they said, look, let's teach this one a lesson. He thought he's smarter than us. He's trying to expose us. He's trying to destroy our business. Let us destroy him. So they were smarter than him. It's not that Otedola doesn't settle some of these guys in the parliament. He settles them, but this guy, he was trying to demand for too much. And they said, look, let us take him down so that the rest of them that are thinking they can do this to we that own Nigeria, they will learn a lesson. So that is what happened. Are we going to say that Dangote with Emefiele did not do a lot of shady deals? What do you think is going to happen to Dangote? Nothing going to happen. Those are the club. Those are the people in the clubhouse, club members that own that country. So, and Farouk, what is his name? You didn't ask very well before. You didn't know that these are one of the untouchable. Don't let me. He didn't know that is he. I mean, his job there is to cover them up and not to expose them. So It's just unfortunate, but well, ọba mẹ́wàá ìgbà mẹ́wàá làwọn Yorùbá máa ń sọ. So time will come when all of them that where are they? Where are those people? Those that rule us in the Second Republic. Where are they today? Where are they today? They are nobody. Even many of them, of their family, they left behind. They are living in abject poverty now. So that's how it works. So one soldier go, soldier come. That is the way things run in this world. One soldier go, one soldier come. So those that are in place today, their time will end, and another set of people will come to take over the reign of the country from them. But so that's the way I see about Farouk. He was trying to be smarter. He was trying to expose, and they said, let's use him as an example to some of them that thought that they can touch we the powerful in this country. So that's my take on that.
Okay, Baba. So, who want to contribute? Why are people just running away today? It's like everybody don't go back, go shakabi. Even Babati, I'm expecting Babati. It's not here now. Our teacher.
Babati Inko.
That's why I'm wondering though. All of them, Remy and Co.
Where is Remy?
Where is not here. Even I can't find. I don't know.
Where is Triumph? Where is Triumph? We don't see these people. We should go and ask for them. And when
one man went to one night session. I saw Trump yesterday. Trump just sticking yesterday. Trump will come at the end of a very unholy hour to come around and be discussing business. Everything about Trump is business. So I know Trump will still come around 12 a.m. No, okay, 12 a.m. in Canada time, because we're in 10 p.m. now, right? So in 2 hours now, you will see Triumph. We just thinking.
But Triumph, we have not been seeing him for some days now. I don't know what's going on with him.
No, Baba, I
think
saw
he
Triumph
made a
yesterday.
cameo. I think he made the cameo visit maybe 3 days ago.
Oh, he
came
yesterday.
Yes, he came 3 days ago. Yeah.
We were together in the background yesterday.
He was there yesterday. Oh.
Yeah. Everything is business. How the guy now how he go make money, how he go try everything is business. All the politics you are talking about.
Damn, Luto there. What have you placed a Yoruba Igbo? We don't know where that guy comes from.
No, I think as by his ancestral lineages.
He said I'm a Lagosian. Is that
I know, and I like that guy. He's very open. No.
Very simple.
Delta need to help to work.
What's more Yoruba? What's more Yoruba?
Delta to small Yoruba.
And Yoruba living now. Yoruba living.
So I even want to challenge some people. One elder told me, he said anywhere in Igbo land, the way they have Obi, that is not traditionally an Igbo place, that is an extension of Yoruba. That Wahala, I think I go introduce yesterday, but I don't get that time.
Kolata, that is why he thinks like Yoruba sometimes. You will see that this guy do like Yoruba sometimes. So they are very close
to Triumph.
Triumph. Yes.
Yeah.
No.
You will see that he has our own mentality here.
Only support Tinubu very
No, you know something. You know something, Thomas. If as you are now, if you were born,
going to do it. Tinubu is going to make Nigeria good. You guys be patient. Money route that will day for God's sake. Confidence.
No, I think I agree with the guy on Tinubu. I think generally we are not being fair to Tinubu, to be honest. Is at least before some of us, the some of us that were enemy of Buhari, from day one, I've always been enemy of Buhari because I've already seen what Buhari can do. So not new to me. Like I said, as a child, I felt the economic hardship that Buhari brought. And the fact that Obasanjo mentioned that guy is not good in economy. And when people want to, I know that people don't like Obasanjo, but I'm sorry to say, Obasanjo is one of those guys that, in fact, if I can achieve like 1/100 of what Obasanjo has achieved in Nigeria, honestly, I will feel proud of myself. So when that man speak, I listen to him, and I know he doesn't speak rubbish. Before we decided to go on a coup plotter, a criminal that destroyed the democratic institution, is that one of the worst criminals in the history of Nigeria. I know the same way some people are trying to change the narrative of Aguiyi Ironsi and Kaduna Izogu and all those Ifeajuna. That's just the same way they try to change Buhari narrative. Oh, he didn't know anything about the coup. He didn't do this thing. And yes, Shagari asked this guy, according to the documentation I read, that okay, I heard that there's an ongoing coup plotting, and the man denied. So when people wanted to bring Buhari on us, they say, oh, that man didn't know anything about the coup. They just executed it and they asked him to come. I said, like, seriously? And he didn't know anything. Stop fooling yourself. Why will Abacha, Idi Agbon, and Babangida plot a coup? And so among them, nobody loved to occupy that seat. And
nobody loved to be president among them.
And the next is to bring Buhari. The Buhari that they could have easily retired or just find a way to send him out. So to me, and after that guy destroyed us that time, people changed the narrative. They changed the narrative. Oh, it's corruption. You know, I've not hidden my own feelings. This narrative of fighting corruption is a scam. You know, when you are talking of grammatical, how do I say this thing? You know, it's just like when the motivational, you understand? I call them motivational, you know, all those speakers.
English will do the
motivate, you know, when they want to destroy you, they will kind of tell you, say, oh, no, you know, that's what Obi was doing that time. You know, from construction to production. That's kind of this thing. Oh, employee can never be rich. You know, you have to. There's some people even they resign from
Ola Kolata. Where is Peter Obi? We haven't heard from him lately. Is he still in Nigeria? Oh, he don't travel to Kilimanjaro.
Peter Obi is very quiet right now. The APC, the APC guys, they're really showing him, or they went to expose his son.
Thomas, I have Princess Rocio. I think we have someone now that we are.
They exposed Peter Obi's son because you know they were harassing Tinubu's daughter, the one in New York, because I think she's gay or something. Apparently, too, Obi's son too is gay. So that's the battle they are battling on Twitter now.
Kolata.
Sir.
Boy, tó sọ wípé òun ò ra mọ́tò fún gbà yẹn ni.
Gègé ni.
But Peter Obi is a liar. None of my sons drive a car. This guy is a pathological liar, man.
But that one will be true now. The boy lives in London, so holy man, if he no get car for London.
Oh my God. Can you see?
No, see, Thomas. Peter Obi is not a liar. It can be a subsidiary of lie himself. So we that will start believing him, that will start deceiving ourselves, we are the liars. Obi himself is a sub lie on his own, figuratively, because everything around him is you see fraud around Obi. What do I mean by fraud is that when you are this and you try to narrate yourself differently, you are black, no, you are white, you try to put yourself to be white. That's fraud. You understand? That's fraud. You know, when you are misleading people. So some of us we decide to accept ourselves, deceive ourselves. You know, when you keep deceiving yourself, sometimes you now think, oh, maybe when I deceive myself for like 3 years, maybe my dark deception will become the truth one day. That's what we did to ourselves. So we did it to Buhari. We did it to Buhari. Oh, if he was there, if he were to be the one there that time, this will have happened. After 8 years now, even for us to accept that we brought Buhari to bring us backward like 100 years, we don't want to accept. But we want to quickly jump on Tinubu that has just been there for how many years, for how many months? The same thing happened to Obasanjo when Obasanjo just go to that place. We wanted to blame Obasanjo on everything just because of that grudges we had against him, because we believe that he should have installed Awolowo. It took Obasanjo at least 3 years for him to start putting Nigeria in the right path. So now, after you've destroyed the country, for how long? And some people, as we speak now, this one I'm not directing it at you directly, but it just happened that you are among the bloc that believe that we should not remove the subsidy. See, the fraud in that subsidy is the sense that
socialist, you know. Everything government should provide anything. If you are going to toilet, government should provide the toilet paper. It should provide everything.
Look at this guy.
If you are homogeneous,
Remy is living in a socialist state. They government provide everything for them in Scandinavian country, but they want to go against, free education in Nigeria. And he enjoy free education in Finland. I mean,
yes, now no, Ajale Koko. If you are homogeneous, no, that I think that's Finland, yeah.
Socialism works in an homogeneous environment now, because all of you are the same.
Say I want to say the same. Well, I say you do.
No, okay.
The same. Blue, you mean green.
Some people want Sharia. Some people want Ifa. So we are not homogeneous. So that's just the point. As some people are building, some people are pulling us backward. This Raphael Obadi now, I beg, when I know the person, I dey fear.
Who with that?
Raphael Obadi now, I don't know him. You know him, Thomas.
Greetings, gentlemen. In the house.
Madam Rosie, where have you been? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
We miss you, my sister.
If what you guys are saying about Obi is true, that man has successfully deceived a lot of people,
But why? Obi said, I only have one wristwatch, right? That's when I stopped. I mean, he said, I only have one wristwatch. And I thought,
how many shoes did he say?
He said one shoe. Stop making all these ridiculous.
He has successfully deceived so many people.
Easily disprovable lies. That's why I never believed him for one, because you can't be saying something that easily debunked.
So
he said, none of my child have a car.
Gay son.
It's not the problem that he has a gay son, because the boy did not inject himself into the.
He portrays himself like it's so good. Like he's a saint. Everything is going fine in his home and everything.
Yeah, but is that's his son.
And his campaign term was so unique.
My God, I'm so shocked.
I don't want to blame. You can't blame him for his son. His son is his son.
I'm not.
His son didn't ask for this.
But what I'm saying, I say his campaign the picture he portrayed of himself, like he was a perfect human being.
It's not perfect. Anyway.
God.
I mean, why are we saying this was the same guy that use state money side by side with his own money. 250 million was cut with him. I mean, the Desani
Pandora
loot was
Papers,
passed through him. Pandora Papers in.
Look
Why are
at
we
that
forgetting?
time.
2 billion
Look at that
naira
time
his
in
wife
UK
floating
too.
around the world.
That time in UK that he had some problem, he was saying, he covered up that story.
It did
That
now.
time,
And again, his original source of wealth, he worked for Abacha. We keep forgetting he worked for Abacha. He was the chairman of Tin Can
wow.
Island Port. I mean, in the military era, that everybody was fighting for what's it called? He was working for Abacha. So let's not pretend like people
No,
just his guy
no
knows how
wonder,
to form.
no wonder Madam Ezita was always, coming up to say he's not a good person.
He's a good pretender. That's the thing.
Wow.
But there's nothing wrong with the son. No, let's not get it wrong. It's because of the obedience. The
No,
obedience we are
no,
going
no,
to
no.
abuse
I'm
Tinubu
not.
because he too has he has an LGBT daughter, right? So
Yeah,
they were
yeah,
going
no,
to
but
Did
attack him.
were they abusing Tinubu? Did they?
They were abusing him because Tinubu's daughter
Ah,
does all this funny modeling stuff. So my shaya sile, my will be cat, my she be ologbo, my she be one thing or the other.
yeah, yeah.
So oh my model ni. So they were now abusing
is
that
it
one.
is it Remi's daughter? Ṣé Remi ló bí
Yeah,
ọmọ yẹn?
Remy's daughter. Yeah, that's Remy's daughter.
Ah, wow.
So they now went to go and get Obi's son. He's an actor and gay LGBT whatever. You'll see him is prominent. He's very prominent in it. The Gay Times or something. He was there with his best friend, another lesbian. Then they brought out so many things. So now they put the boy's life out there. The boy never asked for this. It's because of all this obedience now that now it's public.
But it's the image. The
Hold
father
on
was
now.
portraying a false image now. I mean,
Because the boy didn't go for campaign, he didn't do anything. But when you have rabid supporters that are
And
attacking everything,
I'm not sure if he ever even say anything during that campaign. I never
he didn't say anything. The boy did not say anything.
oh wow.
but
Now they've dragged the boys out private life. They've dragged
that's
it
good for
outside
Obi
now.
now because Obi himself was portraying himself to be what he's not.
Well,
What to be something hidden somewhere that they brought out that would have been better. But the son have nothing to do with him. They shouldn't have done this to the son.
but all the obedience were dragging Tinubu. They thought they were dragging maybe Northerners, but all these APC guys is water. Is water for water.
APC làwọn.
But I'm sure
How enigmatic.
but
How
I'm sure
enigmatic
I'm
me.
sure obedience don't know this about Obi. I don't think the obedience know this about Obi.
It's all over Twitter now, except they want to turn a blind eye to it. That's why I saw it. It's all over
Wow.
Twitter. Yeah, the boy he's out and proud. It's not even like he's on gay magazines.
And Obi
He's
is
on
not saying anything. He
what?
likes to comment on everything now.
I will keep quiet now. He doesn't comment
Ah,
on some things. He's
that
not going to
man
talk
was
about it.
I mean, oh God.
But he's not supposed to hate his son now. Okupe has gay son.
I'm not saying to
I
hate
don't,
his son, but the image he portrayed, like it's so good. He has only one wristwatch, he has only two shoes,
you're
he's
running
this,
here now.
is that, like, oh my God.
All down on that line now. Poor guy. I feel very sorry for the son, though. I feel sorry for him. He did not bargain for all this.
But I'm sure the son doesn't care. That's this lifestyle. You think these people care about the life they live? They don't. They are
He
proud
will care
about it.
now. He cared enough not to get involved in the campaign.
No, but
Let's
if
put
he
it that
cares
way.
enough, he will still be in the closet. He's come out, right? So
I mean,
any person that comes out in the open, I think they are proud of the lifestyle if they ever come out. It's the ones
well,
that are still not proud that are still in the hiding.
true. It was just the whole thing was funny to me. Like you these guys, you don't know who you guys are dragging, no, because it's fire for fire. These kids, that's what they do. Well, I pitied you.
You know one thing in this life is this: if you care so much about your history and you don't want to nobody to tell you your history perfectly, just jump into politics. Jump in politics, you will even hear what you don't know. Even something that you never knew that you did in your life, they will bring it up. They bring it up. You know, Kulata can enter into politics today. Now, maybe in your life you had only one girlfriend. You will just hear that you had 10 before. I will be wondering where did I have this.
I know I don't
So
have one. Let's not talk last night. That's why I won't do politics.
so is you know there was a time they were getting back at Showore, but just because Showore is just an experienced person, the guy just they accuse him of what he did wrong as a growing up child. They just look at the guy, look at them, he just waved them up. He didn't even say anything. So, but on this Obi, to be honest, the thing is, we love lying to ourselves so much in that
But
country.
what happened to Obi? I didn't know. I just joined you guys.
Ogami, you are here. Welcome.
I just joined. Though. What happened to him?
Now, Princess,
nothing.
now Princess Rose, Princess Rose say he saw Obi in London. I don't know. Yes, Princess.
You saw Obi in London. What happened? I just
agbébọrùn
joined.
pàtósì kí lẹ fẹ́ mọ̀ nípa òbí
I'm
ó
just saying that.
ṣòro
Kulata is saying
ọ̀gbọ́.
something. Is he the Lagos guy or this one or something?
Patrick Agbeborun, you like gist though.
I don't know that they get borrow. When I don't get them, I know. Because I
ṣòro ọ̀gànjọ́
Ekene must not hear this, so he'll be so devastated.
What will he do?
Because he's one of the hardcore Obi followers now. He believes a lot.
No, he didn't do
believes so
anything wrong.
much in.
Is his son's sexuality got exposed?
Okay, the guy the guy is lost.
Nah, what do you think in Naim? Yeah.
But that has not to do with him now.
And I know now. See, that's why I was saying that the boy kept to himself. But you know, they were dragging Tinubu's kids. So the APC guys too now want to go and dig this out and start dragging him too. So it's Obi supporters that I blame. Is the Obi supporters.
Maybe Atiku's own is hidden somewhere that we don't know yet. Maybe they will dig that one out too.
But Atiku supporters they're not rabid like the Obedience, right? They behave themselves, but the Obedience think they have the what's it called? The monopoly. They have the monopoly of violence.
Atiku is speculative, Jerry. There's nothing like that. Nothing like that.
But this guy is out and proud. It's not hiding it. He's on Gay Times. If you look at Gay Times, he's standing with his friend called Isabella Domaka, and Oseloka Obi is there. And then, of course, when you now start seeing some UK Pride pictures and all that stuff, well, it is what it is. Like, it's not his father. His father is not him. So they should leave the boy alone.
Biggie, you finally summoned the courage to join us. Biggie.
I didn't summon the courage. I'm just a quiet person. Good evening, everybody on the panel.
Good evening to you. Were you triggered then by this conversation? Because
I've been trying to get on you, one man, for a while. You see, there is something. I hope everybody can hear me.
Are you trying to get on me in the pit of me?
I'm not getting on you. No. It's not about you.
I'm
Sorry.
not that way inclined.
Sorry, can you hear me?
No, we can hear you. I'm only joking. Carry
on. It's not about you. It's about something I've noticed on the platform. You have some set of moderators that when they see people that type in things they don't like personally, not offensive to anybody, it's just a personal thing, they tend to block you. Something happened like 3 minutes ago. They were talking about Obi and Tinubu's kids who were LGBT. I am not one, but what I just typed there was being an LGBT is not a sin or something like that, whatever. And somebody went and blocked me just because I said we all live in the Western world. Even though in our culture it is not something we are used to. But why do we pretend while we live in the Western world, we tend to accept all those things wherever we live, but we fake it outside? What have I said that is wrong? That LGBT is not a sin? That somebody had to block me for saying that?
I don't think you were blocked. I think the
Oh yeah,
connection.
yeah. I was timed out.
Were
Yeah,
you okay?
somebody timed me out because of that.
All right. I didn't see that. There was nothing. There's nothing that deserves a timing out from anything you said. So
Exactly. Just because somebody did not like it. I
Okay,
mean,
let me apologize on behalf of the platform for that. And we don't know who.
no, I'm not upset. I'm not upset, Babaja. I'm not upset. I listen almost every day. And there is another one too that
what do you mean almost? What happens on the days that you don't listen? What do you mean almost every day?
I'm probably busy. I'm probably busy or doing other things. More like you, more man. I mean, more like you, I type and I say things that upset people, but that is just the truth. People come on the platform and they call Tinubu Agbado, but once I call Peter Obi Obidiot, Chioma is fond of that. She quickly blocks me. She get upset about that.
How can is it possible for somebody on the platform to block you if the person is what kind of capacity is that? Is there such authorization? Like if I don't like you, I can just block you.
That is what I've been noticing. Like people will come and they call Tinubu Agbado, but once I type my own comment and insult them back and call them obidiots, Chioma does that. I'm not attacking her. I'm not attacking her or anything though.
It shouldn't have any effect on the platform now. If he blocks you, that means if you are somebody that is following her or something, if you block,
I'm
I don't know,
not.
maybe
I don't follow her. I mean, she puts me on timeout almost every time.
But I
She
think you have to
attacks.
be
She
part of the
attacks.
admin. I
Má
think you
bínú,
have to be part of the admin before
àfẹjọ́
you
tí ọmọ
can.
sun ọkọ ẹ̀.
I think you have to be part of the admin before you can block anybody. Don't you
It's
have to
only
be part of
if you
the
are one of
admin
the
before you can block somebody?
Well,
Exactly.
but
I don't know. But somebody does it, and she claims she's the one that does it. So I don't know.
sometimes I do that.
Sometimes you block me too, Abby.
You normally wrote something sometimes.
Like what?
I always put you on timeout. I always did.
Like what?
So
Like
first,
what? Like
it's
what?
me,
Like what?
Thomas. Yeah. You know
I know
what
it's
you
not
normally
that
write now.
Like what?
Yeah, yes, I'm the one. Yes, I can't remember, but you know what you normally wrote. So
Like
I just put
what?
you on
Give me an
timeout. I've never blocked
example.
you, or I delete your. I did. I can't put that in.
Everything. Let me
My
tell you one
brother.
thing. There is something they call argumentative points. You see, when you present your own opinion, I don't have to follow your opinion. And that is why the world is free. You say your own, I say mine. It doesn't have to go your own way. But just for the fact that you don't like it, doesn't mean you have to time me out. I won't say
No,
anything
I do
rude.
that
I will
always.
not insult.
Yes, I'm
I will not.
confessing.
I will not insult anybody. I will not be rude. But I say things the way it is. Oyinbo ni Oyinbo tá bá tú Oyinbo sí Yorùbá, ó máa ń sound insultive. But don't read it. Don't interpret it to Yoruba. Just look at it in the English form it is, and just take it the way it is.
But I also want can I come in? Can I come
Yes,
in?
sir. Yes, sir.
Thomas or whoever is on
Yes,
the
Patrick.
platform that is moderating. If there's a conversation and there are words thrown, as long as that word that is being thrown is not attacking the personality of anybody on the platform. For example, I say, oh, Kulata is this or is stupid or something. That's an attack on Kulata. As
I
long
will
as it's
not.
not
No,
attacking the
no,
individual.
I don't. Me, I don't. I don't attack you. I don't attack. It's just like sometimes
But if
when
I
we
say, if I
on.
speak against you, if I speak against your points, you don't throw me at the back. Thomas, you did it to me before now.
All
I had
right,
to
for
report to
example, all
Mama.
right, let me give you an example. Sometimes when they come online, it's my own opinion. when they talk about Nnamdi Kanu, I consider Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho to be the same thing. I'm sorry, they've caused more havoc to that country. They might have a cause they are fighting for, but they've done more damage. Do we know how many people have been killed in the southeast, or that have been fighting in the southeast?
What damage did Sunday Igboho do in the southeast?
You don't know. You don't know.
That he went to Bogon and tried to help those
let
people.
me tell you, do you know the Dr. Aboro did whatever? I mean, somebody that came from US that was
is that not part of what Sunday Igboho was against?
No. Did you hear the true story after that?
No, I didn't know that.
No, the man
God
was
bless you, this man. God bless you.
The man
You
was
are saying the
based
truth.
on a political issue.
It was
He was
not
killed based on politics.
It was not the
He has nothing. He has nothing. No, it has nothing. They've arrested them, but they kept it low. The Yoruba agitators that shouted, they all kept quiet.
Hello. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me, please. Let me round it up and I'll keep quiet.
Hold on, my brother.
Okay.
Madam Rose, all of us. We've had our own narration about Sunday Igboho, but somebody is giving us something that is different. So let's hear his own side of it. What you are going to tell us, and for what Madam is going to tell us, probably what we have heard. For the first time, we are hearing that it is not what people say. So let's hear that side of the story now.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear that. Yeah.
Let's hear you now.
Sorry, sir. Do you know there is a guy called Awikonko? He does this YouTube, whatever. It was part of the Yoruba agitators. Do you know that do you know that the day Awikonko brought that man's wife to his program, and the man's wife and the woman said, "No, my husband was not by the Fulanis. It was a party, whatever politics and they've arrested those people." That was the beginning of the Yoruba nation fight with Awikonko. That was where they went. That was when they started fighting. That they said Awikonko went and exposed them. They wanted to cover it up and still make it look like it was the Fulani.
God bless you.
Let me tell you,
I'm
telling you the truth.
Land now. Please let him land. Yeah.
Sunday Igboho, he might be coming out to say so many things about Yoruba, yes. But Sunday Igboho doesn't tell people the total truth. There's a lady that does shows. Her name is Maureen Badejo. If anybody knows her,
yeah.
There was one time they had a GoFundMe that they contributed money that they wanted to buy cars and stuff to mobilize.
Yes, for security.
Do you know what? Do you know that the money was never retrieved from GoFundMe?
I know it. Maureen Badejo had a fallout with them because, I'm part of.
Sunday Igboho wanted to collect the money. The fundraising was they were supposed to get the money together and buy bikes and cars.
Vehicles.
Mobilize those people around.
It was this guy. What's his name? His PA. What's his PA's name? Koiki was the one that wanted to.
Do you know how much money was donated to Koiki that he said it was for his own radio?
Of course, he diverted.
Do you know how much scam has been going on with this Yoruba nation of a thing? It's because of the kind of
my brother. Hold on, my brother. Okay. Hold on. I contributed to Maureen Badejo. Maureen Badejo is my close friend.
I did too.
We talk very well. I can't even call her now. She'll pick her call.
Yeah, she's my friend
contributed.
She's my friend
when they start all their shenanigans. Even Koiki and Sunday Igboho said they are scam. They don't want them to buy the car. They wanted to collect the money.
They wanted to collect the money. Exactly.
And Maureen Badejo walked back to GoFundMe. They refunded everybody's money. I got back my money.
Exactly.
I got back my money.
You know, exactly.
Yeah, I got back my money too.
Hold on.
Oh, this guy said it now. You got back your money. Madam, you just
That's
but
why
you didn't tell us all this now.
that's
You
why
didn't tell us
Maureen
all this
Badejo
before
said that
now.
this something was a scam.
That means you people knew and you didn't tell us that that thing was a scam.
I knew
And everything you
Koiki, not
said.
Koiki. I knew this other guy. What's his name? That
Okay, you didn't know Sunday Igboho was a scam.
Is he
no, the guy Sunday
AY?
Igboho say PA. I know that guy was a
And
scam.
that's
Koiki, yeah. I know
Koiki.
Koiki was a fraud, yeah. Because
So you didn't know Sunday Igboho was a fraud?
I
Oh
thought it was
yeah,
Koiki
You
that was
see,
trying to scam us. That's why Maureen
if you
pulled out
allow me to say
a
one more
GoFund.
thing now, then you
Go
will
ahead, we're
understand.
listening.
Sunday Igboho, pardon my language, he used to be a political talk for the PDP.
Yeah,
He's a killer. He's a killer for the PDP. Don't hide it. He's a killer. No. I know, my brother. I know Sunday Igboho in Ibadan. I know Sunday Igboho very well.
No.
I know his house in Soka. He's a political killer.
Is
in
it
Ibadan.
like MC Oluomo? Was it like MC Oluomo?
MC Oluomo is just a thug. Igboho is
Before
machinery.
Thomas, before Sunday Igboho moved to Ibadan, he lived in Ife. I know what he used to do there.
Modakeke and Ife fight.
Yeah, so let's he's not exactly a clean guy.
The blood on his neck. In Modakeke
so why are we saying he's different from now? In short, he has done more terrible things than Nnamdi Kanu now.
So every time
more people than Nnamdi Kanu.
So every time when they talk about Nnamdi Kanu, I place them on the same level.
One voice, please. Let's we have a new person in our midst. Patrick, yeah, let him finish. Yeah, go on, my brother.
You see, so that most of the time when they are talking about Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Igboho, I equate them on the same level. They've done more damage. Look there was something he said one time. It's because we are in Nigeria. He's in Nigeria. If he was in the Western world that he said what he said, he would be behind bar now. He threatened assassination of the Oni of Ife on a live video. If you want me to say it the way he said it, it's in Yoruba. Oni yẹn tó bá kọ̀ tí ń lọ, akọ̀má lọ dúró de express ni, akọ̀má yìnbọn fún gbogbo mọ́tò ẹ̀ ni. What does that mean? That is who he is. Nǹkan tó ń ṣe nìyẹn. That is what he does. The only reason why he brought unrest. You cannot bẹ̀bẹ̀ for so. Babajanle Koko. Babajanle Koko. Babajanle Koko. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n land. Babajanle Koko ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Ìyẹn ò ń ṣe èbú o. Babajanle Koko. When I say Babajanle Koko, when I say orí èèyàn ò pé, that is èbú. When I say orí ẹnìkan dàrú, when I say I am going to kpai somebody, that is not èbú, that is a threat. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ síbi tọ́rọ̀ ọmọ Yorùbá lèmi tí mò ń sọ̀rọ̀ yìí. Ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí. It is an insult. Oni of Ife. Oni of Ife. I would I will not argue with you. I think I want to delete a call on YouTube. You know Sunday Igboho.
Ajale Ogun. Ajale Ogun. Ṣé ẹgbọ́ ti Tinubu? Èmi gbọ́ ti Tinubu live. Tó sọ pé tó bá jáde kàrú máa dà ọ́n bò látẹ̀yìn ni. Bó ṣe báwọn làwọn ń tẹ̀lé wọn. Wọ́n máa dà ọ́n bò látẹ̀yìn ó fọ̀ yẹn. Ṣé ẹ̀túngbọ́ yẹn náà? Èmi gbọ́ yẹn direct.
Mo ṣe gbogbo yẹn ṣé kò ń ṣe ìhàlẹ̀ lásán báyìí.
No, you don't. There are some things you don't say.
Take it for control of kitchen halẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ sọ orí ìṣòfin kitchen halẹ̀. Ká ní pé kò ń ṣe tó ti kárí èèyàn rí ni, a máa ló ń halẹ̀ ni. Bọ́n ti ṣe rí dáadáa, ẹ̀mí èèyàn ò jọ lójú, ìyẹn ò halẹ̀ náà. Ká nínú àwọn afẹ́ pé àti ẹ̀ lè yìnbọn sókè lásán. ìyẹn abayọ pé lè
How
fẹ́
do
ló
you
máa
know?
lẹ́yìn
èèyàn
Were you
mélòó
there?
lẹ
Were
rí
you there
táwọn
with him?
èèyàn
Were
àwọn
you
ẹbí
there
wo
with
ló
him
wá rí pé
when he did
ó
that?
pa wá lọ́mọ o àwọn ẹbí wo
okay
ta ló àkíyèsí ẹ̀
Exactly.
look at you
àbàyàn jẹ́lẹ̀ ní yorùbá yìí ká máa
Baba
bàyàn jẹ́
Janle
káàkiri
Koko. Baba Janle
ẹbí
Koko.
wo ló jáde rí pé
Baba
lágbájá
Janle
báyìí ó pa
Koko.
wá lọ́mọ o ẹbí wo ló jáde rí.
Baba Janle
my
Koko.
brother
Sorry,
jẹ́
guys.
kí jájálẹ̀ òkòkò lóhùn
Hold on,
jẹ́
everyone.
kí jájálẹ̀ òkò lóhùn.
Hold on. We must have one voice at a time.
Sorry, Gary.
We're having about 4 voices at a time.
So which family has ever came out to accuse him of buying their family member? Who? Where is that? Where did that happen? When did that happen? Have we ever seen anybody that step out to say, this guy buy somebody that I know? But you guys are saying it emphatically that you know someone that he has ever bought before. Why are you people doing like this?
Ṣé kí jayín lóhùn? Ṣé kí jayín lóhùn? Jẹ́ kí jayín lóhùn bàbá Jálé òkú. Ṣé ẹ rí nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ sọ yìí? Òun làwa ń sọ fún yín nípa Lekki toll gate tẹ̀ ní pàǹpárọ̀. Mo ní pé àwọn tó pa ní Lekki toll gate kọ́ jáde wá ọmọ wa báyìí wọ́n pa ẹ̀ o. Ẹni kí ló dé ta sọ bẹ́ẹ̀? Ó lẹ́yìn sọ ní ìtẹ̀bálìsì síra yín. Ṣé ẹ mọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣá?
Okay.
Ó lọ́kọ̀ náà.
Ṣé ti Sunday Igboho èèyàn wo lẹ mọ̀ tó wọ́n sọ wípé o tó jáde pé Sunday Igboho ló pa wá lọ́mọ o níbo ló ti ṣẹlẹ̀ rí ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀ ń sọ ní lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ẹ̀ ń fi gbogbo ẹnu máa sọ bíi pé ẹ mọ̀.
Okay, Ajale Koko and Oga Pato, let me contribute my own. You see, one thing is this: the fact that Sunday Igboho is a political tour with that one alone is illegality. So probably, I'm not saying he has done it. Probably there's the tendency of doing it while carrying out his story. That is possible. Even the Yoruba elders that accepted him into the Yoruba Nation project, they know all this fact. It's not as if they don't know. But sometimes Yoruba will say, Tori were ile, Tori were talashe ni were ile. You understand? You now see the like of Sunday Igboho as were ile, that is has its own usefulness, but it doesn't take it away. Let me finish my narrative now, so that narration. So they just overlooking. They know that it's a political talk, and the probability that it must have named someone that he got himself involved in Modakeke and Ife war is very unlikely for him not to have pied someone. So let's just take it that way. But on this Yoruba Nation that is causing this thing that someone cited the Awikoko, you know, Awikoko himself, well, it's not a perfect human being. He was fighting for his own too. The entire thing, I look at the bigger picture. You know, there's this word they will say imotu, imojo, imoeniki indale. You know, you understand? It's like somehow, asasi, indirectly they be introducing into this type of program, and this is where we have to be very careful. I can hear story about the narration, the narrative about the person in diaspora that arrived, and the way that it was not Fulani. That, see, let me tell you one thing. Even the wife of that man could be threatened to come out and say otherwise.
No, I disagree. Ola, no.
It's my opinion. Don't disagree. Say it when. You understand? They cool. You understand? We've seen how police frame some people up when this guy, when Oshiomhole was the governor. It was Oshiomhole that came out that he brought out this investigation that police were lying. And look at what happened yesterday too. When the police were saying, they carry someone that confessed that, that he has never kidnapped his life, but that confessed that he has committed a crime.
Ola, no. You are going to another tangent. You are going off the tangent. No, it's what we know.
What target?
Ola. You can tell me story about Igboho. I grew up. Let me, my brother. Yeah, I grew up in Ibadan.
I have established that Igboho as a criminal. If you want to take him for his past crime, there's a record there. He was involved in Modareke and Ife war, and it was a political talk. That is enough. But on this Igangan issue, I've seen some people here. Mike now is not here now. Mike will jump in now because his own fight is against Igbo. Because of that, it will say Fulani people, they are very innocent. Look at the narrative they brought about those people kidnapping in Abuja. What do you think they are doing? They carry someone that confessed that is an armed robber. They say, oh, this is a kidnapper. We are not the real kidnapper. You've not brought him out. You are bringing an armed robber to now rebrand him as the kidnapper. Just because we are to cover some people. In cases like this, don't rule out because having Goku brought someone online. Don't rule out the fact that the wife could be threatened to say otherwise. You may not.
I disagree. No, there's nothing. Nobody's threatening.
Can I come in, please, Thomas?
Yes,
Can I come in one quick?
Yes.
You see, she was never threatened. She was not threatened. She came out for justice because the Fulani headsmen that they were shouting, they were never caught. They were not present. But those who perpetrated that act, they were arrested, and they were Yorubas. If you want to talk about Sunday Igboho, it might not be true. Yeah, it is not true. It is not. I won't argue with you.
The thing with this is this. Sometimes what you know is what you know, but start forcing what you know on other people. And
I'm not forcing it on you. Sorry.
That's what you're doing. And every majority of everybody speaking, you're doing the same thing. You're lying everybody else, saying this is
what sort of line of talk is this?
Will you allow me to land?
So people cannot share their opinion.
No, he's not.
Will you allow me to land?
Sharing their
just
opinion.
Expressing.
Sorry, will you allow me to land?
Oriola, wait.
Will you allow me to land?
Body, hold on. Kolata, I think you want to say something here.
Yeah, because I don't realize coming off from a weird angle. Like people are expressing what they know.
Weird?
Nobody is forcing anybody's opinion on anybody.
And I'm just calling you out.
So let them express their own truth. Is for you to either believe it or don't believe it. But don't say they're trying to force anybody to do something.
But what they're doing is forcing it on everybody.
It's not forcing anything. They're expressing what they know. It may be true. It may not be true.
That's not expressing when you're saying
it is an expression. Let them talk.
What do you mean that? Hold on, please. What do you mean by forcing it on people's throats?
That's exactly what you are doing. What you are saying
that's
is exactly what you are doing.
Tell me how
this guy is just expressing himself.
Tell me how I did that. You just claimed that I'm doing the same thing. Tell me
do you first of all, do you know anything about this Sunday Igbo situation? Yes or no?
Wait, listen, I'm talking to the lady now. You said
No, answer me that question, because otherwise let them continue saying what they're saying. We're listening.
Yeah, I know what they're talking about, but my own point of view.
Do you know any other truth apart from what they're discussing?
Any other truth? What do you mean? Yeah, I know any other.
Okay, then say your own specific to what they're discussing, and stop trying to filibuster them.
Wait, why would I say something if I don't know something? If I
say something about the Igbo situation rather than saying someone is trying to change someone's something.
What do you mean that I don't know? I don't know that.
Okay, then if you know something, say it.
Yeah.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Oriola, what Kolata is telling you now that Bazu is telling us our own truth. Tell us your own truth as well.
Yeah.
What do you know? Tell us.
Yeah. See, wait.
So you don't know anything.
Listen,
you know nothing.
Let them continue,
Joe. You're not even listening to me. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. You're not listening to me. You're just trying to force your own opinion on me. And I'm not saying.
Come on. Now you are reversing it. Now we are the one forcing our opinion on you.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Tell us your truth. Tell us your truth. Everybody will keep quiet.
Listen, no, don't speak to me like that. You said you were telling me what's your own truth. If you don't have any truth, then why are you even talking? And I'm telling you that even if I have to say something, you didn't even let me say anything. You just like, oh, if I didn't say anything, that's it. Just don't worry about it. But what I'm saying to you is, what I'm hearing from you guys is more like this is what you know, and that's what you think everybody should just accept. And that's not the way
Then tell
the
us
world should
what
work.
you know.
Tell us your truth now. Tell us your truth now.
Okay. What I know is what you guys are saying is not the truth. That's not
No,
what it
no,
is.
no, 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 no. No, don't say what we are saying. What you know. Tell us what you know.
Okay, so your claim
Let
is
Oriola sọ̀rọ̀, whatever he's going to say, let him say it.
okay. So your claim is this. Your claim is this guy is a criminal. This guy stole money. This guy they donate money.
Stole money?
Who said that? Who said
you
that?
guys said that. You guys said that. You said
you guys continue. Let's educate
what
us.
does this guy mean? What do you mean? Why
Okay,
don't you let
him
me
land
speak?
now.
What's your own business with
for
this?
God's sake?
Because you're not adding to the conversation. You're wasting people's time. Let
Please
people that
calm
know
down.
talk about
Please,
it.
it's none of your business. I'm talking.
It's
now.
my business because you're wasting my time.
What do you mean?
You're wasting my precious time. People are talking about specifics. You are just saying some generalities nonsense.
What's your own?
They've given you time to talk. You are still spinning in circles. Then say what you have to say about Igboho or just keep quiet.
Man. Shut up. Let everybody
This
else talk.
nigga, what any
Shut up, man.
Come on, let people that know talk.
Hold on, be quiet. You don't have to talk every time.
Just wasting people's time.
This little guy will just feel like he's just talking to anybody anyhow. Like I'm not even talking to you. You don't even put your mind in the conversation.
You don't have anything to add to contribute to the conversation. Let Boaz continue and let's wrap this up.
We'll wrap up. I'm talking now. You keep quiet. I'll talk. It's none of your business. If you can't leave, then you can leave.
No, don't insult. No insults. We're having conversation. I meet you. No, Yorola, calm down. Everybody will keep quiet now. You tell us your truth. We are listening.
Now you're listening. What I'm saying is the guy didn't steal any money. You claim that Koiki is stealing money. The guy did not. The guy didn't even.
Who said Koiki stole money? Hold on there. Hold on there.
I was listening to you guys.
Are you? Do you want to have conversation?
No, Thomas.
My brother.
Thomas,
no, Ajaliko Penisuru. Ajaliko, no.
Actually said that. Hold on. Oriola is not talking out of point. Somebody actually said that they were scammed. They stole people
I said
money.
it. I said it. Yeah. Yeah,
yes,
I said it.
He said it. So that
was Koiki. No, he's deviating from Igbo. He's deviating from Igbo.
We are talking about Igbo, not Koiki.
No. You can't muzzle it up together.
They are related. You know.
We are discussing about Igbo. No. They stole money. Yes, they stole money.
So this guy is confirming it, and Oriola is making. He tried to refer to that statement in order to portray his point.
Then he should no. He should prove to us that they did not steal money.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on, please.
So
everybody, please hold on.
How do you know when you
Oriola,
and he was stealing money?
Oriola, could you please hold on, please? Could you please hold on? Everybody, I don't want to hear anybody's voice now. Please, let's hear from Oriola without interruption. Go on.
All right.
But don't say what we... Hold on, please. Don't say what we don't say. Go on, please.
All right. Everything that I said is not what you guys didn't say. I was just trying to debunk what you guys are saying. The thing...
Go on.
Well, all right. So I'm saying it now. The thing, what I'm saying is this. The whole movement was not a scam. Maybe there's some people that have hidden agendas that we don't know. But I'm going to say this to you: the thing with Sunday and Koiki is not a scam. And I even knew Koiki even before they started the whole thing. I've seen his video way before they started the whole thing. He's been doing the same thing. He's been bringing the whole everybody trying to take advantage of us. How they all of those things. He's been shedding light on it even before the thing. So before the old movement started. So that's one. You were claiming that they donate money to this guy, and he didn't purchase cars. That's what one of the things that people said. They show it to us.
You are that is your buddy. No,
Wait, what
no
is
interruption.
old?
No,
You guys said that.
Oriola, do you want to have conversation or you want to shout support on top me? I'm the
How am I
moderator.
shouting?
I can cut you off. Yes, let's have conversation.
Don't say you can cut me off here.
Oh, Ajale Koko, please. Ajale Koko. Let me moderate this section. Ajale Koko, please. No. No, Ajale Koko, no, Ajale Koko, no. He's saying what we don't say.
Man, I don't think you listen to
hold
yourself.
Hold on, please. This is a conversation. Listen, you keep quiet. When you talk, I keep quiet. Let's have a conversation. Don't let us talk on each other. We said they donated money for this guy and they didn't buy the car. That is a lie. Nobody said that.
Oh my gosh. Maybe you just need to listen back because that's what I heard.
No, you don't know what you're no.
No, just
hold on, please. BB, did anybody say they donated the money to him and they didn't buy the car?
No. What we said was that money was donated for the purchase of some vehicles, but the Koiki and Igbowo did not want to purchase those vehicles. They didn't want that.
The money. What are you saying?
But the purpose of the
what are you saying? You don't even know what you are saying.
For them to get those vehicles.
You are arguing.
But that wasn't their intention.
Are you listening? To what
we did not say they stole the money and they didn't buy the vehicles.
Okay, you said they didn't want to purchase the vehicle. So what happened to the money?
So the money was taken back.
What happened to the money?
The gold fund, Maureen Badejo returned
Everybody
the money
back their money. I got back my money.
Oh my God, that's the thing. You guys are now following this. You didn't follow the movement. They bought the car. They donated money to them.
No. Really? You don't know what you don't even know what you are talking about. What are you talking about?
What's this guy there? Thomas. You need to calm down. This is a two-way conversation. Stop acting
you don't know what you are talking about.
No, don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Wait, can I line this? Ola, please. Let me say this real quick.
Let me say something to Thomas. Sorry, Ola, you will continue. See, Thomas, for us to happen.
No, don't try to teach me how to moderate, please. Ola, don't do that. You do that often. Don't correct me, please.
Thomas, listen to me now. I just say don't correct
you. No, please. If you want to correct me, don't correct me. Oriola doesn't know what he's talking about.
You know that saying is disrespectful. You're telling that's what I said.
It's not disrespectful. You don't know what you are talking about.
You don't say that. Don't say that. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying, but don't say it's not true. You can say
sorry, Thomas, can I come in quick?
You have your own point of view, but don't just tell me that what I'm saying is a lie. Just the same way, everything you've been saying, I don't agree with it. But you cannot. You don't have to agree with what I'm saying. But you coming out all straight and saying that I don't know what I'm talking about. It's very
disrespectful. Can you give me 1 minute so that
rude?
Yeah, hold on, Patrick. Ola wants to say something first. Then you come after Ola. Ola, you have the floor.
Now, what for you, General? You just attacked me. I was just going to give a suggestion. It's not a matter of correcting. The suggestion is this.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go on.
No. That's okay. Now, maybe I just want to say, is it possible for us to structure this thing? Because I know that for us to see the root of this thing, can we just structure ourselves for like say 2 minutes? Whatever you cannot say after 2 minutes, then listen. So maybe we give Oriola like 2 minutes to say whatever I want to say. Someone will counter, another person will counter. That's what I want to suggest.
Ola, hold on, please. What is making me angry and raising my voice? Oriola is saying what we haven't said. Exactly. Let me quote him. We said they donated money and Koiki stole the money, which we never said that. That is why I said he didn't know what he's talking about. BB, Princess, did anybody say they stole the money?
No, we said GoFund was raised so that they could get vehicles. But Maureen Badijo now found out that that wasn't what they wanted to do. So the money was returned to everybody that contributed. I got my money back.
God bless you, my sister. I
We
got back
didn't
my
say
money.
Koiki stole the money and didn't buy the vehicles. We didn't say that.
Thomas, can I come in now?
Yeah, Patrick, go in, my brother. Ola, Patrick, hold on. Ola, can you step in for like 40, 30 minutes, please? I will
That's
step
okay.
back, please. Let me just cool my temper.
No, that's okay.
My brother.
That's okay.
My brother,
Oriola, please, I have a question. Is Oriola there? I have a
let me
question.
quickly put this in for us.
Please,
just
can I just ask Oriola this question, please?
No,
Please,
Patosi, hold on. Let Rosie put the position, then you come after.
My question is this, Oriola. Did you know that Koiki, when they were contributing money towards this Yoruba nation, that he was accepting money to his private account and refused to give account of how much was contributed to his account?
Koiki is a journalist. If you go to any newspaper, there's a section where they will ask you, can you donate? Just like when you look at Wikipedia, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Wikipedia. I get emails from there as well.
Of course, I'm familiar with Wikipedia.
So that's the same process. He has a website. If you want to donate to the work that he's doing, and the thing is this: you guys only know him during the Yoruba Nation thing. You didn't know him way before. I've seen his video way before that thing started. He's been doing the same exact way, the same thing. He's been saying the same exact thing. If you want to donate to my stuff, and he will bring, and what he was doing is just to showcase Yoruba stuff, how like we're manipulated, all the slavery era. That's what he's been doing. So you guys come in here and just telling half truths based on your own point of view. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't force your own point of view on everybody else just because that's what you know. And that's where you know it.
Okay, that's okay. Patoski.
Thomas, can I come in? Thank you. My brother, Koiki, you see, where I want to start was where you had issue with Kulata that people are forcing the truth. If you remember, when my other brother was telling us a different narrative about Sunday Goho, most of us never knew this and we didn't believe this. So we say, okay, we have heard that now Sunday Go is fighting for everybody, he's doing this. This person is giving a different perspective. Let's listen to him. So he's not forcing it on us. We requested to hear a different perspective. The opinion you are holding was what we.
What happened
Yeah,
to
Patriotic, it
What
dropped.
happened to him?
Patriotic dropped.
See, the thing is
let me
this.
say something.
My whole point is this. Let's just face this fact.
Okay.
It is true that we have Yoruba Nation. Right. The movement was genuine. But the another fact is that some people saw opportunity and they undermined that in using that one now to try to make money for themselves. Whether they solicited for money separately along the line without this thing or whatever. But the fact that you have this motion and that was the right time now you now find your own voice now to say, okay, we want people to give you money. Let's face that fact. That's conflict of interest already. So where
Sorry,
you
can you give me 2 minutes to interject, please? 2 minutes.
Yeah, I will give you the minutes, but I want to bring Patoski in again. So I give you the minutes for sure. I give you the minutes.
Okay.
So
okay.
After that, so Patoski, round up your word and let Biggie continue.
Sorry.
What
Okay.
I'm saying is that the guy didn't force opinion on us. We requested to hear that dimension of the story. Someone like me, I never heard that before. So it's not forcing it on us. And when you say you people, we didn't all say that. It was the guy that was expressing his own argument. So it would be right for you to say the last guy that spoke said so and so. Instead of saying you people, that's one of the I think those are the kind of things he said that made Kulata to say, look, you are not really saying anything new. So he was pushing back at you. So that's the point there. Don't say you people are saying this. The last speaker said so and so. And He's not forcing any opinion on us. He's just expressing himself. And when Madam Rose said that you were forcing your opinion, he said, in what way? Because in the same way the other guy was talking, that's the same way you were also talking. If you say the guy forced his opinion on us, it will be appropriate if she also said you are forcing your opinion because you are not expressing yourself. It means that anybody that expresses himself on the platform is forcing an opinion. Rather, we are all giving opinions. So come up with your own facts, not your own truth. Come up with what you consider to be the truth. Then we will weigh it and decide whether it is good or not. I'm not going to ask for what you say, so that cannot be forced on me. Thank you, Ola.
Ola,
Okay, can I say
let me
something?
speak. Ola, let me speak.
Okay, go on, Kulata.
Let me
Patrick,
speak. Let me speak after Kulata. Let me
thanks
speak
for
after.
stating the obvious. I don't know how this is not obvious to us. And by the way, we were talking about Igbo, not Koiki. I think people already left Koiki. I don't know Koiki. I don't give a shit about Koiki. The people were talking about Igbo and his past. And that was the conversation we're having. And somehow, when there's no additional information, it now turns to a Koiki. And I think we've derailed the conversation. I'll appreciate if Boaz can get back to what he was talking about. And if anybody has alternatives about that Igbo guy, you should talk. But don't just, I mean, Patrick already did it justice to it. So let's
please.
get back to that, what we're
Okay,
talking about.
let me say something.
Let me say something about Igbo. Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Ganiyu, please wait.
Can I say something?
Ganiyu will just give his input.
Okay, this is it. You see, Maureen, did what she did back then, maybe as a result of some information that got to her hand that nobody knows. She called for GoFundMe. People donated to buy vehicle for Yoruba Nation. But then, according to her, she claimed that Igbo was asking for money. She wanted to collect the money to buy the vehicle. While what she wanted to do was to use that money to buy vehicle and then donated that vehicle to the Yoruba Nation, and not to donate the money to Yoruba Nation to buy vehicle. So I think that was miscommunication between them. So according to her, on the basis that they were asking for me for the money, probably I have sent the money now for us to send, and she then feel, you see, no, we are not, I'm not sending money. The arrangement is that we are going to buy that vehicle and donate that vehicle to the BAM and not money directly to you guys. So, but because they could not agree, then she decided to,
Baba Jamopo, that was not what happened.
Let me land.
You are giving the wrong narrative.
Hold on, let me land now.
See, Ganiyu, let him land. Even if it's the wrong narrative, then you can now talk.
It's not me. I'm not talking.
Yes, we know the politics you are playing. We know where you belong. So yeah, is that Ganiyu, right?
This is Biggie.
Biggie. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it's Ganiyu. So sorry. Okay. So, hold on. Let me land. So, but the issue is this. After them, we have some other people that donated money and sent that money to Sunday Igboho, and they used that money to buy some vehicle. They showed that vehicle now to the whole world. And I think that was what Oriola was trying to tell us when some people were trying to shout him down. Some other people did their own donation and gave it to them, and they bought that vehicle. They showed that vehicle to us. So we shouldn't use Maureen trying to justify what Maureen did and want to label them as, oh, they wanted to, they were scammer. No, that's not true. That Maureen did what she did for some reason, best known between her and the Koiki and the. But I am not going to believe in totality what Maureen said and then use that to condemn Sunday Igboho or label them as, oh, they are scammer. No, that is not fair. So this guy, everybody have their history, their past history, or their past. He have his past. He did some things, but a lot of things that people are saying, oh, he killed somebody. I have never seen anybody that accused him of killing anybody. It has never happened, and we should be mindful of the way we accuse people or destroy people. It is not fair. It is not fair to say he was a killer.
Baba Jane Koko, you just destroy me now. Do you know that?
Hold on.
You destroy me.
Just because you don't believe in Yoruba Nation does not mean that people that believe in Yoruba Nation, particularly people in the front, you want to use one thing or the other to destroy their personality. It is not fair. So that's my point.
All right. Can I come in quickly?
No. Please let me talk.
Wait. Who has been trying to call me? Let me just be very sure. Is it
Ganiu? I need to talk.
Oh, Ganiu.
Ganiu.
No, it's Biggie. No, I don't think it's Ganiu. I think it's Ganiu here.
If Ganiu I'm here. Biggie, just let Biggie. You know you are the main actor now. So let's Ganiu. You are the main actor, of course. You are giving us a different view, and we so much respect. We respect that, to be honest, and I really cherish that. So let Ganiu. After Ganiu, then if there's nobody to chime in, then you can cap it off.
I will use just 2 minutes. Thank you so much. I will just use 2 minutes. Baba Jane Koko has just destroyed my character now by saying the politics I play, and that's not fair. He never heard what I want to say. Baba Jane Koko is not than Yoruba.
I apologize to you. I thought it's Ganiu. I know Ganiu is for Tinubu, and I will expect anybody that is a hardened supporter of Tinubu to destroy Sunday Igboho because they don't believe in Yoruba Nation. So,
no. Sunday Igboho is a full criminal.
He's Wait,
let me tell you. There's some kidnapper they caught in Ibadan. They mentioned Sunday Igboho's name.
And police never picked Sunday Igboho for.
He has run out.
Police never pick him up.
No, Baba, let Ganiu land beg. I can't laugh. Let Ganiu land.
Kò sí Nàìjíríà ń gbà yẹn, ó ti sá lọ.
Ẹni tó ti sá lọ Nàìjíríà ló dẹ̀ tó ń sọ pé kọ́ lọ kidnap èèyàn.
Irọ́
láti abroad ló ti command wọn kọ́ lọ kidnap èèyàn.
Baba Jane Koko, mọ gbogbo nǹkan now. You don't know everything.
Ìwọ ló mọ̀.
Yes.
Ìwọ ló mọ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀.
Nǹkan kì í ṣe gbogbo nǹkan lẹ máa dá sí. Mọ̀ Sunday Igboho criminal ni.
Sunday Igboho tó wà ní detention ní Republic of Benin. Ó sì operate. Ó ní àwọn sympathy pé.
Baba, give him opportunity to talk now and then later counteract him now. Ẹ jẹ́ gbọ́ nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ now.
Nítorí ẹ dàgbà jù wá lọ kò mí ìfẹ́ mọ gbogbo nǹkan. Ṣé kò yé yín? Sunday Igboho criminal ni. Politics ló ń play. Kì í ṣe Yorùbá Nation ló ń wá. Every Yoruba wants Yoruba Nation. It's not the way Sunday Igboho wanted it. Sunday Igboho is playing politics fún PDP fún wa ni. Nítorí ẹ̀ ló ṣe sọ pé òun máa yìnbọn fún Tinubu. Tẹ́yìn ò bá gbọ́ yẹn, ó náà máa yìnbọn fún Tinubu látẹ̀yìn. But èmi ò mọ nǹkan tí ṣẹ́rí àwa Yorùbá àtàwọn ẹ̀yin tẹ́ kàwé nù wa, ẹ̀yin lẹ máa ń let wa down. Sunday Igboho is a full criminal. Ṣẹ́rí bọ̀bọ̀ Biggie tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn, ó sọ everything pa Sunday Igboho. Maureen náà, nǹkan tí Maureen ṣe sá fún nìyẹn. Maureen kọ́kọ́ rò bóyá Yorùbá Nation náà jà fún un. But when he now find out that it's all about money, that's why Maureen backed out. Sunday Igboho is a criminal. Tó bá wá sí Nàìjíríà, ó lọ ṣẹ̀wọ̀n ni. So tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mọ̀ kí n sọ fún yín, he's not fighting for any Yorùbá nation, he's fighting for PDP. PDP. Dr. Aborode ìyàwó ẹ̀ bọ́ síta ó lóun wá justice. Bàbá Dr. Aborode sọ pé politician ló pàyàwó ọmọ òun. Dr. Aborode, he did not die immediately. He died in the hospital. Àná dẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀. So nǹkan tí mo ní kí n sọ fún yín nìyẹn. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Ajani Goko, you want to reply before Biggie?
Oh, okay, Ola. So we all watched that video before when Sunday Igboho was going from one town to the other in Ibarapa area, meeting all the traditional king. And the traditional king were telling him what they were going through back then in the hand of the kidnapper. And the person they were all pointing accusing finger to was that Fulani man.
Waziri.
Is it Waziri or what is his name? All those kings. I mean, except video, Sunday Igboho was going to all the traditional, the other one about maybe 5 towns. All of them were pointing accusing finger. Man, Awusa Fulani tó ń gbé ní ìlú yìí, òun ló máa ń kidnap àwọn èèyàn. Tó bá ti, anytime someone they kidnap anybody, he's the one that he was always the intermediary to take money and get that person released. And even back then, they kidnapped one of the king of the Onigogon of Igogon, and they have to go through that man, to get their son released, pay him ransom, and he will get. So that was when Sunday Igboho stepped in, and the king gave him approval. He was asking them, Baba, Kabiyesi, kí lẹ fẹ́ ká ṣe? And they said, whatever you can do, that these people should leave, they should leave. And then you went to that man, and you saw what they did when you went to have discussion with that Waziri. They shot him that day.
Wakili.
It's not Wakili. It's Wakili is the one that was there was one Seriki there.
I think it's Wakili now. Wakili
is it Wakili? The one that they went to me that they shot Sunday Igboho right there, but I just had a Seriki is different from Wakili. So Seriki is the overhead in that community. So they went to him, and they almost killed Sunday Igboho that day. They fire shot at him, but their shot couldn't get on his skin. And that was when he gave them 7 days that they must leave within 7 days. They must leave that community because all the king in those communities doesn't want him there anymore, because they are causing havoc, they are causing kidnapping, and they are causing raping and maiming the people. And what happened within 7 days? 7 days ultimatum, it came, and with the whole community, hundreds of people with him, sent those people packing out of that place. And since then, peace has been reigning in that area. So for some of you now to start trying to turn and twist what we saw, what actually happened, just because you feel it's not playing the same policy, it does not align with you. Now you are claiming PDP. So if somebody is a PDP, then you say PDP, and let it destroy any and let it buy any. So look, this is not the way to do it. Let us say what we know. What we don't know, don't let us say it. So, and this guy have not done any harm to anybody. He has actually saved Yoruba people from what do you call it? From terrorists. He saved us from terrorists that were killing, maiming, and destroying our town. Can you imagine? In Yoruba land, these criminals came to destroy the Onigogon of Igogon Palace. They burn it down. So let us. I mean, we should.
Ajale Koko.
This is nonsense.
Ajale Koko. I've cooled my temper. Let me say something that you guys don't know. Let's go back to the goat farming we are talking about. And I want everybody to listen attentively to me. Yes.
Thomas, please, sorry, 1 second. If you can hold on that GoFundMe, there is something I'm going to say that might even help you. So I would like if you can hold on. If you can hold on, please. Okay.
I'll hold on.
So let Babajale round up, and let Babajale Koko round up.
Babajale Koko already round up. Yes, let me just say this. I have to step. Hold on, please. Right. I want to step aside again so that can take control. Yeah. Let me say this. What you guys don't know about the goat farming. Ajale Koko, are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yes. I have your contact. I will check my archives. I will send conversation between Igboho, Koiki, and Maureen to you. For you to know how far I know about this purported scam Igboho and Koiki want to did that time. Maureen told them, we are contributing this money to buy the vehicle. We are going to purchase the vehicle and send it to you. Ajale Koko, I'm close to Maureen. I'm not proud. There's nothing Maureen will
that is what
do.
I said. That is what I said earlier. That they wanted her to send the money to them for them to buy the vehicle. But Maureen wanted to buy the vehicle and send the vehicle to
but Ajale Koko, in a normal
it's a
sense,
miscommunication between them.
No, Ajale Koko, it's not a miscommunication. No, Ajale Koko, let me land. If truly Igboho is not a scam and Koiki, what will he agitate them that Maureen should send the money by force?
Because he used
that they don't want.
Igboho,
Let me finish.
She used Sunday Igboho's name to collect that money.
Ajale Koko, let me finish. I'm not arguing that.
Sunday Igboho is not Yoruba Nation.
Yes, let me even finish. I'm not even arguing that he used Sunday Igboho to collect the money. Fine. So if truly Igboho wants the vehicle, he wants the security in Yoruba land, why did he and Koiki want the money, not the vehicle?
And when Maureen did the gold fund, she said it was specifically to buy vehicles here and send it down.
Vehicle.
So why all of a sudden they want the money?
They want the money. Princess, I have conversation.
I'm going to break your bubble.
Between Igboho and I have it.
So what you are telling us that
do you want me to break your bubbles, Thomas?
So what you are telling me is that if Maureen have sent that money to them, they won't buy the vehicle, they will have.
We don't know.
Is that what you
But why didn't they want the vehicles to be sent to them if they really want those vehicles?
Okay,
why were they refusing those vehicles being sent? Instead, they needed the cash.
What of another GoFundMe that happened after them by some other people that sent money to Igboho and they bought those vehicles and showed the whole world?
But the thing is that wasn't even the first time.
Go and sit down, man.
It wasn't Baba Ajale Koko. That wasn't the first time.
Maureen should go and sit down.
Baba Ajale Koko. That wasn't the first time Maureen sent money. The first one was Maureen said there were many people in. No, Baba Ajale Koko. The first time Maureen sent money to them because
they didn't send money to them.
Baba Ajale
Koko. To scam you.
Initially, Maureen gathered money, sent to them because, according to information, there were many people.
2 or 3 million.
That there were people staying in Sunday Igboho's house. Yes, I did. That they needed money to feed them. They sent that one. Then she now said, okay, if you need to go around the jungles, we're going to send some vehicles down. So that was when that GoFundMe came up. Now, when the money was ready, they wanted to purchase the vehicle. Then they changed plan that no, they needed the money in their hand.
Rosie, let me bust you.
No, Thomas, Thomas,
BB,
please, 1
Biggie,
second.
hold on. I want to step
Oh,
away. Hold on,
oh,
please.
jeez.
Do you know what happened again?
Okay.
At the long run, they now change the story. Igbowo, he always sell money. They should send the money. Igbowo will go and buy the vehicle. Money say, but why you guys behaving like this? She doesn't care if Igbowo sell motor. She wants to contribute money, buy the vehicle, send it down to Nigeria. Why can't you wait? Why are you worrying about the money, not the vehicle?
Thomas, should I burst your bubble?
My brother.
let me burst your bubble. Do you know that when they contributed that money, because I don't know how they do GoFundMe, but I knew Maureen, she put this Yoruba whatever, and I think she added Sunday Igboho's name or whatever. Do you know that they went behind to email GoFundMe? They wanted to cash the money behind Maureen. That was the reason why. That was the reason why that was dissolved.
And you believe that? You think that is possible?
Baba Jado, argue what you don't
believe
know.
it's possible.
Ajale Koko, ẹ má argue nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ bá mọ̀.
He wants to go
Ẹ jẹ́ ká
behind.
sọ̀rọ̀.
That was exactly what happened,
She
Babajale
showed the
Koko.
email.
They
And that
said
was the
they
reason
went
why they could
behind
not
her.
access the funds.
And GoFundMe
That was
said
the reason
no.
why they could not access the money. That was why they had to return the money. Ajale Koko, ẹ má sọ nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ bá mọ̀.
Biggie, how do you know all these things?
Mo lè wà
How do you know
l'Amẹ́ríkà
all
ọmọ
these
ìgboro lè ní mo wà pẹ̀lú àwọn mo mọ 90% top tó wà Nàìjíríà. Yankee ni mo wà. Mo mọ 90% top tó wà ní Nàìjíríà. Gbogbo àwọn Tokyo.
That is
Gbogbo àwọn
what going
Tokyo.
on. Koiki wrote to GoFundMe.
They wrote GoFundMe. They wanted to cash the money behind her.
Biggie, hold on.
Babajale Koko, you didn't follow this story. You didn't know it.
Let me finish. Princess, they thought Maureen has collected the money behind them, spent the money. He doesn't want to release the money to them. They wrote to GoFundMe themselves. These people are terrible people, terrible human beings.
What did they write to GoFundMe?
I don't know. I'll go and look for that show.
No, tell us the content of the letter. Were they asking?
I don't need to tell you the content. They wrote GoFundMe.
If GoFundMe release the money to Marine or what? What's the purpose of the letter?
They wanted to access the money.
Oh,
because Sunday Igboho, because Sunday Igboho was
possible.
Maureen, because when Maureen was he was setting up the GoFundMe
doesn't work like that. Why are you people just God? I mean the GoFundMe that you didn't set up.
That is why they did not know. That was why they went.
Did they not write
GoFundMe to access it?
Did they not email GoFundMe?
You didn't know what happened.
Abajale Koko, nǹkan tẹ́ bá mọ̀ ẹ máa argue ẹ̀ jàre. Tábàjọ torí pa wà l'Amẹ́ríkà àbí kíní ẹ rò pé Abajale Koko ẹ ká mọ́rọ̀ kúrò. Bẹ́ẹ̀ lẹ sọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ẹ̀kan ẹnìkan wà ní exile ó ní kó lọ kidnap yàn. Half of the drug deal tó ń lọ ní Yankee, do you know that majority of those deals come from the prison? Drugs on the street.
I don't know anything about that.
And you don't know because you don't know.
Yeah, but Yankee is not Nigerian though.
I don't know.
I can be too much. Oga, let me tell you. The way I mean,
you can talk about.
Oga, let me tell you one. Let me tell you one thing. As I'm a Yankee here,
yes, I'm here too.
I can arrange something to happen in Nigeria tonight.
So do you mean people that are behind the bars they don't arrange crime?
Don't twist it. You're talking about the people.
Do you mean they don't arrange crime?
Here.
People behind the bars they don't arrange crime.
They can cut the shot from prison. Yeah, that works here. You can't work in Nigeria. It's not that way.
It does in Nigeria. It does in Nigeria.
No. But you are not in prison. You're not in prison. In Nigeria, you can't work that way. You can't work.
I'm not going to show you. Let me tell you one thing. I'm not going to argue with you.
You don't have to argue because what you're saying is not true. You don't have to argue.
But do you know Nigeria is even more corrupt? Do you know Nigeria is even more corrupt?
When we talk about the streets, you are not on the level I'll be discussing with. You don't know anything about the streets.
Well,
you know nothing about the street.
Yeah, you know about Nigeria. You don't know the street over here. That's what I'm telling you. when you're
What the
talking
fuck
about
you
how
talking
the prison
about?
system work over there, yeah, you can
Oh
talk that, but it doesn't
shit.
work that way here. That's what I'm
Oh
telling you.
shit.
Yeah, you can
I'm
tell
not
me.
gonna I'm
Tell
not
me.
I'm not gonna
Tell me
I'm
how
not
it
gonna
works.
argue with you.
You don't have
I
to
think
because you
there
don't
is
know
no
it.
point. There is
You
no
don't know
point.
it.
Let's just
You
move
don't have
on
to
to
argue with
something
it.
else.
I'm not gonna
Tell
argue
me
with
how it
you.
works. Tell me how it works. Tell me. Tell me.
I'm not gonna
I'm
argue
listening.
with you. It's okay.
Because you don't know it. That's the thing.
I,
You don't. Stop hiding under the cover and telling us lies.
Let me talk now. You guys have been talking since I've been listening. Thank you. Thank you. So now, you guys have been talking like Igbo. Igbo
Well,
is
you
not
want to tell
not
us
even
how
in the
things
country.
work behind the,
You
you want to
people,
tell us how things
people
work behind the back?
you people should change the topic, please. Let's put Igbo by the side. All these things just how to hammer in Nigeria. It's all about making
We are
money.
digging out some
Okay.
truth.
You
What are
cannot
you
do
you
that
talking
can't
with
you
about?
people,
can't
madam.
you can't keep shoveling the truth to the side.
No.
Sometimes you
Igbo,
need to discuss it and let it
are
come
you an
out.
insider?
Okay,
Because
hold on,
let's
everybody,
change
please, if
this
you don't
subject,
mind.
please.
Hold on, everybody, hold on, please. Thank you. Say, if everybody is comfortable with moving on from the topic, we do, because I know A will say I'm saying the truth. What's happening? So I know A will say I'm saying the truth. B will say I'm saying the truth. So the fact remains that none of us could categorically say, oh, I was there, I was present when those days. So because it's going to depend on the narrative they push to you. So that is why
Nobody's
that.
pushing. As for me, I'm not speaking for anybody. As for me,
Mr.
I
Biggie,
can
please
tell
listen now.
I
Listen,
can
Mr.
tell you
Biggie.
no.
Mr.
Me,
Biggie,
I
As for
can
please
tell
listen.
me,
you
I know what.
75% things I'm telling you, they are
Biggie,
things I
Okay,
know.
Biggie. Okay, Biggie is okay.
As for
You
me,
can
for
say
the Go
whatever.
Fund, I was involved, so I know what I'm talking about
So,
the Go
so
Fund.
no, I know. Look. I understand. So let's just forget about this one today. But the only thing I've said is that the fact that you are pushing Yoruba Nation and you are doing your own side also to bring it along, that is a conflict of interest. So that
Exactly.
has got a lack of credibility. That's the only thing I say there. But every other thing, let's leave it the way it is. Let's Mr. Trump want to give us another
Ola,
topic.
can I ask you a question real quick? It's something different. Let me ask you. How do you think
Okay.
the Teleton works? How do you think the Teleton, whenever there's fundraising and they're doing Teleton, how do you think it works? Do you know how it works?
Okay, tell us how it works.
No, I'm asking you. Do you know how it works?
Yeah, I know.
let me okay.
I
I'm
know how
definitely
payment system works generally, but I don't know product specific. I will not say I don't want to go product specific.
okay. So let me give an example. You know, like how like if you have cancer or you have anything, or maybe let's use this. You remember when the hurricane happened in New Orleans and they're doing TV Telethon? Do you know that there's an agreement that the only money that will go to that relief probably would just be 10%. The other 90% is going to the network that put the whole thing together. Do you know that's how it works?
That's how payment system works generally. So
Exactly,
except you
but
want
you're
to be
saying no.
benevolent.
I'm just trying to like see the whole thing. Like you saying that because they're collecting money on the side and they're doing one thing is not good. But remember
No,
that.
Odiola, that's not what I'm saying. Odiola, get me right. You are fighting for Yoruba Nation. You understand? Why fighting for Yoruba Nation? Why are you begging for people to support you for your own studio? Why are you hiding under that umbrella? So everybody that wants to join to see as opportunity, they will start doing something parallel along the line. Let us focus. That's conflict of interest. I work for the government agency now, for example, and I start doing some contract against the government agency. That's conflict of interest. Stay with Yoruba Nation. Let your radio, whatever you want to do, come later. But once you start doing all those things, people will start suspecting you.
So why
Even
does
no
the
matter how keen
newspaper?
you are.
So why does the newspaper? I don't know. I'm sure. I think Toronto have like Toronto Times or whatever. I know New York Times have one. And when you look at them, if you look at the newspaper, you look at their page, they ask for money though. They
You are
ask
not
for
getting
money.
my point. Let us move away from it. So, Mr. Trump, you want us to give us a policies on investment. You know, me, I like money, right? But the thing is this: In Nigeria today, you can't even go to your farm without carrying, even if you carry escort, sometimes you are not so sure of even the escort you are carrying. So now, how do I make money in a country where I can go to sleep tonight? I don't know if I will wake up in my room the following day, or I will wake up in the bush where someone has already kidnapped me and start asking money for.
Ola, this sorry for cutting you here.
Right.
This issue we have to iron it out today. I'm very upset. Uh, no,
Okay.
do you know
Well, you-
Ola and everybody? Do you know what upsets me? It's something I know about. Ola, Moni has called me one day. We spoke for 2 hours. She was shedding tears on the phone that these people they are sending threats to him that he should release the. Do you know what happened on the ground this morning you are talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys know? This is what I'm involved in.
Thomas,
Biggie, there is no,
I
there
like.
is, there is no, there is no Igbese team money that will take. He will not let me know.
Thomas, do you know where I'm laughing?
Do you know? Do you know what money passed through? Do you know what he went through?
Thomas, I beg, let's move on.
Thomas, do you know where I'm
Ah,
laughing? There's nothing you can say from now to tomorrow. Even though, no matter how credible you are, you understand. Human being, when you give human being chance, they will still argue against God. So don't bother. If you want to continue with this argument, I can tell you, I'm okay to continue with it, but I can tell you that we are not going to
no.
leave this place
Ola,
this
I
year.
want to ask Ajali Koko one question. Ajali Koko, share one bit. Yes, let me ask you this question. I promise you that I want to buy a car for you. Then you said it's okay. I got the money. I wanted to buy the car for you. And you said, no, don't buy the car. Send the money. It's the money you want. You will buy the car. Won't you be suspecting some hanky-panky there? That why are you bothered about the money I want to send to you? Do you want the car or do you want the money? Because that is what went on between Maureen and Koiki and Igbowo. Maureen sent them 2.5 million or 3 million. And later Maureen asked them, what do you guys need to make this job easy for you guys? And Igbowo said, gbogbo àwọn mọ́tò tá à ń gbé kiri, they are not strong. Gbogbo wọn náà ti dẹnu kalẹ̀. If we are going to the bush, we need like a vehicle that will carry us along. And Maureen said,
Thomas, you really know the real story. Go ahead.
Maureen, I can call Maureen Ajale Koko. I'm the one that gave one man the contact of Maureen for her to come on this platform, for you to know how I'm very close to Maureen. And Igboho said, we need car. Maureen said, no problem. We just contributed 3 million for you guys for eating of the warriors in the house. I will go back to my people. I will still talk to them. And they started, the money rose to almost 50,000 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
But they were,
Thomas, do you know initially?
Bring the money.
Initially, do you know what moved Maureen? She didn't believe in their cause initially, but when she saw Sunday,
she told me that she didn't believe.
And said, "Are you okay?" Sunday said he's going to do it, and he did it. So she was moved. That was why she joined the cause.
Is the Igogo that Ogbowo went that I will go there? That is what convinced
moved Maureen.
Ajale Koko, answer this question. Now you are saying bring the money. We don't buy the car. Bring the money. Won't you be suspecting some hanky-panky there, Baba? These people are not clean. No, their ways are not clean. Ajale Koko.
Well, like I said, Maureen have the right to, she did the right thing according to her, for not giving them money. because
GoFundMe did not release the money. That was why the money was sent back.
Okay. Can you let me talk? So Maureen did the right thing for not sending money to them, because according to her, it was vehicle that she promised to give them and not money. That is fine.
Yes.
So she did the right thing. I'm not gonna, condemn her for what she did, because that is her own story. So the Koiki on their own part, I think they said something in response, their own side of the story. I can't remember, but they said their own side of the story. But what I'm trying to say is that, okay, I promise you car. You said no, give me money, and I decided I'm not giving you money. Instead of sending money to you, I will return money to the donors. So she has done that. Why do we want to use that to say, oh, have they committed any scam against anybody? Why do you want to continue on the basis that, okay, they were asking for money? Why should that connote, a status of a scammer?
Don't you ask yourself,
That is what
why
I'm
are they
saying.
asking for money? Why are they asking for money?
Well, they asked for money. She didn't release money for them. And then
No,
why do you want to use that to say, oh,
I know
they are
you are.
scammer,
I know
they
you
are
are
thieves,
Igbowo.
they are this,
I know
they
you
are
are
that?
Igbowo sympathizer.
I mean,
Ajali Koko. Let's be Ajali Koko. Hold
they
on.
didn't release
Hold
the
on.
money. I have said,
Ajali
listen,
Koko.
we don't need to drag this thing.
Ajali
I have
Koko.
praised her for what she did.
Ajali Koko.
Because
You've
according to
praised
her,
Maureen.
it was
Let's
vehicle she
I know.
promised to donate. And
Ajali Koko.
Jackie on sorrow.
No, mi ni jẹ́ kẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀. Gbogbo ìgbà kọ́ lè máa win ní agreement.
Jẹ́ fi ẹ́ sílẹ̀ ń gbà yẹn, máa sọ̀rọ̀. Ó ti sọ ti
Ajali
ẹ̀
Koko.
sọ, ó dẹ̀ continue. You wanted your... Are we competing for anything?
No,
not
really, no.
It's a conversation we are having. Over what? Nothing. It is nothing. What I'm trying to tell you is that I don't see what anybody did wrong. She didn't do anything wrong.
Wow.
And Igbowo too themselves did not do anything wrong for
They did wrong.
anybody
They are a
to
scam.
say,
They
oh,
are
they
a
are
scam.
scammer, they are this thing.
Yoruba will never get better. Láyé.
Hold on. If you had released that money to them, and then they didn't buy that vehicle and they use this for another thing, then that is when you can.
Ajali Koko, no.
Àbòsí ló sì wá débi tá a wà nílẹ̀ Yorùbá lénìí.
No. Ajali Koko, I disagree with you. I'm asking you now, why are they asking for money?
No. I have told you, they asked for it, she didn't release it for them, and it ended there. And you can't use that to call them thieves. You can't say because they asked for money, and this. Ṣé wọ́n ti yọ owó lápò ẹni tó fẹ́ fi pè wọ́n lónìí?
Gbogbo owó tí wọ́n péjọ fún Koiki kí ló fi ṣe?
Ṣé wọ́n yọ owó lápò ẹni?
Ó fi sí radio station.
Ṣé gbogbo ti sọ ní Yorùbá nation?
Ilé tí Ìgbòho kọ́ sí kínní, àwọn mọ́tò tó ní ṣó ó lọ jí owó èèyàn kan bì kan ni. Ta ló pariwo lórí rédíò pé ó jí owó?
Ẹ má jà sọ̀rọ̀ débẹ̀.
Ẹ jẹ́ gbogbo yẹn.
Àbájálé Koko, èyí tẹ́ mọ lẹ́mọ̀.
Kò díṣẹ́ Olúwa dúró. Kò dáṣẹ́ Olúwa dúró. Ìbàjẹ́ ènìyàn ò dáṣẹ́ Olúwa dúró.
Kò sẹ́ni tó ṣe bàjẹ́, kò sẹ́ni tó ṣe bàjẹ́ anybody. Nbo ni Igboho ti wó láti fọganáísà ní Igboho. Báwo ló ṣe ti bílíọ̀nìà? Ṣé ó ń fẹ́ táyà aeroplane ni àbó ń fẹ́ ti jet?
Good question.
Ṣé máa wádìí àbó máa send EFCC sí kọ́ lọ ṣèwádìí ẹ̀ wò ibi tó ti rówó?
Bàbá àwa mọ̀ bàbá ṣe rí ẹ̀yin mi understand. Èmi sọ fún yín pé àwa kan mọ̀ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀.
Babajale Koko has been brainwashed.
Babajale Koko tèmi àti yín bá jọ dé Nàìjíríà lẹ́yìn èmi á rìn nínú Òṣòdì lágo kan òru màá fẹsẹ̀ rìn kẹ́kẹ́ kan ò dẹ̀ ní kẹ́ ẹ̀yin ò lè dán wò.
Thomas has stepped aside. See, look, guys. I said we should move away from this. I know the context that Agale Koko is pursuing, I know he's talking about Yoruba nation, not the past of Igbo. Yeah, Igbo self-confessed to be a smuggler, self-confessed to be a war criminal, self-confessed to be a political talk. So when you look at all those stuff, they are illegality.
Assassin nìkan ló wà deleted níbẹ̀.
So I don't know of that, but he confessed to so many crimes on his own. So I know that's a fact.
Where did he confess? Where did he confess?
Oriola, Sunday Igboho said he was smuggling car before. Sunday Igboho said he was a political talk and was working for Adedoja.
Yes, he said it.
As a security. That's what he said. As a security.
Sorry, we know what.
Ṣé bàbá Jálé Kòkò kì í gbọ́ Sunday Igboho fúnra rẹ̀ ni tó sọ pé tán yìnbọn báyìí òun yìnbọn.
The thing is this.
Yeah, but that's
Sunday Igboho is a criminal.
Oh my God.
Mr. Trump, are you still there? Mr. Trump, are you still there? Please bail me out because
let's move on. Me too, I want to move on.
Exactly.
Stop protecting criminals. Stop protecting criminals.
Hold on.
Mr. BJ Joe. Mr. BJ Joe.
I have a question, Mr. Trump. What can I do in Nigeria? What can I do in Nigeria? And I can guarantee myself that I won't sleep overnight and find myself where they kidnap me the following day. So that's the question I'm asking. So you are talking of business. How do we go?
Is this not the same Mr. Trump in France?
Yes, I'm the one now, madam.
So how are you controlling Nigeria from France?
It's better you go into land banking.
You better come over to US and invest.
I love my country very well. I'm from one Nigeria. Everybody knows that too. I don't lose.
But you are based in France now. So why are you still there?
You know, I'll be going back now. I'll be going back, but I'll be going every month. That's my project for 2024. So I'm working on it.
But you complain that the French government is taking all your money now on taxes. So why are you still there?
There's a way we do things that I have a family here also in France. So I'm trying to do something that will benefit the poor people over there. That I'm trying to create an environment that then people can enjoy from it.
But don't go and decide the people and let your friends penetrate and speak to.
No, one thing is that I can be as a middleman now. I will not like anybody to cheat my people now.
Middleman for your pocket.
No, I don't do that. Madam Rosie, I can tell you something about me. Even some of the guys in the platform, we speak at the background often. I can stay without taking a dime from my salary because my company pays me every month. So sometimes I use it. Sometimes I did it for 2 years. I use my money to pay people just to work for them, just to have a life to live fine, madam. I know what I do. It's not all about money. One thing that I've seen so many things that calm me down. I'm a young boy.
Now you're encouraging the French government to go straight from Africa.
No, it's just one thing that you guys have to do it the way that the Chinese people did it. You understand? You people have to do it the way the Chinese people did it. One thing that you copy. Well, everything I do here, I only innovate what they have done. And it generate me more funds. I'm somebody that loves learning. If you say you know too much, because I've been hearing you guys speaking, the people quiet are the people I fear most. If I see somebody quiet, I'm interested in that person. I say, why is that person quiet? They say empty bottles, vessels, made the largest noise. You understand? That's why I don't argue. I don't like arguing. I don't like arguing. So one thing is that you guys have to, there's a way to do things. We all are learning every day. You understand? We are trying to help. I said that it's only we in the diaspora that can liberate Nigeria back home. Because people with the back home, the environment have already controlled them, overshadowed them, that they cannot even speak anymore. They don't even know the right from the wrong. I used to speak with them on different platforms. I just want to hear from the I choose this platform because I learn more from you guys. So I learn more about Nigeria. Also, I talked to Baba Jali Koko. I talked to Mr. Ola. I've not spoken very fine with Mr. Thomas. I don't know him a deep, but I can talk about Mr. Ola, Mr. Jali Koko. Those are the people I've changed words with. You understand?
Mr. Prince Daddy.
I'm not Prince Daddy. I'm Prince Daddy also. I speak with Prince Daddy privately. We talk on phone privately. So there's one thing that's that we need people of integrity now. Understand? When I listen to Mr. Biggie, even though I want to do business with him, I will be afraid. The way he portrayed himself. As I lie, I know this.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I never told you, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, I am street wise. Don't feed me what I never said, please.
If you need security like that, Mr. Biggie got your back.
Don't paint me what I am not. I don't like that statement. Sorry, you can correct yourself.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I am street smart.
Yeah, street smart. That's good. That's great of you. I agree. That's good. That's great. I'm not fighting with you. Understand? I'm not.
No, I just didn't like the way you portrayed me.
No. I only just gave an expression what you just said. You know that in the business world, we watch the way we talk. I'm sorry to say. You understand? We watch the way you talk. So that's the advice I will give you. You're in a public.
It depends on the kind of business you're doing. I do businesses too.
I don't want to argue, but one thing that is the result that counts. You can say
what
you want to
talking about. My president does business. Trump is a business guy, but he still talks to me.
No, one thing is that the guy is legitimate. One thing that
Trump is a successful businessman.
Nigeria like force. Understand? One thing that because I remember when I spoke with Mr. Remy few weeks back, he said that sometimes you have to force them to do things. I understand. It's just the environment. The environment makes them lazy. Everybody wants quick money. We call them the microwave. I know Mr. Jellikoko, we laugh now. We laugh. We call them the microwave. We want quick.
If I might say something, can you speak to the question that what investment can you do in Nigeria?
There are so many things now. Investment where there is problem.
Yeah, we're
there is
listening.
money. Where there is problem. There's one thing that I would like to speak at the background now, not what we. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Ola. Ejo. Don't be angry, eh? So one thing that I would like to hear, you people to talk about the problems of Nigeria and to bring a solution. How can we bring solution? That's what I'm interested in. So if you people can help me with the more problems, you understand? That's because I like where there's problem.
Number one problem in Nigeria is security. What is the solution to the insecurity in Nigeria?
The security. I'm a former security operative person. Understand? We've said that there's a way to do something that some people will not agree with me. Understand? The religious background of Nigeria will not agree with me. To end, if I go, it's a bit extreme. First of all, let me disclose that I'm not an antichrist. One, for this Christian background, I'm not a devil, but I will say that they should shift everybody in Nigeria. Let me see how they want to kidnap anybody. Nobody can get kidnapped. One thing that it's an insider. It is an insider. All is about business. They use it to catch out now. We know them very well now. It is from this platform they advised me that even though I learned something, even though I went the other day, nobody knew that I came. I do what I want to do. I came out. Understand? I learned also. You understand? One thing is that this place is for information. Information will learn because if we don't know what's going on over there, like if now I need a backup now in Lagos now, I will come and meet Biggie.
No, I'm not there.
You said what you said. That if I need backup now, we call for you now. At least you give me a security back in Lagos. So that's just one thing. Just that I'm only joking. So one thing is that I just for the security.
He will be your security advisor.
That would be great. That would be good.
Right, Biggie.
Yeah. So one thing is that we just want unity. We know that they use it for political gain, and when you speak against somebody, they will send their thugs over you. It's because of the one thing when people are shouting corruption. These people they don't even know the solution. If they can put food on everybody's table, a poor man's table, I bet it with you, nobody want to do any illegal stuff in Nigeria.
That's not
But
true.
I'm
That's
telling
not
you,
true.
a
That is
lady,
not
when
true.
you are hungry, you can do many things. No?
No,
I'm telling
that is
you,
not true.
hungry. When you are hungry,
The most corrupt set of people in Nigeria, they are not on the middle class.
You don't understand what I'm saying. I say they use people for thugs. Those thugs they use. Listen, please listen. Those guys, those poor children, those poor men children they use. If they have, if they are informed, you understand, it's all about awareness. The problem we have in Nigeria is awareness. The moment you can put a little thing on their table, I bet it with you, they will be okay. Nobody wants to do it.
It's just a matter of enticing them with enough money. They will still do it.
No. Let me tell you, let me tell you something you have to understand. You understand? You when everybody, if everybody, they say, if people can have what I'm telling you, is because they sent me to many countries, African countries. All for they use hungry to control people. If you don't understand, hungry,
I can
they
tell
use
you're a
hungry.
super. So you are one of the version of US France CIA, right?
I can't answer you in public, please.
I know. I can tell the way you talk.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
They use
I'm
a
not
lot of
saying it.
Africans that poop, and you're one of them. I can tell.
I won't see anything. Understand? One thing that you guys have to understand: you copy their system. When you people are solid, when you guys are solid, you can keep. You understand? Like here in Europe, when I see some Africans, we blacks African, the sub-Saharan, we are not one. I'm sorry to say, but the Northern Africans, they are one. When they do their business, they bring the whole people in their village to do the same thing. Even an outsider cannot penetrate. I'm telling you with experience what I've seen. If a Nigerian person has a deal today, is he going to bring it out? It's only few Nigerians are ready to share their ideas out. I know of 3 from this platform. Only 3 people from this platform. Some people are just hugging. So that's it. One thing is that the day we sub-Saharan Africans start loving each other, start learning to share things, I bet it will be danger to the world. Even when I was working with the French government, I remember it was not the white or the Northern African, it was my fellow people like me. You
Mr.
understand?
Triumph, sorry, one second.
Okay.
Do you know that the reason why the Northern African culture is very different from our culture in that aspect is because of the kind of law they have. Sharia law
Can
is
you
very
sorry?
strict.
Can you
No,
mute
don't say
yourself,
that
Mr.
now.
Triumph?
Don't
It's
say that.
echoing. It's echoing.
Okay, Zeko, I'm sorry. Let me say something. I do business with them. They sign contracts with me. They work under me. I give them things to do. I use their network to sell my goods and services to. I use them. Honestly speaking, I learned a lot. I told them in France. I told my African brothers here. They said that whenever you see an Arab man in a business, that means there is money there. People are looking at me. That's what I told them. I said that nothing. They paid me how much to come and speak for 2 hours. I only spoke 2 minutes. I said whenever what the advice I just get that I get up from the stage. Whenever you see another person in a business, that means there is money there, and they pack all their families, their friends, their relatives. I'm sure one thing that we should start practicing love with ourselves. Like now, and I found out that Africa doesn't patronate Africans, which is very bad. Which is very bad. They just want to. That's why you see the Chinese before they say Chinese first. But what about we? When I heard that there's some people back home in Africa selling Nigerians' lives out, I just keep quiet and laugh. It's just about they want to eat and take it and go away. That's why all this agitation in Nigeria. I know it's just to make money. If you have something going on, I remember 2017 when I went, I spoke with some authorities. I gave them some stuff. They told me I should go away with my Western world, and they are still in problem today. They still, I just look at them and laugh. I say that you just copy it. You copy the good part now. You copy the good part, then you leave the negative part of out of it. Me, I just want a common man to have food on their table. That's it. Even in France, they practice it. That's why you can see that the only when they see a little reform of their culture, they start rioting, agitating on the street. Just a little they touch, they just increase 1 year in their retirement and year to work more. They start crying on the street. You can see one thing there that Nigeria is very great. I don't lose hope. We are the hope of Africa. All the whole Africa are waiting for us. That's why when I'm francophone, other sees me, they shake my hand. They respect we Africans, Nigerian. They respect us. They say, "What can you people do? What is that? Anything we do, we make money." And I laugh. It's just that they don't know the sorry to say, sorry, they don't know that we in the beginning that when you start a business and start making profits, in between they have what we call process. Many of them don't understand the meaning of process. They don't have that patience. But when I see we Nigerians in the diaspora, we do well. When they were back home, they were not knowing because of the environment. We in the diaspora, we should help them to create things, awareness. That's it. Like this year, I'm paying almost 1,000 people their jam form and their work, but I'm going for NECO. I know that NECO is very easy for them to get. Then from there you start. When you give them opportunity, they will be happy. Nobody from the top will give them small money now. When I was in Nigeria, my close friends, I remember they gave them just a bottle of wine, shinap. Then they voted. I was the only person that refused. They used to tell, even they were still saying it till today. They said that they never knew that I would be different. I decided to take a decision, radical. That's it. Okay, let me leave you guys to talk and to be. I would like to know problems in Nigeria so we can talk. Insecurity, you can trace people through their phone. You can trace people through their phone. That means anybody that has a number must bring their ID. Their ID in Nigeria. So anybody, and do you know that even though you send a text message, there is a server. If we tell you the exact location you are, they can trace you. Nigeria should try and work about it in their security aspect. I would like to propose some what's it called? Some security tips for them if they want. I have people that wants to do it in Nigeria, but those guys are greedy. They want to work only with the petroleum company, not with the government. I say if it's not for the government, they should forget about it. Because one thing does that the people are suffering, people are crying. You understand? So you understand. So they use it to make money. I haven't had in a platform, in somebody's platform, that they said they used to send helicopter to bring food for people. I watched one yesterday. They caught somebody on a bike, bringing food to kidnappers. You understand? I was looking at it. That means that the people know who they are. They can be our brother or our sister doing this business. When somebody cannot give you an account, how you get this money, you block the bank account. They did it to me. You understand? So that's just it. I just believe that Nigeria will be great. We only need the square root of the population of Nigeria to make Nigeria great. That's what they do for war. They calculate the numbers of military you have. They do the square root. They send exactly the same numbers to you people, and they dominate you guys. So that's it. So Nigeria.
Question. Do you think
Yes.
Nigeria can be great the way it is right now, or something has to change? What do you think has to change?
Nigeria will be great. All we need is just all about dialogue. We don't need to. Honestly, some people say that when there is war, later there is peace. No, there's a way we do things these days. We negotiate. We negotiate with each other. You understand? We negotiate, and again, when we negotiate, like in the time of business, we cannot agree always. But when a contract is signed, everybody respects our own. Understand? So that's it. I do my way. They say anything. Even my friends, they know me. Before I say we sign documents. We sign documents. If you breach the contract, I take you to court. And you pay dearly for it. Because of I learned it here from the white. I learned it here. One thing, there's a good part of it and the bad part of it. You understand? They don't have heart. Sometimes I pity for people. I say, why do you do that? But in life, there's always a cause and an effect in everything you do in life. So that's it. So you just give me a good message.
So it can't work the way it is. There
No,
still
it
has to
can
be a
work.
negotiation. Is that what you're saying? There still has to be a
Yes, because
negotiation.
of the one thing is that you know that when somebody doesn't have a other means of making money, they will not like to stop it. Like now, I was talking to my uncle yesterday. He's a business people, because we spoke about it. I spoke with Mr. Ola. If Mr. Ola will remember, and then Baba T, that I would like to be renting out hospital beds. Understand? I'm not selling it. I'll be renting it for hospitals, because I found out that in Nigeria, many hospitals, even the general hospital, they sleep on a mat. I was shocked. There was one person I know. You have to sit with that baby with a drip on the baby's hand. No hospital bed. It's just a solution, you understand? Just a solution. So the person was just thinking, I said, no, you do it the way I want. And I found out that in Nigeria, many politicians are the one buying. You can see when you are buying these ambulance vehicles in the hospitals. I'm telling you, they gave me the insight yesterday that they got it, that the one renting it out. So what do you think that they want to develop what they used to make money? So you have to teach them another means of making money for them to let that sector get developed. You know, when there is crisis, there's problem. That means there is money. So if that place get developed now, they won't make their money anymore. So that's why sometimes I understand you have to teach them another way of making it. So that's it, Mr. Oriola. So
Wait, though, you kind of derail from my question. My question is, can Nigeria work the way it is? You said no, there has to be a negotiation. And I'm asking you,
yes,
what exactly do you think
by
has to
giving
be
them
negotiated?
awareness now, Mr. Oriola, don't be the devil here. Give them awareness. Understand? I know where
But
you're
that's
going
not
to.
negotiation.
No, you give
Awareness
them
is not
no,
negotiation.
you want to just that like now. Let me give you something. Biggie, can you permit me to use your name in this example, please?
Don't use my name. Look for another name.
Okay, okay. Let me see now. Mr. X, Mr. X uses thugs to control buses in Lagos. Understand? That means any bus stop he has his thugs there to collect like 20 naira, 20 naira, 20 naira, 20 naira. And you can see, so he makes about 3 million naira a day. And now the government wants to maybe to create job. I'm giving an example now, Mr. Rilo. Wants to create jobs that it will employ people, give them a fixed job. Understand? So if now they create this job, will Mr. X have money again from how you used to extort money from people? No. That's the problem we have in Nigeria. I'm giving an example because of when we went to Nigeria 2015, they sent us to Nigeria. We were in the north of Nigeria. I remember. No, before the election. That was in 2014. Sorry, it was 2014 or 2015. Before the election. When they were saying this crisis about Boko Haram, do you know what we said about it? We concluded it is we using it as a political game. I was shocked. They were all there in the north of Nigeria, just listening to calls. They know where they are. We, not me. They know where they are. So they're using it just to do what they do, just to bring fear. They use fear to control people. They use fear. So that's it because of nobody want to like now. And I heard that some permanent grown people, big politicians, they import generators. So why do you think that they want to fix the electrical problem in Nigeria? They won't do that too. Because I remember I was talking to one of my family member. When there's no light, it makes about 1 million a day. But when there's light, it doesn't make money. So I was surprised when he was talking with me on the phone that he would like to explode to make sure that there's no more light in that area for him to continue. You understand now? You understand? So that is it. So
Is
we have
that
to create another
is
list
that
of
not
40.
criminality? Is that
I'm talking now. You
is
understand? I'm
cruel
talking.
now?
It's what
That
is
is
going on in
cruel.
Nigeria now. Nobody wants to stop where they make money now. I understand it's business. It's business. It's business. So that's it. So I leave the
Yeah,
floor for you
but
guys.
Can
You
I
understand?
come in
Let
one
me
second?
let me leave the floor for you guys now. Okay,
Oh
thank you.
yes, yeah. Come in here.
If I'm asked that what is the solution to Nigerian problem, the first thing we need is, I think we need capital punishment. Yes. You see, if somebody does, imagine if I steal £1 billion and they take me to the court. Right there in the court, I pretend and I faint. They take me to the hospital, everything becomes a story.
Everything that is the end of the
But
story.
if somebody that has done that has been tied to the stake and taken out, the next person planning to do it would think it twice. Why do you think China got better?
No, Biggie. See, let me
It's
have
just
to.
my opinion. I'm not saying it's the solution. No, my
No.
opinion.
Yeah. I'm saying capital punishment has not never solved any problem. Not in the developing world, not in the developed world.
It will reduce
People,
it.
no, people just assume that capital punishment solve it. You look, you are a Yoruba man. Yoruba will say, Bilenjo, Bolenja,
Bolenja.
Now, the thing is this, if there's a trying to consume the whole house, and an hungry man, he doesn't know, he doesn't have a place to stay, he's not bothered. If the house, if you like, let the house raise down, it does not care. As long as that hungry man is still hungry, there's nothing you can say. So the thing is this, there is a positive correlation between lack of job, lack of opportunity, and crime on one hand for people. I'm not saying that's why the big people are stealing, but for the big people, there's a correlation between lack of control. I intentionally use that word control, lack of control and corruption. What do I mean by the lack of control? You don't have a system that can track what people are doing. That's another one. Then there is this another big issue. That's policy. There's a positive correlation between policy and development in any country. You understand? Oh, Kando is a okay. So I'm saying this just because if you don't have the right policy, you are not going to develop. I listened to someone that said, Mr. Trump said, it's just because people like are selling generator. That's why we are not getting electricity. Baba, we were born into darkness in Nigeria. So it's not a function of today. And those days, they were not selling generators. So we're born into darkness. So we can't use that as an excuse. The thing is this, where government undo things, that's where the problem is. And the problem with the government we are talking about is even the federal government, even the state and the regional government, they were doing better. Like Baba Jaleko said, the Western country, the Western Nigeria, was teaching the other part of the country what to do. Oh, you wanted to talk of Fashola Farm. You know that today, that time we won't be talking of the Fulani now, because when you were bringing your cattle from the north, who are you going to sell to? Nobody, because Fashola Farm is already there. We were producing our milk, everything. Textile, we were doing everything. Institution, we had our own institution, and then other part of the country, they were competing with us. You understand? I've heard some people again give this kind of excuse, just because of those people funding private school, that's where our public schools we are not funded. That's not true. It was even because of the lack of, it's just because the public school could not accommodate the number of applicants we had. That was why the policy of private school was instituted. And as we see today, we see private school are even doing better than the public school. How can the private school that are doing better, that they don't have more than the number capacity they have, how can they influence government not to spend money on school? How can the private people encourage this to steal the money? How can they encourage Malami to loot us? How can they encourage people that wanted to sell us to PID to do that? No, it's just because of the policy. And I keep saying this thing, I cannot say it enough. If you like, listen. If you like, don't listen. Before Tinubu got to Lagos State, they were borrowing money to pay salary. Lagos State were making 600 million, and they were paid. The payroll was like 1.2 billion. So they were getting overdraft from the bank to pay. And there was the money was everywhere in Lagos. But what happened? Because the corruption was so fragmented that every day canary, they got their own, the civil servants, some people in the Ministry of Land, some people who have to deal with market, some people have to deal with, everybody was just, okay, the guy said, okay, no problem. I even want to know where this money are going. Guys, I'm going to put a system in place. I want all the revenue to come to this place. Okay, we know that we pay 1.2 million, 1.2 billion as I use 1.2 billion for payroll. I want the registration. I want to enroll every workers in Lagos. Before what happened, Baba? What happened?
So are you saying? Are you saying with Tinubu now corruption went away in Lagos?
See, madam, corruption we were born into corruption. Corruption was there right from the beginning, even immediately after Adam and Abraham were created. You understand? you even see Adam was even accusing God.
Corruption has been with us since the inception of the world.
So why are you talking as if with Tinubu there was no corruption in Lagos?
No, wait now. No, that's why I mentioned control. Even Judas, okay, Jesus Christ, you understand, is the Lord and Savior. Now, disciple of Jesus Christ, just 12, not millions, so just 12. Judas was still a thief. I was a treasurer. He even sold his master. You understand? It's telling you when you have, okay, now divide Nigeria, use 12 to divide Nigeria to 12. I see how many, and now take the number of Judas in there. You know, when you see apply this, what do we call it, this 80-20 principle, those people that will create problem, they are even less than the majority. And those people that move the country forward too, they are less than the majority. So what I'm saying is this: Tinubu did not remove corruption totally, but he fragmented. You know, the corruption was fragmented before. He now concentrate the corruption. Now, if you want to be corrupt, you have to be in a certain position.
And then took some of the money into his pocket.
I don't know of that. I see. As someone that work with
how do you know this though?
No. I let Princess Rosie. As someone that works.
So how did they make his money?
See, Princess.
Why are we going there again, Princess? That's another
the question is this. Those people accusing
Tinubu, I'm a troublemaker.
No, Princess. I know. Those people accusing Tinubu about how he made his money. What Yoruba will say, kini koko ori nse ti gege fi gboro to fi gboro orun kan. You understand? You see, you know this cocoa bump in the head, right? What's that bump doing before Gota just took a side of the entire neck? You understand? So because the thing is this, people were saying, oh, Tinubu were using Lagos to make money. You that were there before, what were you doing that you were not even raising the revenue of Lagos, that you were not doing enough? So we had this type of sentiment that we weep over time. This is not to absorb Tinubu, but I just want to focus on the larger picture. People fighting, accusing, they are actually focusing on that money that, oh, this money should be coming to me, rather than say they are fighting on your behalf. Because some of them, they put them in position.
So with this, that means with this, Nigeria we're gonna get out of this broke stage and then make so much money, right? Just like it transformed Lagos. It's gonna transform Nigeria.
As I speak to you, one jolly in Canada.
Of course, one jolly be now. Because the thing is
this: you put a control system to reduce the corruption. You can never eliminate the corruption. If corruption can be eliminated,
good point.
The Christian will not be preaching hellfire.
I was going to ask you a question about that. Yeah, you can't eliminate it. You can only reduce it. Yeah.
So you can eliminate.
You can put the system in place at the end of it. Half of the money goes to your pocket, right?
Princess, okay. Let's assume that half of the money goes to Tinubu's pocket. Can you compare the Lagos in the day of Marwa to now in the day of this guy there now. The question is this: there's a difference between when you have 1 million people stealing from your purse and when you reduce the number to, like, let's say few thousands. That is exactly what I'm saying. And some of
I
this
have a
corruption we are
question for
saying.
you. I
Okay,
have a
no
question.
wonder someone took his side chick to this
Well,
thing and
she's just pulling your leg. She's teasing. She's just pulling your leg, guy. The thing is, the policy thing. Don't you think all we need is policy enforcement? Because we already have all this policy in place. When it comes to police, the police doing their job, they already have rules. They have policy in place for them what to do. But that doesn't stop them from asking for a bribery. So don't you think enforcement is what we need? Not really
No,
policy, because the policy is
Oriola,
there already.
that is exactly what, that's one of those in our preaching. I suggested something like that. We were in my former company, this thing we're chatting, and I said, see, do you know why it is very easy for our police to be corrupt? We allow them to interface and we allow them to gather themselves together and form something like a roadblock. I said, why can't we find a way and spend massively and do what is obtainable here? Maximum, don't let more than 2 police person in a vehicle. Let them be patrolling, not standby. Don't want any roadblock. Just be standby. Don't go and block and say you want to. Okay, I've given an example now. For example, when Tinubu was going to eliminate a robbery in Lagos, he got armored personnel vehicle. What did they do? They just position police under the bridge with armored personnel vehicle. Just stay there. Don't want any roadblock and be collecting for 5 kobo. You don't do that. What happened? They eliminated the problem. If you want to solve the problem of police collecting bribe and harassing people, make sure, number one of those things you want to do is this: give them vehicle with camera and get some monitoring, a third party that would be like having some oversight over them in terms of the monitoring. And don't give police of Nigeria that power to prosecute. If you catch anybody, transfer to another department that prosecutes, and make sure that department too can be under the governor of the state or the Ministry of Justice. Now, your detention facility now, where they threaten people to detain people so that people don't want to go into jail, because the like of Femi Fala and Gani Fawemi, they fought for this thing. That all the magistrates, the justices around, they should move around and go to all those detention centers and ask, what's these people offense? What's these people offense? Let's start doing these things. So when police even arrest people and put them in jail, let the judiciary let them go there and free those people. By the time they make your effort futile for a while, you will be discouraged from arresting people and be putting them in detention. So another thing, like I said, don't let them be using up their picker whereby there will be about 5 police or 10 police. No, let them have a vehicle and make sure that vehicle you have camera. Even when you put your rifle, like they do it now. By the time there's a control. By the time you open up and try to remove your rifle, it's going to document that, at a particular point in time, you try to make your rifle. You, the police officer, you don't even have control. You cannot even control the counter and the event. Is going to be automatic. So if you could do that for revenue in Lagos, you can do that too to control our police. How they use their weapon, their movement. It's not bad if you introduce body camera. Nigeria, before America started using the chip and pin card, Nigeria was using it. We were in terms of payment system data, we were like almost 10 years ahead of the United States, even though we were a developing country, thanks to the like of InterSwitch. So we can have a special reason. Because everything that would discourage police from having contact with people, do that. So once they don't have, it's just like, they will say, they pay them poorly, that's why they are corrupt. What a rubbish excuse. Can a teacher, because you don't have, why can't teachers and other civil servants doing that? Why can't they do that, for example? Because they don't have gun. So you that you have gun, that you are now doing the people. So what's the difference between you and armed robbers that you are supposed to deflect from the people? So to me, it is
Wait,
policy enforcement, like you
are
said.
you saying teachers doesn't collect bribery? Because I went to boarding house and I know that my parents do give them gifts.
I know. No, I'm just talking of the level of the police zone. I know. Even I work in NEPA now. I told you when Mr. Trump was saying no, it's just because of this. No, that time. Let me give you something because public NEPA is a public company. Was a public company then at least. I will tell you something. Every month, I'm even talking of 97, 98, 99. Every month. Undertaking, we used to have undertaking of service center, then we have the district office, then we have the zonal office. Every month, the undertaking stations, they were receiving 500,000 just to maintain. So when there's a problem within your within the area you cover, if the transformer goes bad, you will have to maintain, you will have to build bus bar chamber, you will have to buy cable to maintain. Do you know what happened to this money? Before the money will even land, without the center of those other takings, the district office will have taken like 200,000 from all those money each, right? Then the one that was supposed to go to the service center, they must have taken 135,000 naira each. You understand? What do you think the undertaking manager and the service and service station manager will do with the remaining money when the organs too were even already stealing? Will you expect them not to steal? That is why your transformer will break down and people will ask you to contribute. It's not as if there's no money. But just because this thing is government things, nobody cares. It's national cake. Everybody were behaving the way they like. That's just the point. But
Mr. Sorry to interject. Please, just a minute. You can see what I was saying earlier, where people used to have money. Do you think that they will let that problem go away because they lack awareness? That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Trump, when Tinubu brought Oracle to Lagos, were the Lagos State workers were they ready to allow that to go away? So people were going to be divided. Let me tell you, in this civil service we are talking about, we have hierarchy there. Not everybody benefits. As I mentioned, for example, not everybody benefited from all those things that was happening in NEPA. Were happening in NEPA when I was there. To get it right, because look at those people in the transmission now. They were not having direct. They were not having direct contact with the customer. Where theirs were just to transmit, and those people who are the handling generation to theirs were just to. But those people in the marketing, those people in the distribution, that they were doing disconnection, that they were doing the maintenance, they were the one that had contact with the people. So because of the contact, direct contact they had, they were using that one to manipulate the people. So what I'm saying is this: even if you are going to have contact with the people, it should not be the one that you will not be able to track. You should be able to track. You understand?
So if I may say this, so based on me listening to you, so the policy might be in place, but because of our people, the way we act, nobody's going to enforce it because the people, they're already corrupt, so they won't enforce it. Is that what you're saying? That even if the policy is in place, they won't enforce it?
Oriola, like I said, nobody wants to do good. Nobody wants to do the right thing. Now, there's a intercity highway here now is one thing, but some of us we have GPS in our car. You know, I mean, the tracker. What do you call it? Not GPS like that. Radar.
Tracking device.
Radar detector.
Radar.
Which one? when we can scan, there's no police. Some of us, before you know, we'll be blowing 160, 170. But once we know that there's a police along the line, we slow down. Because two things can happen. If the police have their own radar, photo radar there, they'll be capturing your number. They don't argue with you. They will just send your infringement to you and just go and pay. If you don't pay, two things will happen. It's either they take you to court and they report you to the credit bureau. They have a system that will make the life unbearable for you. Instead of you not to even pay the fine, you will go and beg to say, please reduce this thing for me. You start begging for them to reduce. That is the same way I'm talking that if you have a system in Nigeria that it catches people. Now, who are those people to enforce it? You expect the civil servant to do the right thing on their own? No. That's why we have the ministries, we have minister, we have commissioner. So what they are supposed to have supervisory role in those this. So what to do is this: you find a system. Don't trust human being to say, "Oh, you are not go and hold." No, don't do that. Give them a system that anybody who is even supervising the auditor too can, oh, Ogbeni, look at this thing. How come that this type of money went out and we cannot even account for what is doing? You understand? From there, you'll be able to uncover things. Even if someone commit fraud today, in 10 years, you should still be able to uncover the fraud. So that's exactly what I'm saying. Like that's a land
But
registry in Ogun State. Land
yeah,
registry
but
in Ogun
don't
State now. When I was doing my paper there, some people say, "Oh, guy, if you go through those people, they will overcharge you. They will do this." I say, "Okay, no problem. Let them overcharge me." They were using e-transat and interswitch to do their collection, and you could confirm immediately at that time. No, you pay this money. Oh, you could see the money in the account. I said, "Don't worry. I'm a payment system guy. No problem." I went and paid everything. To the point I even wanted to appreciate those people in the Ministry of Finance that they say, "Oh, no, Mr. Allah, you don't need to do that." You understand? Because they were already
yeah.
scared my approach already. They were
If I
already
may
scared.
say, yeah, if I may say, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, if I may say this, so the developed countries before automations, just like you're saying, we can computerize everything. Before automation, how are they doing it and they have less corruption? Because before this computer age, internet, they were doing it and they were successful. There's less corruption. How are they doing it? Because before we move into like computerizing everything, like you can still manipulate computer and everything. But how do you think they were able to be successful doing it before automation?
I will ask you a question because sometimes we have some kind of perception. It's just a perception issue. The first question: how come we have many people that were innocent in the United States of America prison? Let's say correctional center or prison, whatever you call it. How come you have? How come we have police framing people up in those days? Even in these modern days, we've seen it online where the police, American police, they try to frame people. Several cases, not just one, not just two, not just three,
Yeah,
several.
you're right. You're right. I don't disagree with that. Yeah,
You
you're
understand?
right.
If not because of technology, you wouldn't have discovered them. So many of those things would have gone undetected those days. But because of the impression, we used to have that impression that these people are perfect. No, they were not. They are not as advanced as this we are talking about.
Yeah, but still, they will still a little bit successful. I'm not saying that they're like they're like close to 100%, but I'm just saying that. I mean, back then, are you saying that all we're hearing is just like false narrative of what they're doing, or I mean, they still a little bit better even before automation. I'm
Do
not.
you know what, Oriola? Let's see. Why don't let us go back? Don't let us go backward into the history, into the past. Let's just talk of what is obtainable now. In
Okay.
that old country, you say, no be there people they carry only the entire the immigration system. They started getting things right when they introduced system. Even the Oyibo people and this thing, they were involved in helping people with immigration fraud those days, undetected. So now you see things in this part of this country now. They do a lot of things based on trust. People will apply for job they are not qualified for. They will tell you that they have this degree until you cannot do the job. That is why they will discover that, oh, you didn't do this. Right here in Canada, a doctor practice, if a fake doctor practice for at least 2 decades undetected within the Canadian system.
Yeah, but here's what I want you to see. There's always going to be abnormalities, like like how they will say,
Outliers.
yeah, more like outliers. There will always be that, but at the end of the day, there will be a normal straight line. Then you have those outliers, but at least a lot of things are still normal. compared to allies is just a little, like the percent. It's not even. It won't matter much. So if we're seeing one here, one there, it's not to say like it's the same thing as we're seeing like close to 80%. If we're just saying like 1%, 5%, even 10%, that's still okay. But when it becomes a normal thing, then that's a problem. So you are right that there might be some people that's not qualified, just like you said, or there's problem with the police and all of that. But it's not as common. It's not like a normality thing. It's just like
We
something
think.
outlier.
I like to use with the word we think. Do you know why I say we think? Let me tell you something. Uh Professor Estefani. Okay, yeah, I remember the name. Professor of economics. Now, one day like that, we were in that class, we were trying to say, okay, that politicians in the Western world, they buy votes. People were saying, no, it's impossible. How do you say, okay, we now brought out World Bank and IMF data and started proving. You will see whenever there will be a major elections, the government will start giving some kind of money. They can say, oh, child benefit, carbon tax, all those things. They will start rolling out money to people, all those stuff. You understand? You know what? You may not want to agree, you may not, but they are spending it for the people. The question you ask yourself that what were they doing 3 years before that and they were not giving to the people? How come that they started doing that just less than 12 months towards a major election? By the time we spread the data, you know this hypothesis now, when you put null, when you use null hypothesis and all those jargons, right? We apply all those stuff to that thing. You know what? United States of America, Canada, UK, France, Italy, and some of all those Western world, they were all involved in bribery towards a major election. You understand? So the
Yeah,
thing is
I
this.
agree with you. They do that, but they
So
try to have influence on people. Yeah, I agree with you.
exactly.
They do. Yeah, but what
But 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 but
I
but but
understand the
but
point you're making.
but if I was not in the class, if I was not in class, how will I know? For example, if that professor was not proving it to us, how will I know? So we had perception about these people that things were perfect for them.
Yeah,
That's the
but
perception we used to
that's
have.
not bribe. You can't call that bribery. I mean, it looks like bribery in a way, but it's just more like they want to see good face of how would I put that word? They want people to see them that they're doing the right thing. So I will give you an example. Like during COVID, and they were giving us stimulus check, even though the Republicans they were against it, but it still passed because the Democrat they were majority of the House, so they still passed it and they passed it at the Senate. Donald Trump still put his name on those checks, even though his party was against it. So he kind of have influence in a way. I understand what you're saying, but
Oriola, do you know why it doesn't look like bribery to you? Even as we are speaking now, if the government make a law that we cannot speak as we are speaking now, so it becomes a crime. Bribery becomes bribery just because there is a law that says, okay, you use money to influence outcome of something. You understand?
Mr. Ola,
But when
Mr.
government does,
Ola,
okay, can do. Nice to see you here.
yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, well, I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're all here on other platforms, in conversations with people, well, with Nigerians all over the world, trying to find ways to make things better. Unfortunately for us, I think that 17 years of the Babangida and Abacha were incredibly wasted years of the Nigerian people. Um, I really don't know how to go about professing solutions. What I see of the people that I know, the Babatis of the world, the Mr. Remis of the world, Mr. Trump of the world, and I'm just pointing out those that I know. Individually, they're doing things on the ground. And then for the most part, I'm doing many things on the ground myself, and I think for the most part, that's probably the areas that we can actually actualize things and see. I've heard many people say here that instead of just giving people money in Nigeria, they say, what do you need? You want to be a organizer? Let's buy you a machine for that. You want to be a carpenter? Let's get you the tools that you need for that. So it's about empowering people. We send home, I think it's about 32 billion a year. I mean, what is the national budget of the whole country? 37. So without that 30 or 32 billion, where would the country be? And unfortunately, I don't know what exactly it stems from. I think there are too many Nigerians, just based on observation, that are about let them see me. Even the general, even if you're living the face me, I face you. Each face me, I face you as a generator, and for people to actually conceptualize that I better pass you because of generator, it's maddening. It's like, who did this to us? How did we get this way? So from the little man at the Ministry of whatever, I remember the last time I was in Nigeria and I had to renew my passport there. They told me outright, aside from the passport fee, you've got to give us 25 grand. And as principled as I was, I needed to get back home to America to my kids. I'm a person that will refuse to pay a bribe, period. But that condition make it crayfish bend. So I'm part of the problem. We have properties in Nigeria. The taxes that we pay on them, it should be criminal that's the little amount of money that we pay on them. So I don't really know, the big picture solution to make these things work. I know that Tinubu is going to probably implement some of the tax collection process that he did in Lagos. I think that would generate more revenue. I heard about some of the Eastern governors talking about creating some sort of trading hub. There's no reason why all those ports from Mondo to Calabar, why they all should not be dredged and made available for seaworthiness. So there are people that are implementing things. Unfortunately, we did not go the way of China back in the 70s, early 70s. We've had way too many wasted years. Now the Nigerian states, from as far back as I can remember, students will be out of school for 8 months and it's just okay with people. Who does that? So fundamentally, I think there's something wrong. And my position is help where you can, giving people money, I personally, I try as much as possible not to give people in Nigeria direct cash as much as I can. My thing is, let's find what you can do. I've done this with many people in Lagos and Abeokuta. We're going to buy you 200 cases of bottled water. People that have parties, they may need 50 cases. Some may need 80 cases. Make 20 naira on each bottle. In 6 months, you'll be making more than 150,000 naira. That's empowering somebody. I don't want you to come and beg me. I don't want, like Pastor Adeboye said the other day, your colleagues will be coming to feed from you. No. I don't want you to come and feed from me. Let's find out how we can empower you so that you can provide for your family. Be you a man or a woman, dignity. And unfortunately, that's part of some of the problems that we have. Someone that graduated from whatever college will think that, that job is too below me. Even at my age, at my whatever, God forbid, if I have to wash plates at the back of a restaurant, ishen.
Baba, I've done Uber when things were tough. I work in the warehouse when things was tough. So no big deal.
Yeah.
Because
So
if I didn't do that, they would throw me out of wherever I was living. So I'd be living on the street.
yeah. So unfortunately, too many of our people, because they've had some
Uber
sort of
is
a
a
job.
big boy job now.
Yeah, because they've had some sort of a job or babami omolo.
Look at
So
Oriola. Oriola is a Uber is a big boy job. No talk that thing again. No.
So
I did
when we
do agree for that time. But when we say some people go vomit inside my vehicle, I say, what?
Wait. Cab driver is not the same thing as Uber. I've took a lot of Uber, and I
Now
see a
Uber,
lot
I
of
even
people.
talk.
I see a
Sorry,
lot
can
of people
do.
that
Sorry, can do.
let me let,
I see
I
big people driving Uber, man.
I remember when I was 8. I remember when I was 18. My dad had he had vehicles, and we had this bus. I don't even remember what the bus was, but it's like an 18 passenger kind of thing. Myself and one of the neighbors. One day we just say, you know what? Let's go and do Surulere whatever route. Man,
I did that for a week before. Can do. You
this
won't
was
believe it.
this was Emma God, this was what year was that though? I think that was 1986. And how much was the transport? I don't know if it was 10 kobo or whatever it was. It was some ridiculous thing. We came back home the first day. We were gone for like 4 hours. We made like 100 and something naira. We were rich. I mean, back then, how much was Coke? I remember back then, my mom was building an apartment building in Lagos. A bag of cement, because I used to go with her, a bag of cement was 7 naira. They didn't tell me I was there. So how our fortune has turned to what it is, I don't know. Um, Regardless of whether anyone dislike, hate Tinubu or not, we can only all hope and work as diligently as humanly possible.
Let me ask one question real quick.
Sure.
What do you think is easier to make money in this world? Like you just give example. Like one day you just woke up decide to drive your dad's car and just make money. You couldn't have done that anyway. You can't do something like that in the West too. Like in America, they want to start making money like that.
Absolutely not.
So in Africa, it's almost like you're just free. It's like a free place to just be creative and do whatever and just make money. So to me, I'll be
Because
honest with you.
we don't have rules, and the rules that we have, we don't respect because we don't have enough people that have been punished.
Sorry, can do. Mike, it is easier to become a multimillionaire in Nigeria than in the Western world.
Yeah.
Because when we say these things, sometimes some people think we are joking. It is because there are more than enough problems to solve, and people are not solving those problems.
Exactly.
And so you don't even need to routine.
You're right.
Yeah, I mean, anywhere in the world, if you want to be quote unquote rich in terms of money,
just figure out to solve problems.
Just go and look for people need water, provide water. People need houses, provide houses. People need to attract.
Can do. What you just said now is this. I like to use that of my wife to do example because he opened my senses to things. Like this thing you were suggesting, I once said it here that there are some people who are empowered, and I said I did not even spend much to empower. I give an example. If I want to send laptop to someone in Nigeria today, you'll be shocked that thing may not even cost me $80 to get it. Sometimes I can even get it free of charge. So everybody will be asking my wife for money. Oh, we want to do this, we want to do that. Some people will also some will start asking my wife for 300,000 to pay their primary school child school fees per term. You understand? Those are kind of the demand that I personally will never meet for anybody.
Yeah,
Me too.
but that's Nigerian culture. It's the
No, no,
culture
no.
I'm
of
telling you. I'm
begging.
telling you. Now
They
wait.
beg
No,
for
no. Let me
everything.
land. Let me
Mr.
That's
land.
our
Let me
Ariola,
culture.
land.
I don't care about your culture. I want efficiency. What's going to empower
Exactly.
you?
Can do. Now. Someone now ask my wife, say, hey, madam, I've not been able to feed just because I don't have anything to work. I'll be looking for someone to buy me a compressor. For organizing is what I learned, all those things. Okay, my wife say, okay, what do you need? Hey, if you can buy me that machine. My wife bought that machine about 10 years now. That guy has never come to my wife to ask for one penny.
Yes, that's what we
Someone
talk.
that we've given money for
Empowering
like
somebody.
6, 7, 8 times. The day we did not give that money, roof wanted to fall. And you guys, you are proud. You are this, you are that.
Mr. Ola, you see the default, and I've done the numbers, and I've done this with, like I said, I've done it with a number of people in Lagos and in Abeokuta. You see, for a place like that, I've had people that say, "Oh, I want to be selling bags." I say, "Well, I know that women love bags, but that's not my interest. I want you to go into something that people cannot do without. People have to drink water, whether they like it or not. And especially now, things have gotten so bad. How much is the naira to the dollar now? But someone said something about being rich. Me personally, I don't really care about being rich. Maybe it's because I have a couple of dollars, but I don't think it's because of that. Because I understand that you cannot take it with you, even if you make the money yourself. You're Elon Musk. You can't take it with you. What's this guy's name? All the people that were billionaires in the 70s,
Jeff.
that people used to speak their names. Where are they today? So you and I are going to be gone one day. You cannot take this thing with you. The best that any one of us can ever hope for is people say, that Mr. Lagbajao, when he was alive, this is how he helped some people. That's the best you're gonna get.
Well, I don't like your narrative.
Oh, no,
let me
truth,
tell you why. Let me tell you why. So there are a couple of people. I'll give you names. There's somebody named Henry Ford. There's somebody named JB. Is it JP Morgan? There's somebody
Yep.
named Chase. There's
Yep.
somebody named Rockefeller. There's somebody named Siemens.
I got
There's
you.
somebody.
Now,
You see those people, their legacy still exists today because the company they founded then, they pass it on. Walmart, you can name them. They're still there.
Okay.
So I think that's what we should need in Africa, like where
But that's
it's
what you
not
said
all
now.
about
Okay,
me,
that's
me,
what I
me.
said. Look, me and money, we don't have a problem. Actually, money likes me.
It's not their
More than
money
I
that we're
like it.
remembering them from.
No, I
Their
understand. It's the
legacy.
legacy. It's the
Yeah.
legacy. But you see, well, I guess it depends on where you are in life. You see, I understand the setup that I have now, the money will live way past me, way past my children. It's just the way it is set up. So it is going to be enriching the lives of it's already enriching the lives of my children, my grandchildren, and other people as well. But you see, part of where I come from is this. From the little that I kind of know, they said that there are about 2 point something billion galaxies in the world. So this heaven, no heaven, this little earth is nothing. If you live a healthy life and God blesses you with good health and all whatnot, you're only going to be here for 120 years tops. So all this mofedogun is foolishness. If you can diogun and ogun without stealing a kobo from anybody, without pomolomolekun, show, please be all that you can be. I'm not saying that people should not strive. I'm not saying that people should not leave a legacy. But people say, if you're in Nigeria, if they put you in Abuja, you will steal. I tell people, me, I can't, because money doesn't rule me. I'm not ruled by money. I understand it's just stuff. There's nothing wrong in owning and having stuff. But at the end of the day, if you really understand what you're about, It's just stuff. Get as much of it as you can. Set up situations where you'll be able to be a blessing. I call myself blessed to be a blessing to others. I'm not interested in a Bugatti car. Um, I have houses. The one I live in my own self is just me. I live in 4 bedroom. I can only be in one room at a time. I can't be in all four. So what is the thing? What are we fighting about? What is all this? If I don't do this, the world is going to end. No world is going to end. At least I'm not anyone, and everyone should do what works for them and what they believe in. But I understand that maximum you're only here for maybe 120. Me personally, I think anything over 80 is overtime. If I'm 80.
Can do. Let me quickly add to what you said the other time. For people that may want to help people in Nigeria, I want to tell you, I've said this in here before. You can do it to help people. See, I said it here that yeah, we are here. We are here, Thomas. That if I want to do anything politically in Nigeria, that I would love to be the chairman of my local government. And I said my reason. Now, let me tell you something now. I can count 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So when it comes to something like empowerment, you see, one thing is this. Although government is efficient, what you can do for things, because I realize that people learn skill. People learn skill, but they don't have things to upgrade themselves and improve. Yes. Now, we have some kind of sites here, whether Facebook, some people want to move and they want to dash out the equipment. When I see some equipment that are beneficial, that can benefit some people, I grab that. Anytime I want to send anything to Nigeria, maybe someone that you put that inside the car or whatever, I give some people $5, $10, depending on the size, put in your car so that in Nigeria, the person will take it. So how do I mean? I've been able to help someone with something to be doing tilings. I'll be able to help people with miter saw and some kind of equipment for them to empower themselves. Not only that, sometimes I may need to print some manual on how to do things, or I may need to download video on how to do things. Sometimes put everything on CD, then send to people. So yes. Why did I do this? Because while I was doing some housing project in Nigeria, I discovered that guys from outside the country, they have better skill than our people. Our bricklayer is set block and everything we bend, because they don't know that they are supposed to use line to do this thing. Yeah. So our bricklayers, they want to do these things, they won't get that job because the way they go about their costing, they just cost without being able to do some quantitative presentation. So I do things like that to empower people, and that's what I do. I won't lie to you. If you ask me for school fees,
I've heard you a few times narrate some of the things when you guys were talking about having a truck or trailer that you move and now you put the serial number on the tire. I listen. I'm here in the background. I'm here. I'm here most nights. So I guess let me just interject this real quickly. Somebody said something about making money. And like I said, I don't have a problem with making money. Whenever I'm empowered to know something that can help somebody else make money, I am more than happy to do it. So, but I wrote something in Sahara Reporter 7, I guess it's 8 years now. I said, based on the numbers that I was looking at that time, Naira was $1 to 187 Naira. And I said in 7 years, based on the metrics that I look at, that Naira will go from 1 Naira 87 to 1 Naira 1,000. And I think 15 months ago, when Naira was about 700 and something, I said, based on the numbers I'm looking at, in 2 years, unless certain things are implemented, regardless of whether it's OB or you want to bring Jesus, Naira will be at 1,000 to 2,000 Naira. So when somebody says about making money, where can you make more money in Nigeria or wherever? Money, the way I understand that money works is whether it's Goldman Sachs or BlackRock, money has to go and find return. Money can just not sit down and do nothing. Your money is like your employee. It's got to be working 24/7, even while you're sleeping. So when people are looking to invest money, institutions especially, they have to not only consider the return, the rate of return, and what is me investing $1 million in whatever project in China, what is the Chinese economy looking like? What is the projection that in 5 years, my 1 million, even if I turn into 2 million, will not effectively become 1.5 million? Because if you're in Nigeria, for example, 2 years ago, and you're generating 1 billion, right now, your 1 billion is only worth 750 million, even though you're doing the same thing. The rate of your money, if you're making, when Naira was 1,000 to 1, if you're making a billion, for you to maintain that billion, when it's 2,000 to 1, you need to make 2 billion. So who is chasing who? So I am not.
Wait. What you're saying is partly right. I don't agree with everything. So when so like the exchange rate now, so the exchange rate maybe a couple months ago is like 400, and now it's like 1,000. You have to remember that there's inflation that will go in Nigeria as well. Like every price will go up. So basically, you don't look at it as if like in terms of, oh, if I'm making a million, of course, 1 million, 4 million, a million 4 months ago or 6 months ago, whatever, when it went up, it's not the same 1 million today. So definitely, with the business side, even that 400, if they're selling something for like $20 in Nigeria, they already moved that to like $60. So meaning they're not losing money as we all think they are, unless your price stayed the same, and that's not true. Like they moved, even the airline. If you're flying 4 months ago,
Okay,
you're flying for like 100 grand. Now it's like 300 or 200 grand. So
okay.
I don't think we should look at it that way.
No. I just like you said, just like you said, I partly agree with you. But the problem with your analysis is quant, um, quantity. I saw, I've seen a couple of videos in the last 2 months or so of some airlines going from Abuja, I mean, from Lagos to Abuja, that are like 1/4 filled, that used to be filled all the time. So you can increase the price of your product, especially when your consumer base, their income is not appreciating at a relative rate. So, okay, you were selling it for 100 naira last year. Now that the dollar is 140 or 1.4, now you're selling for even 1,000. I mean, one hundred and
Um,
fifty.
right. The thing is, people do adjust. Like I'm definitely sure you probably live in the West. Like there's
Yeah,
inflation
I'm in the
everywhere.
US. I'm in US.
There's inflation. Even a lot of people's salary didn't go up, and they still live the same life they've been living before the inflation. Before
Wait,
inflation,
sorry guys, I don't mean to divert the conversation. I'm actually calling because you guys were discussing something earlier, and I wanted to like kind of add a little bit to it. You guys are having a conversation about that Yoruba nation, this stole money or no steal money, all that stuff. You know, the whole Yoruba nation thing from day one. Usually, people close me. I always tell them, "Hey, don't put your money there, or don't even invest your emotion or your safety or anything into that thing." Because one thing about a project is this: before you embark on a project, you do feasibility study. So you say you want to get a country for people, and anyone that's educated, when you look at first thing when they started talking Yoruba nation, I look at the whole picture and I'm like, okay, is this possible? We all know it wasn't possible. Those guys don't have the means to give you a nation. They just don't have it. It's not something possible. It's not feasible. So and these are educated guys. So me, I already knew from day one, like this whole thing, Those guys are just in for money. It's all it is. Both Yoruba Nation, Biafra, it's just money. Because none of those agitators, those guys leading the agitators, have what it takes. They don't have the means to give you a country. They just don't.
Mike,
It's not possible.
let me
So,
add to
and
what you're
it's
saying.
just always amazed me how people just follow them and actually believe that these
Let me
people are
add to
actually
what
leading
you're
them.
saying, Mike. Let
Hold
me
on, let
add
me
to what
not.
you're saying.
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. So you
Like
see,
people actually,
I use the
yeah.
analogy of California, right? You know, there are people in California that have been agitating for years that they want to be their own country. Before the United States lets California go, they would destroy the whole place. You would never get a Yoruba nation. You will never get a Biafra nation. You're trying to cut food from the mouth of the Nigerian country, and they will fight you
No,
tooth and
it's actually possible to get it. I don't think it's something
no.
impossible.
It's
But
gonna be a while. It's not something that's gonna
no,
happen
it's
in.
not even within a short time. It's but the what I'm saying is it's not gonna come from these people that are telling that they are the one leading it or agitating. It's not gonna come. It's
Yeah,
just not
they don't
feasible.
have the
But
resources and the
no
manpower.
resources or no resources. Yeah, that's one. Um, okay, first of all, look at the Yoruba nation, Igbo, and then some Yoruba people in London and America. They are spearheading uh, a movement to create a Yoruba country under who? Uh, when you have traditional rulers, you have kings, you have political leaders. I mean, sorry, yeah, political leaders, traditional leaders, elite. I mean, who under whose nose are you trying to? So you coming from London or you go? Who are you? Just a normal, a regular, a guy on the streets, and you create a country what under the nose of the Nigerian government, and what is that even possible at all? And then on the east as well, one guy
Yeah,
called Zekanu is in London.
yeah.
Is what's the process? First of all, they should be created. There has to be
Another one in Finland, Abby.
documentation. I know, yeah. There has to be some kind of documentation. I mean, you have to for you to create a country. There have to be some legislation agreement between you, the current state affair.
And other
Is it
nations,
so much
and
that got to
other
be done?
nations, and other
Huh?
nations as well. I said, and other
Exactly.
nations.
Yeah. There is so much process to creating a country. So much. It's not just I want it, I want it. Even if the president of the country today say, okay, take me, it's just that they just do the take our country is created. That's not the way it works. Setting up a country requires a lot of process, a lot of things that have to be established. It's so much. It's not just that countries are not created like that. So when these guys are telling people, "Hey, this nation want it, we are bringing it, it will come," and people are following them, me, I just look, me, I just rather my, hey, me too. I wish to have it. I
Mike,
just give my support.
Mike,
But
Mike.
my problem is not that they are doing it and they are making money. When I begin to irritate me, annoy me, is when people start to die. The moment
Mike,
people, when Igbo started doing it, I was people here saying, yeah, me too, I want Yoruba nation. I just play along. But the moment people start losing their life, I'm like, hold on now. Now, you're now leading people to their grave.
yeah,
Nah, that's the no. Me,
yeah,
you
Mike,
can make money however you want, whatever. But once you start revolving human life, that's human sacrifice you're doing.
yeah,
That's
Mike.
why I
You
don't like
see,
that kind of guy too. These
what
people are
they're
just
doing,
dying.
what they're doing reminds me of when I was like 8 years old, and we used to play soccer on the streets. And when the car passes by, we say, "That's my car." Another person will say, "No, that's my car." All this,
Exactly.
whatever
Which,
nation, they're just playing. They're not ready. They're not ready.
yeah, I mean, if there were serious people, first of all, the only people that can I mean, do the process of maybe creating these countries you're talking about. Let's say Yoruba nation, for example, it will have to be all the traditional rulers and all the political leaders coming together saying, okay, we are done with Nigeria. And then they will now engage the Nigerian states, whether through passing bills in the Senate and discussing it. That's the only way you can create a Yoruba nation. Or even with the Biafra too. It has to be let's say the Igbos want to leave Nigeria, it has to be through their political leaders and their socio-cultural
Mike,
leaders. But you
Mike,
can't.
how many country has like having a discussion and they separate? Like, how many country has that worked for? Do you
No,
ever think any country that
no,
kind of situation works for them? Like,
name a
so
okay, you give me name a countries that have been separated and tell me how they got
okay,
separated.
so like
Maybe
the
South Sudan,
Yugoslavia and
maybe
some.
Sudan.
Okay,
No,
and was
yeah,
it who
yeah.
led it? Was okay,
It was
South Sudan.
war.
Who?
They had to fight. They had to
Oh,
fight it,
yeah, I
and
know, but
later
who
come
did it?
back on the
Hold
table.
on now. Okay, who did the fighting? Was he not the political leader and the ethnic leaders? Was he
Yes.
one guy?
Yeah.
Now,
It
was he? Was there a situation where the political leaders of the South Sudan, the traditional leaders of the South Sudan, were not interested in creating a country, and one individual Sudanese guy in
No,
London
you're
started
right.
agitating
It
or
was
something?
all
Is that
about
the way it happened?
no, it was
No.
all
Me, I'm
about
not
the
even. I'm just saying that the only way a country can separate or form their different countries,
They went to
it is
war.
not like it's not going to be how you're saying that they will just come to the table. It won't. I don't think it will work
Yes,
that way. You have to have
yes, it will.
disagreement
Yes, it will.
first. No,
In the
but
case of
later,
Nigeria, yes, it will.
yeah, you think everything can just we can just come on the table and just talk it out without
Yeah.
any
Mike,
fights.
Mike,
It
Mike.
You
depends.
think it will
Wait,
happen
hold
that
on,
way?
Wait. It depends who you are saying is coming on the table. If you are telling me like it's Igbo or Kanu, yeah, of course you fight now because nobody was. Who are they? But if you're telling me that the ethnic leadership of the entire Yorubas, entire Igbos, and the political leadership and or even of several ethnic groups in Nigeria are all saying, okay, we are done with this, and they are coming on the table to discussing and. Of course, who's going to say no? Which ethnic group is going to force you to stay? You're going to split now.
Mike,
And we are even heading that way before Ujuku now start to
Wait,
use this.
I see your
Mike,
point, but
Mike.
I don't
I
think
think hold
it's
on,
that
Ade. I
easy.
think
I think there will still be a
what
fight.
Ade is pointing out to you is this: under the current dispensation, the majority of the Nigerian states' income comes from crude oil. They will not let you go.
Who's who? Majority of
The
who?
Nigerian state,
I
the
can't hear you.
majority
Say it
of
again.
the Nigerian country. If
The,
Yoruba says they want to go, or let's say Igbo say they want to go, the state of Nigeria, knowing what they'll be losing, will not
who's the
allow.
state of Nigeria? Who's the state of? Is it not Yoruba and Igbo and all these people that are the state of Nigeria?
Yeah, but that's why I separated it. If Igbo say they want to go, I don't see where the Hausas will say it's okay. Or maybe the
Really?
Yorubas can say it's okay because they have other things going for themselves. But the Hausas are not going to. What do they have?
Hold on.
No,
I don't
they
know why
have
you
a
guys
lot.
keep
What
doing
are you
this.
talking? They have a lot now.
It's
They
not
have
even
a
what they
lot.
have or what they don't have. When in Nigerian history, as the Hausa has ever say Igbo cannot leave Nigeria or Yoruba can, when has anyone ever said no one cannot leave Nigeria? In fact, if my memory serves me well, in during the Hausas, in fact, from the beginning of Nigeria, they've always said they don't want to share country with you guys. So I don't know why you guys keep this policy that we keep preaching to ourselves that the Hausas are the one will not let us go. They are holding us. It's a lie. It's never been the case. In the 1966, when the Northerners did a pogrom, they chased the Southeasterners away from their region. They said they're not doing that thing.
Mike, why are they doing sit at home?
Who?
Why are they doing sit at home? The Monday stuff. Why are they doing that?
Well, they want Kanu to be released from prison. That's why.
Oh,
No,
it's not
Because they are
because they want to
stupid.
leave.
are they for the people on the ground?
Thomas answered it correctly.
Wait, it's not
Are
because
they
they want to
Because they
leave.
are
No,
stupid.
let me land
Who's
first.
they?
I'm going somewhere. It's not
Okay.
because Biafra wants to leave.
Ariola, what are you talking about, man?
No, but I thought like the reason why they're doing all of this is they're protesting and all of that is because they want to leave. Isn't that the case?
Okay,
no,
okay.
Oriola,
Wait,
that's not the case.
can you give me 1 second now? Let me
Okay, go ahead.
tackle Oriola. Oriola, you remember I mentioned to you, I said the only people that can lead lead a tribe or ethnic group out of country is their leaders. Now you are telling me they want to. Is their leaders agreeing with it? Are their leaders sitting at home? Are their senators, their governors, their ethnic traditional leaders? Are they all on board with this? So what are you talking about?
Okay, so who are the leaders leading? Are they not leading their people? So if their people are saying one thing, you're saying even though they're leading some
Uh,
people, they
uh,
shouldn't listen to their people.
when you when you are saying define a people will be the entire population being on one page,
Yeah,
right? That's the people.
yeah,
But if you are
yeah.
saying something is happening, hold on. You can't say something is happening among a people, a section of the people is doing something. That means the people are doing something. That's not the way it works. You can't say, for example, in Yoruba Nation now, you have some people that were on the street, hey, bo, Elini, bo, hey. Does that conclude that that's what Yorubas wants? That's not the way you do it. That's why they do something called referendum.
That's the point I want to make now. So as a leader, when you see your people crying for something or yearning for something, don't you think as a leader they should just come on board and be like, okay, how many people want this and how many people does not want it?
Which leader are you referring to?
Yeah, which
Either
leader?
of either Biafra or Hausa land or Yoruba land. If the people are
But,
yearning for something, then you know, like we
okay,
have leaders. So
okay. Let
the,
me
the
ask you
job
a
of the
question.
leaders is for them to see, okay, my
Who
people are
is their
saying this.
people?
How many
Who is
people?
their people? Who are
Their
these
pe-
people's people?
the
But
No,
leaders are
their,
controlling, are
their
in charge of.
people. Their people are the
Oriola,
other people. They are the other people who are stealing Nigeria's money. Those are their people, and it doesn't
hold
matter
on.
what part of the country they come from.
Let me even deal with Oriola on this point he's making. Oriola, first of all, is Biafra a people?
See, I don't know much. I thought Igbo people are Biafra. That's what I always
No, and
forget.
that's the thing, and so maybe that's why he. First of all, no, the southeast. Sorry,
Yeah,
the Igbo traditional rulers, political leaders, they can't say, "Oh, we are the representative of Biafra," because the so-called people that are calling saying they want Biafra. When you ask them where is the Biafra, they name territories that are way beyond the Igbo land.
uh-huh.
So now you are telling me that those Igbo socio-cultural leaders or the political leaders can now say, "Oh, we want to pass the bill on Biafra," because even in Nigeria state will say you are not making sense. You want to pass the bill on behalf of Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Edo, Delta, Cross River, Bayelsa. These are not Igbos. So
Yeah,
they're all Biafran thing. That one is just a rubbish. Now,
yeah,
if you'll be making an argument, Oyala, if you're saying that the Igbo as a tribe, their five eastern state, and maybe some extra villages they have outside of their five eastern state because they're always on a clean. Now Igbos are everywhere. I think they say Igbo land is agitating. We are sitting at home for that. And then even me, we have case with their social cultural leader and their political leader. Like, okay, your tribe wants to leave. And then even other people can say, okay, your tribe, your people are saying you need to listen to them unless but you can't talk to these people right now because their Biafra does not make sense. So that one does not even make sense. That one is not really a agitation for creating a nation. That thing is just a
yeah.
mental problem.
Mike,
It's
Mike.
a it's a it's a
You see,
mental problem. So ignore that
part of
Biafran side.
part of the problem is even some of those states that these agitators want to be part of Biafra. Some of those people say, no, we're not part of you. This part is not Igbo land.
They fought
So
against them. Even
yeah,
during
the problems are many. So even the quote unquote Biafra, there is no unity as to who and who qualifies as a Biafran.
I
Yeah,
don't know
me,
what means that.
I understand your point. I totally understand everything that you guys were saying. But I was just saying that even without, let's take out Biafra or Yoruba, as a country, if people are yearning for something and we have leaders, their job is to listen to us as the citizens and take whatever we're saying. So if there's a conflict, now they can determine that, okay, that's where referendum can come in. That, okay, if you are saying this, does the majority want what you're
Oriola,
yearning for? Yeah,
Oriola,
so
Oriola,
yeah.
name a country in history that were created by citizens.
You gotta fight for it. You gotta
Yeah.
grab it and run
Wait,
with it.
when you say citizens, are you separating the leaders from the citizens, or you're putting us all together? Because if you're saying
Hold on now.
country,
What I'm trying to tell you is this: countries, empires were created by individuals and group of individuals, powerful men, powerful individuals. They come together, they create a country, they design a system, they create the laws, and
Don't
people
forget the
follow.
women. Oh. Don't forget the women. Oh.
wait,
Yeah,
Yugoslavia
no, no, it's
and
usually men. Usually men are
I,
creating.
I'm just,
other
I'm just,
countries.
I'm just
Even
fooling.
powerful women can be involved.
Wait,
I'm
what
just
about
fooling
you
you.
know like Croatia and Yugoslavia? They won before, and because of
You say Croatia and
ethnicity group,
Yugoslavia. No, Croatia
yeah,
was inside
and they
Yugoslavia.
separate.
Inside, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's also Malaysia and Singapore, and there's also Indian and Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Because of ethnicity stuff, they separated. Because
But Oriol, I
so
don't think you are listening to me at all. I don't think you understand my point. I'm not
I
telling
heard
you.
you.
My main point is that the only people that can create a country or separate a country or create design a country is
Real leaders.
the
Real leaders.
leadership of the people of that group that can do it. Either the
Not,
leadership of that group, whoever is the head of that group,
not some
they are the
former,
only one
not
that can
some,
make it happen. Not
Yeah,
some,
not
not some
some
population,
admin,
not a group of people, not a
former
right,
population,
admin.
right, right.
powerless group of people among them.
Right, but didn't the leaders listen to their people before they actually go ahead and make that happen? They do listen to their people, correct?
There's never a people with one voice. There's never a situation where entire people have one voice. It's never happened.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
never
yeah.
happened.
That's right.
It takes
The only time they can go with people, the only time maybe leadership of a people want to make decision on the interest of the people, what they normally do in that case is they will now say, I want to know what position of my people actually believe this thing, want this. And then that leader will now do some kind of referendum among his people.
And just to
You
bust
understand?
Right,
Wait, give me
yeah.
a second now.
That's the point I'm making.
But wait, Uriola, that leader will now say, if that leader is interested, though, if that leadership of that group, because every group that's the most powerful are always the one leading in charge. They own, trust me, the most powerful own that group. Whether it's an empire, whether it's a country, whether it's a tribe, the most powerful group of men are in charge. And if you mess with those people, they'll crush you. That they own it. They own it. They may not tell you, but they make you as a citizen feel like, hey, you own your territory, you own your tribe, you are a ownership of your, but you don't own nothing. The most powerful, even let me learn. I'm just saying something very important. Even among animals, in a clan, in a lion pride, the alpha males run the show. They can kick you out of the pride. They can decide whether you stay, the alpha male or the alpha female. They run it. The same thing in a country, nation, tribe. The most powerful men there, and they're usually the one that end up being they are usually the king, the traditional ruler, the political leaders. They are the one in charge. They decide what will go on. Forget what there's some section of the population is crying about. You are not relevant. The only time they may your way as a member of the group
Mike,
is if they choose to okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Can
You
you
want to
hear
say
me?
something? Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. You know.
Yes, I think my network is playing up here. Oriola was asking question that why are they sitting at home? I said because they are stupid.
Yeah,
That's
but
why they are
the
sitting at home.
reality, I mean, I talk to people.
Because sit at home is not.
Go ahead.
Yes, sit at home is not going to bring out Nnamdi Kanu. Sit at home is not going to bring out Biafra. Do you know that?
Yes, and just to add to that, I talk to people.
Yeah.
I talk to people in the East often, especially during this Christmas. They said there were so many people that came from all around the world that came home, and people are really not doing this sit at home. So it's actually not, it's not an effective um, process. So they're just wasting their time. I mean, I don't know why some guy in Finland is like me over here. Some guy wherever is going to be telling me what to do. A grown man that have children that I'm teaching. I'm going to be listening to. I don't care if it's Gumio or Basanjo. Why am I listening to what? Why? How can other human beings be directing what I do? I mean, am I a baby or something?
Have you heard about that 85 15% theory that is
Yeah, it's actually the 80-20 theory.
I think it's 85-15, to be honest. They say it's only
Okay.
50%. They say it's only 50% of human beings actually can think and think for themselves.
We're not gonna divide the baby just because of 5%. So we'll go with your 1585.
They say it's only 15% of human beings. In fact, I think it's even less than that. That can
Exactly.
they
I agree with
they
you.
actually think for themselves. The rest
Yeah,
of
Yeah.
the human population, they
those
just follow. They
right,
Yeah.
just
those
follow, man.
people that actually think for themselves, they're the leaders, and there's few of them. Probably
Yeah,
most
among
of
that 15% is when you go find people that rise to the top. They become leaders. They just rule and
yeah.
they direct the rest of the world. That direct the society. They are the one that they are the people that create nations, create
Yeah,
empire.
I think
They
they're
are the
like
one. The
1%
ideas is
that
what direct the world, but the rest of human population, they just
they just
follow.
follow.
They just
Yes,
follow,
They're just waiting for
follow.
but
something to be done and they
see, you
follow.
can see that on social media, going like that. If you go to social media, you can definitely tell that actually a lot of people just follow. They don't lead. Like you can tell. That's a good sample. You can use that as a sample. Like you
That's
can
why
tell.
countries like China, they're very they know about that. How another country can go and they can go and plant someone in your
You know,
nation, start destructing, brainwashing the population, and just have them rise against their, just turn everything upside down. That's why those countries always protect the mind of their citizens.
Wait,
They make
it's
sure
like
they monitor what they consume.
Mikey, you were once a military now. You know the deal. You know the drill now.
follow the last order.
You know how you guys do these things. You know
But
the
I mean,
drill.
like me, for example, I don't have a Twitter account. I don't have what's the other one everybody's on? Uh, which are the two very popular ones? Twitter
Instagram,
and what?
Instagram.
IG.
Mm.
I have never followed any human being. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are people that I listen to because of what they've proven in the past as to how, how well knowledgeable they are. But for me to be following somebody, how does that work? I mean, I
Wait,
respect
let me
people.
ask you a question. Do you
Sure,
think all leaders are smart?
not necessarily.
Leadership is just is a gift. It's not really like that
Yeah.
person
I
just
mean,
smart.
look at Hitler. Look at
It's a
a great
talent, man.
example. A great
You know why I
example is
said that?
Adolf
If you
Hitler.
look majority of like those billionaires that have billions, they create different companies. They're the one leading, but not all of them are actually smart. I could give a one guy example, Jack Mark, the guy that owns Alibaba.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
but
that guy is not smart.
but let
Yeah,
me tell you this. You don't have to be. I mean, I
You don't have to be
remember.
a leader to become wealthy.
Yeah,
You
I
just have to
remember.
be gifted in something. That's all.
Yeah, I remember there was a man called I don't know if he's still alive, Alaji. The man never went to school in Nigeria. And back in the days, they said he was worth like half a billion
yeah.
naira when naira was.
Elegasa
Yeah,
too. He
yeah.
dropped out.
So
He just went to grade 6 or so, and he became.
yeah.
He's
So
still
you don't
rich.
have to. You don't have to
It's
be. I mean,
talent.
the
Yeah.
people that run the American economy, Secretary of States, Secretary of Treasury, none of them that I can remember has a
No,
net worth over 10 million.
yeah, but they're smart. Those guys are
Yeah,
smart. They
that's what I'm
went to
saying.
Ivy League school.
Yeah,
Yo,
that's
those
what I'm
guys
saying. That
run Wall Street.
yeah, but what
Those
I'm
guys are
saying is,
smart.
it's not necessarily the richest
Oh,
or the
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
whatever people that
yeah,
are. Yeah,
the leadership is not about how rich you are. Who's
yeah,
leading is not the richest and leading. Being
yeah.
rich is just gift, talent, and something.
Yeah, but they
And
control a lot of stuff, though. They control a lot of stuff. Like, look,
Nah,
Businessman,
no,
for example.
no,
you make sure
there's
guys, some guys are rich and they don't use
there,
their money to control anything. They don't even know what
yeah,
to
there's
control. They don't know how
speeches.
to think.
Yeah,
They
there's
just have
Wait,
the
speeches
money in their account.
are you sure? You know the
Oh yeah,
Are you telling
manipulation
me?
for
Wait, are you telling me Shaquille O'Neal is controlling stuff?
wait,
Those
that's
yeah,
guys are
different.
not.
We're
They
not
are rich,
talking
but
about we're not talking about
they are
we're talking
rich.
about
No,
wealth. Shaquille is
are
just
you saying Shaquille is not wealthy?
he's not
Shaquille O'Neal
wealthy.
is wealthy.
Huh?
Oh yes,
He's
he
not in
is.
a $1 billion. He's not okay, what
Yes,
does
he
he
is.
create? What does he
Hold
Yes,
own
on
he
now?
now.
is.
Hold on.
That guy.
Oriola, you have to understand
That
something.
guy is incredibly business savvy. Don't let the Bible fool you. Shaquille is very business savvy. He's invested in so many things that are going to create generational wealth. I mean, I know most footballers and basketballers are idiots. Yeah. So, but I mean, I guess the point we're making is that if you look at the people that run, whether the economy in France, in the UK, They're not necessarily the richest people. Yeah, they're educated Ivy League and connection, but they don't really control stuff outside of their space. But when they speak, people listen. You know.
Real leaders are people that they are gifted with the knowledge of how the world works and how and direction of where things should go,
Exactly.
and then they lead. That's what leaders are. It's not because you have wealth. Some people may have,
Yeah.
money, but they don't understand. They don't really understand how the world works. They
Yeah.
have money. They don't understand how one particular thing work, and they use it to
Yeah.
become wealthy. So they are
Yeah.
master of that one particular area of life. You understand?
Exactly.
But can they
Yeah.
now lead everybody else? No, they don't. They don't understand the word. And that's why I give you an
Mhm.
example of people like Shaquille and so many others like that. They have wealth and they may have
Yeah.
businesses, but they don't. Shaquille probably can't name 10 African countries. Those
Yeah.
guys don't know the word. They don't know the word. They just know what they just have money, but they don't
Yeah.
understand the word. They don't know how the world works. They don't understand. They can't even go change their communities because they don't understand how anything works. They are society. They don't know. They are not leaders. But leaders are
One
the
of
ones that just on that they are born without not just
yeah.
not a big
Well, I mean,
picture.
one of the leaders I have admired and adored is Mahatma Gandhi. What that man did
Those
for
are
people.
human beings that are born to understand big pictures. They don't need out
Yes,
of
you,
knowing big
you,
picture or
you
knowing how the
got it.
world
You
works,
you got it, Mike. You got it.
and
The
they
power.
become powerful because they have that knowledge.
Yes,
Those are leaders. It's not, and they are not
yes.
rich.
When I talk about leaders, that's the type of person I talk about. Not all these yeah people. People that understand their people, where they want their country to go. They sit down and create a future that they're not going to be a part of.
Exactly.
That
They can see vision. They can see future. They can
yes,
the visionary people. Those are leaders.
yes. Not
You
all
know.
this. Oh, if I'm not there, I'm not going to enjoy it with you. They have to be the Moses that are going to create the promised land that they themselves are not going to get to. And that's
And,
what we lack.
and one thing, one secret the advanced countries. That's one thing they understand that. Hey, we have to. These visionary people are very essential to future of their country. So they always pay attention to those kind of human beings. And whenever they discover them, they bring them, find a way to grill them and involve them in the nation's planning, future, think all those kind of things. So that's how these countries always have brighter future. They
Yeah.
always have plans for 20, 30 years because those kind of
Mm.
human beings always involve them in the nation. The government have special area where they put those people, and they are the one to do the thinking for the country. And they be like, okay, in the next 10 years, we are heading this way. This is where we are projecting. They start projecting. But
Yeah.
countries that don't go nowhere, they don't understand that
Yeah.
principle.
You know,
Countries in
the
Nigeria, for
last
example, they don't understand that those kind of human beings are people you need. You need to
yeah, the
bring them
last few
a special
times
department for them in a
yeah.
special department where they be the one doing the thinking
Yeah, the last few
you
times
know.
I was in Lagos, and I was like, especially there was one day I was in Surrey and I saw all these kids coming out of school. I was like, oh my God, where are these people going to be working? Where are they going to be living? The trash removal. Are people sitting down and creating the future, the businesses? Because the government cannot employ everyone. Creating an environment that will allow these people to create businesses
They're
and
supposed to be creating
employ
an
people.
economic model for the future or for those population, right? You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying? That's what they're supposed to be thinking. A country like Nigeria should be like, hold on, we have this high number of children. They are
yeah.
going to be that in the next 20 years, they'll be working they are
And
going
they
straight
will
to the
have children
workforce.
in the next 20 years themselves.
Exactly. So instead of them start thinking the economic model, they will start designing for that time to when that time comes to meet those children. You understand? So when they
Yeah.
grow up, there's something set up. They already set up the system where they will just go right into,
Mm-hmm.
right? But they are not thinking like that. Everybody just think about
But Mike,
today,
Mike,
you
Mike,
know,
what do you
and they
think
were
these
never thinking like that. That's why we find
Mike,
ourselves where we are.
Mike, what do you think these people when they do their meetings, whether it's at Lagos, whatever council or in Abuja, what do these people think about?
They are just talking about today now, and that's it. They can't think beyond their nose. What they are talking about is just today. They can't think far. They just
Wow.
there is what they right now, what they are feeling, they'll be talking about today. and what they want to condition. They were talking about things that not even and mediocre things like okay, want to what is when they want to commission road or those kind of things. What they talk about. They're not talking about some kind of strategic system,
Mike, based on the world, I think it's World Bank stats, right? They said we're going to be close to 400 million by 2050. So I'm like, who is preparing for this future? Where is the plan? How do you prepare for this? Los Angeles County uses 40, is it 30 or 40,000 megawatts? Los Angeles County, population of 10 million people. We, the entire Nigeria, how many megawatts? How do you prepare for this? Do these people understand that you're not going to be here forever? You
know, the thing is, one of the mistake I noticed in Nigeria is the politicians want to do the thinking for the country, right? And I'm like, no, if you know that's not your job. That's why you call you a politician. Your job is to hire the thinkers, let them do the thinking. And then they present the thinking to you, and then they'll now present which way, and different options. And then you now create a policy. But the politician will be telling you, oh, I want to do this. No, it's not your job. You're not smarter. You're not smart. You're not the smartest person in the country. You should not be the one doing the thinking. Your job is to find the smartest people in the country, the thinkers, the people that are gifted with those areas of life in terms of thinking, forward thinking, planning, all those kind of human beings. And there should be a department for those kind of people, right? In different states where their only job is to do the thinking. And then those people are now the people that will now come and sit down with the politicians and give you the pictures. And then you as a politician will use your own political, your talents or your gift to now look at okay, this policy or to back it or whatever. I just sign things into because that's what America does. The government, they just bring the expert, they come and give the president advice, they just show him everything, show him the big picture. Even some of the missions American military carry out, it's something they've been planning it for 10 years. Do you think the current president was even dreaming that he was going to be president 10 years ago? Or maybe they've already planned, they will tell you that this country we're trying to overtake, we've been planning it for 15 years. It's about time to get it done now. So the new president just come in, just present all the plan they've been planning and everything in front of him. And he was just announce it like, okay, let's go. That's the way they do things.
This is, if even forget about America. You see, when I look at the Gandhi structure, this was a very intelligent man who was a big time lawyer in South Africa back then. If you saw the way this man used to dress, 3-piece suit, dressed to kill. But it came to a point that is like, you know what? Going to go and help my people is more important than this thing I'm doing being a lawyer. And this man went back, started just putting wrapper, not even full cloth, just tie wrapper, walk around all over India. They could have given him any type of limousine, but he was hell bent on leading by example. And one of the things they did in the was that in the 40s, they decided that one of the ways they were gonna go was to use people that they established that were very intelligent and put them into the medicine field. That's why you have so many doctors. You know, people say some of the best doctors in the world are Indians. It was by design, not by, not by Ojiji. This is something people sat down, they evaluated, made a decision, and put the resources to back it up. And that's what people have to do. Good morning, Mr. Kulata.
Oh, Kolata is snoring. Is in the dreamland.
I thought it's okay, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Kurata is weak.
Yeah.
If the Kurata quiet, you know that he's already sleeping.
Yeah.
That's
So
it.
our road is far, but like I said earlier, I'm kind of encouraged by some of the developments that I'm seeing here and there. So hopefully, we'll gradually. Unfortunately, like I said, we have wasted so many years. Unfortunately,
Let me do
and
something to Mike, please. Mike, only Peter Obi's son is a gay.
yeah, yeah, he is. But
Ah,
what can you
I
know?
was I said earlier, I'm like, obedience.
Obedient to the ring, they won't see that one. No. They will never
Yeah,
see
but
that one.
I mean, but people should not talk
If
like
it
that.
is
I mean, if
if it
somebody's
is Sheyi
child is
Tinubu, if it is Sheyi Tinubu is a gay now,
no,
all the internet
yeah,
will blow.
but general, you see, I don't, yeah, I don't really understand where people have time to have those type of conversations. Honestly, if somebody's child is gay, which one? Which one? If my child is gay, am I going to now disown my child because he or he is gay? I mean,
I no, no, you know the stigma now in Africa.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you're gay, you're gay. I don't care. You're gay, you're straight, as long as you're
No,
good
not the
human.
point. The obedience were the one going after other people
Yeah,
digging.
but who are these quote
That
unquote?
is it. That
Who
is
are
They
the
were
they?
drill.
digging, trying to call Tinubu's daughter lesbian, this and I
Yeah,
don't know
but
why they are playing all these dirty
yeah,
propaganda,
but you see, Mike, you see,
blackmailing politics.
it becomes important because there are people that listen to them. I will never listen to such people. The second they open their mouth, I'm done. The conversation is over. I got
So
things.
you are one of those people that believe that, oh, let's just let this Southeasterners do their ranting and leave them alone and just let them
Mike,
talk.
my policy is this: as long as you don't touch me, if you say my mama na shawo, I know who my mother is.
But the danger is not really about you though. That's
No,
the
I'm
danger.
just
But
no.
hold on, give me a second. Give me a second.
All right.
If people are out there brainwashing entire people or using maybe they are blackmailing you, right, as an individual. Of course, it doesn't. They can't touch you as an individual. They can, yeah, but they can create a lot of damage as far as your image or a lot of uh, creating this reality in the head of other people about you. So at some point, it may become dangerous. But what I do notice, especially for example, during Buhari time, they create a lot of like so much, you know, propaganda and emotional blackmailing against the guy. And they did it against my ethnic group, the Yoruba people. They did it to us for so long that they create all kinds of stereotypes, typical things, and just stuff to the point where even our own children will believe in that, we are cowards and we are, to the point where even we have Yoruba children believing like David Ondain, like, even growing up to believe those things are saying about their own ethnic group. So at one point, you can't just say, "Oh, let's just lead them." You just don't listen to them. Let them talk. Let them. No, you got to
Well,
push back.
Mike, you see, me, I can't speak for
But
any, and
making it
and
about
my,
you
no,
again, it's not
but
about you.
listen,
If it's about me,
but
I won't
listen,
care either.
listen, Mike. You see, I actually used to be a part of a group in California. We had a soccer program that we have about 500 kids in the program every year, and the majority of those kids come from divorce home, whatever home. I was coach. Well, we had 11 teams, and I was coaching two of the teams, and I coached some of the other teams defense, different age groups. In practice, right? Sometimes when the ball goes out and it belongs to this side, and everybody and their mama can see that it belongs to this side, I give it to the other side. And the reason is this: I want to teach you in practice that life is not going to be fair. You're going to run into situations where you should get things that are not going to come to you. How are you going to react? If you sit down and say, you this boy, Olushini, kò ní dá fún ẹ, ó máa bàjẹ́ fún ẹ. Shake me from now to tomorrow, kò ní bàjẹ́ fún mi, because I know what I'm doing. If you say my mama na ashawo,
We get your point. We get your point. You're somebody that you believe in.
So
Just
that's all I can do is teach other people. Those who don't learn that, I can help them. I'm not going to, because when it comes somebody said about
listen. I understand that in life, yeah, sometimes, but you can't say in all cases. That's just the way you
oh,
accept it.
there's never all cases.
Can do. You listen. Let me tell you something. In life, yes, you have to measure your losses or what's at stake. You understand? A situation like that, yeah, of course, it will be a way to go if you got something to lose. For example, let's say I got something important on I'm heading somewhere, I have something important to really achieve, and someone is stopping to be calling me names and things like that and things like that. I won't give him my time because I have better things to go and do. You understand? I have other things at stake, I have stuff to lose. But we're talking about a situation where I know that somebody here, this person here, is a person that if he slap you today, you don't do anything, the next thing is gonna do
Can
is
I
to chop
interject?
your head off. Hold
Can
on,
I?
hold on. You have to analyze the situations too. Like this kind of person, and like there's a saying, there's a saying, they say a bully, if you don't stand up to a bully, he will keep bullying you, right? So you're not standing up because you want to stand up. Of course, you're gonna ignore, but you know that the only way you can stop this person is you have to stand up. Like my uh one of my mentors always say, hey, if he's a bully, even if he's 10 times your size, if you don't want him to continue to bully you, the first time he bully you, just stand up and hit him hard, like, or do some, like, smash him or whatever. Even if you beat you, do everything, next time he won't come back to you because he doesn't want to experience that trauma, that thing that he experienced, that it that you give him. He will find someone else to go and bully because he knows that this one, even if he beat him, but I know say if this car will give me the last time I go bully him, even though I beat him, that scarf, if I look in the mirror, see, I don't want that scarf on my face, so me, I leave him alone. You understand? So there are times where you know that it's necessary to stand up to something. It's not all the time. You say, oh, let's just no. I get it. There are times where you can say, oh, I want this on the water, man. Let me just go my way. But there are moments where you gotta face it and deal with it.
Mr. Triumph.
Are you true? Okay, now. Sorry to. I don't like. I don't come. There's a word I want to use in English. Ah là 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 là, comment je peux l'oublier? C'est pas grave. Don't worry. Don't worry. One thing that words are powerful. Words can control you, can build you up. The same time, can break you down. Mhm. That's why when anybody says any word to me, I counter attack in a silent way. I will be that last person. I must say my last word before leaving. So in my head, my subconscious and my conscious mind says the same thing. Words matters. Words matters. So I do not like anybody to say anything negative about me. It matters because because they say the the, the the window to your soul is from your eye or your ear. They say what you see and what you hear can either build you or destroy you. Because I remember when I engaged with the French, yeah, they put us in a room for some days and they do what they program us. They reprogram us. I can tell you words are powerful. We are repeating the same words every time, and we start behaving in what we said, what we tell us. So for me, words are powerful.
Mr. Tam, it's kind of like a group of people start accusing Mr. Kandu of maybe something crime, right? And he
Yes.
saying, "Oh, they can say what they want. They can say what they want." It's a matter of time before you start getting indicted, man. You just find
That
yourself in
is it.
prison.
Words are
So you
powerful.
got you
Words
can't
are
say you
powerful.
can't challenge voice. Sometimes you have to challenge it,
Yeah,
man.
guys,
You have to challenge.
I understand, and I
And some
agree.
people, if you don't push them, but they will not leave you alone.
No,
They
no,
will
no.
continue
But
to, yeah.
look, I understand and I agree with what you guys are saying. Words are very powerful. You can speak life. This tongue of yours can speak life or death to someone. And don't get me wrong. I am trained taekwondo. I can destroy most human beings, not beat, destroy, because we're not trained to fight. My job is to look at the one, two, three steps I can take that will put you down. This is not boxing. This is not. Let me remove my shirts. I'm trained to avoid conflict because it's not going to be pretty. And more times than not, because of what's going to happen, especially in America, before they figure out who was wrong, I'm going to be arrested.
Yeah, I mean that's
Oh,
the
hold on,
the
hold
wise
on,
thing
hold
for
on.
anybody.
I'm going to be
You
arrested.
you always trying
I'm
to
going to
avoid
have
conflict. You do whatever you have to avoid.
I'm going to have to bail myself out or get somebody to come and bail me because of some foolish human being. You see, the fact that somebody says something, you see, again, it depends on your level of consciousness and what you're doing in your life. If, especially if it's some random person. Okay, if Mr. Triumph
Mr.
now,
Can do, Mr. Can
hold on, let me land this real quickly. If Mr. Triumph now says in French that this can do, go better for all of your family, from your children to your grandmother to whoever. If he says it in French, because I don't understand French, there's not going to be any reaction. But if he says it in English or he says it in Yoruba, because I understand those words, now I have empowered the same thing that he said in a different language. He still said it. The only difference is me,
Mr.
I'm
Can
the
do.
one
Let
that
me
has
make one thing
empowered
clear
the
real quick.
situation.
Mr. Can do, hold on. Let me make one thing clear real quick. This one thing I believe. I don't think you should react to what someone says or what someone says because of the way you feel about what they say. No, I think you should only react to fix some if it's to fix something or to prevent a damage of something. You understand? So I'm not disagreeing with you that you should have emotional intelligence. I have emotional intelligence. I literally, you can say something very, very annoying, and I can just measure like, okay, is it worth responding to? I don't respond because what you say annoys me or offends me or hurt my feelings. No, I don't react based on that. I only react for the reason of either I want to prevent further a damage, either for example, I'm a businessman, right? Let's say something you say is going to affect my business. I'll react to that. Not because what you say hurt my feelings, but this thing is safe. If I don't defend it, if I don't tackle it, if I don't push back, it may cost me money. It may
Mike,
affect my business. But
Mike,
my business now,
I will
oh, hold
sue,
on,
I
hold
will
on, hold on.
sue you.
I'm trying to tell you that the reason once you react to anything others are saying is for the purpose of preventing any damage, not because you feel hurt. That's not what we are saying.
Well, maybe I don't understand your meaning of react. If it's in a business sense, and I'm trying to protect the good name of my business, is either you go on social media and defend what is happening, or you go to court. There's nothing. If somebody walks into, if I have an establishment, which I don't right now, if somebody walks into my establishment and say, "This place, the last time I ate in there were cockroaches in the food and whatever, whatever," and they say something disparaging, or they go on Twitter or whatever and say that, it can
Mhm.
affect my business. So the only power I really have is to go to court. Make, I mean, even if I start defending myself now that you're lying, yeah, our food here is great, this, that, and that. I'm just coming to the same gutter level and arguing with you.
Really?
I don't have a business. I don't have a formal business. I mean, I have things. But you see, this is the thing. I'm not going to allow any foolish human being. Let me give you a very good example. When I used to play soccer, right?
Wait,
As a
before you go
player.
further, hold on. This analogy you just gave, I want to see where you are wrong. Okay,
Okay.
you own a restaurant, and I go. Wait,
Guys,
hold on,
it's
now, hold on, hold
guys,
on.
it's 10 hours. We have to go. Just make one minute, then we shut it down.
Okay, let me just say
Yeah,
this to him.
yeah.
Can do this analogy you just made. Think about it.
Sure.
You own a restaurant, and somebody goes online to tell your customers that they are riches. Yeah, and you lie about your restaurant, and you ignore it. You just taking to court is part of it, but you're not going to respond to those customers that is lying. Guess what? You lose all those customers in the name of, oh, I'm not responding.
No,
So
I
you
didn't
need to
say I would
understand.
not respond. What I'm saying is I'm not going to get in a fight, a draw out fight with somebody. I'm not going to do that, regardless of what you
Anyway,
say.
good night, man. Thomas.
Yeah,
next time.
same here.
Yeah, thank you,
So I mean,
guys.
it's all
Yeah.
good. I think most of us are working towards making Nigeria better in our own way, and we should just continue to strive and help wherever we can.
Yeah, thank you, Kandu. Thank you, Mr. Trump, Triumph. Thank you, Kolata Snoring. And thank you, Bibi. Thank you, the Father Christmas, Ola. Guys, thank you so much. We'll catch ya later. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Thank you, guys. God bless you all. Thank you.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to the gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. Remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.